Please be seated. Before we begin with items in the order paper today, I ask for the House's indulgence to stray slightly from our normal procedures. Today is the last sitting before Dr. Alex McAl retires from the Assembly. And whilst he's been at the Assembly since 2008, firstly as Clerk to the Environment Committee, over the last 11 years he's been Clerk of the Business Committee and responsible for working with whips and the Executive to manage the business coming through this House. Alex would be the first to advise me that I should not name officials in the Chamber, but it is right that we should formally record her work and dedication to this Assembly. She's very well regarded by members and her colleagues and will be very much missed. Therefore, I hope the whole House will join me in thanking her for her service and wishing her all the best for a very long and happy retirement, although, as I understand it, she's going to lamb sheep. And having done that for quite a number of years myself in years gone by, it's no retirement, but I said it's a very rewarding thing whenever you bring a little lamb into the world. So thank you, Alex, for all you've done. Mr. Woodloan.
With your indulgence, with your indulgence too, Mr. Speaker, could I be associated with your comments? I know from being in the Assembly here and being chair of the Environment Committee and various roles that I've performed in and around the Assembly, Alex has always been there with a very professional, intellectual and calming influence in all that was being done in and around the Assembly that she was associated with. So Alex, from me personally to you, my sincerest best wishes to you for the future and for your retirement in whatever guise that may take. So best wishes to you, Alex.
Well.
This announcement has taken me by shock this morning. Alex will be a significant loss to this Assembly and this House. I have worked with Alex for many years in my time as a member of staff in the DUP Chief Whip's office and also as DUP Chief Whip. She was always there if you needed to understand something, to explain something, if you needed assistance or help, and Alex was always a very steady hand with sage advice. It was a joy for me to work with her and to know that she was there to give that advice and to give that assistance, and always good fun. Alex, I cannot thank you enough. I appreciate it. It's not protocol to speak beyond the Speaker's chair. However, I would like to wish you every success for this next phase in your life on behalf of everybody in the DUP. You will be sorely missed, and thank you for everything that you've done for us over the many, many years that you've been here. Thank you.
Deputy Speaker.
Like Joanne, I was shocked to find out that you were going this morning. So on behalf of Sinn Féin, I want to wish you all the very best. I was Sinn Féin's Chief Whip twice, and it's not easy, as we know, and we're not easy, as you know. But just on a personal note, I want to say thank you very much, as my time as Whip, but also my time in the Deputy Speaker's office. I've no idea what lamb and sheep entails. I'm from the New Lodge Road. There's not many sheep lambed about that part of the area, but I've no doubt you'll work as hard as that you have at your job here. You're well respected across the House, well respected by all the parties, and you'll be missed. So thank you very much and enjoy your very early retirement. Good luck.
Paula.
I just want to stand on behalf of the Alliance Party MLA Group. Alex, you have been a wonderful source of information. Even as late as last night at 5:30, I ran in and asked about Standing Order 33. So we will sorely miss you. I'm sure your colleagues in the business office will as well. But thank you for everything and a happy retirement. Thank you.
Please, Speaker.
Thank you very much indeed. And may I thank Alex. I will wish you all the best on behalf of the Ulster Unionist Party for your well-earned retirement. I think, Mr. Speaker, the nice thing is that sitting in that chair beside Alex, when she looks across at you and gives you that little quizzical look, it just reminds you sometimes that you just need to keep up on your toes. But thank you very much indeed, Alex, for everything you've done, and you will indeed be missed. Don't be a stranger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And further remarks from my colleague Joanne Bunting. Alex will be definitely missed. As somebody that's lambed a few sheep before, it's a rewarding and valuable profession. Mr. Speaker, as Alex has been an assistance to you and the chair, I think it would also be remiss if we didn't mention a lady that has been vital to so many of us, and I think particularly of Christine Gillespie in the library. And Christine is also now retiring, someone that's given 24 years service to the library, and has been a valuable source of information for so many of us, taking on board so many of our issues and complaints. Not easy to deal with at times, our members. So just to put that on record, and thank you both for your service.
Thank you, members. That's the embarrassing bit over, Alex. I probably shouldn't have been as nice to Alex, because I was the Minister for Environment for 2 years, and she was feeding Patsy Malone all the information to go after me on, but nonetheless, that's the role of the Assembly, and to encourage people to find out the appropriate information to challenge ministers on, and very often inform ministers on. So that's an important part of the role. Move to member statements, and I call Aoife Finnegan.
As we speak, the Mournes are burning and have been for 3 weeks now. Huge tracts of lands destroyed, and all manner of native and unique flora and fauna killed. Furthermore, just this week we heard that there is an 80% chance of another massive outbreak of blue-green algae in Lough Neagh this summer. That's why positions such as the Climate Change Commissioner are crucially important. Aside from being a legal requirement of the Climate Change Bill that this House supported, protecting our environment will require independent offices that can hold departments to account on their climate requirements and offer expert advice and analysis when needed. Of course, the climate threat has no respect for borders and requires an all-Ireland response. The One Island, One Environment event sought to examine another major aspect of climate change here, and that is its future impact on the island of Ireland as single biogeographic entity. On Friday, I attended the One Island, One Environment conference with my colleagues Sinn Féin TD Pa Daly and MEP Lynn Boylan. The conference discussed the many shared climate and environmental challenges and opportunities facing us as an island. That includes the potential for us to achieve energy independence and real energy security, as well as addressing the environmental damage to some of our inland waterways, such as Lough Neagh. Sinn Féin's vision for renewable energy is to ensure the transition is fair, just and affordable by using our natural resources to create a more national wealth for the benefit of all, but socially and economically in the long term. My constituency of New Armagh shares the many challenges and opportunities of climate change and environmental face in rural communities across the island. As the Sinn Féin representative for New Armagh, I will work to support family farms and sustainable farming, which plays such an important role in our community and local economy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to extend warmest congratulations to the Belfast Giants, who've once again made Northern Ireland proud by winning the Elite Ice Hockey League title for the 24-25 season, which marks the third time in 4 years. This goes beyond a sporting victory. It's a celebration of excellence, determination, dedication, commitment, and the will to win. And it's a demonstration of the unifying power of sport in our society. The Giants' success on the ice is truly remarkable. To lift the league title in such a way and in such a competitive environment is no mean feat. And this particular title was not a given. It was hard won in a sport that's already a tough game. This victory speaks volumes about the professionalism and dedication of the players, the coaching staff, and also everyone behind the scenes at the club. But what makes the Belfast Giants so special is not just their performance on the rink, but also the role they play in the life of this city and this region. Since their formation in 2000, the Giants have done more than just bring silverware to Belfast. It is they who have made ice hockey what it is in Northern Ireland. It is they who have built the fan base and been instrumental in the growth of ice hockey in Northern Ireland. And it is they who have inspired countless young people to look at the option of sport on the ice. The Giants' community outreach work also deserves particular recognition. From supporting youth mental health initiatives to engaging with schools to championing anti-sectarianism and anti-racism campaigns, the club has consistently used its platform for good. They're role models for how professional sport can make a tangible difference in society. And let's not underestimate the economic impact of their success. The Giants attract thousands of fans every week, including many visitors from overseas, supporting local jobs, tourism and the nighttime economy in East Belfast and beyond. So well done to all involved in this great victory, and long may their success continue. Thank you.
All Bradshaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to note a recent report from independent academics in London, which has laid bare the severe damage that Assembly collapse and stop-start government is causing to communities and to public services here in Northern Ireland. This reinforces the need to reform the institutions so that they simply cannot be collapsed on a whim, and so that the sectarian veto becomes a thing of the past. The report, called Reform Adjournment Options for Discussion from the Constitution Unit at University College London, states that during Assembly collapses in 2017 to 2020 and 2022 to 2024, and I quote from page 64, much of the work of government, particularly long-term work, went undone, which is reflected in the current economic and public service problems experienced in Northern Ireland. This is strikingly similar to Module 1 of the UK COVID-19 inquiry, which also noted that preparations for the pandemic had been hindered by the absence of functioning government in the months before the virus first emerged from China in late 2019. The report, authored by Conor Kelly, Alan Renwick and Alan Weisel, goes even further, blaming recent Assembly collapses for the failure to progress long-term solutions to the problems facing Northern Ireland's finances, health service and other public sector services. Of course, it must be said that this is not just to do with the non-operation of the institutions, but also the bias within our institutional setup in favour of the status quo and against reform. Taking the key decisions to reform our health service, water infrastructure, etc., and indeed tackling the cost of division is rendered much more difficult by the prospect of blockage via the abuse of the sectarian veto. The report assesses the options for reforming the power-sharing structures at Adjournment and says that removing veto powers within the executive could speed up decision-making and improve the implementation of key policy priorities. Again, this is linked to the emerging evidence of the COVID-19 inquiry. This independent analysis reinforces what the Alliance Party has been saying for years and even decades. Ransom politics and vetoes over government are blocking the transformation and improvement of key public services and thus causing damage to the people and communities across Northern Ireland. Stop-start government takes a wrecking ball to the key priorities that we know the households in every corner of Northern Ireland are relying on us to deal with. This independent report is, as well as the emerging evidence from the COVID-19 inquiry, provides fresh impetus to all parties in this chamber and to the UK and Irish governments to engage meaningfully in a conversation about institutional reform ahead of the next Assembly election in 2027. Thank you.
The lack of preschool places is causing great distress to families across Fermanagh. I've been contacted by countless parents, anxious, frustrated and deeply concerned because they simply cannot secure a place for their child. And this isn't a case of parents being picky because they haven't got their first preference. I have a number of soon-to-be 4-year-old constituents who have missed out on a place in all 4 of their local playgroups. These families are now facing enormous uncertainty as they try to plan for the months ahead, with many fearing that their children will miss out on vital early years education. This situation not only places an emotional burden on parents and children, but also creates serious logistical challenges for working parents who rely on preschool places to help balance work and family life. The Minister and the Education Authority must work with local providers to ensure that additional preschool places are made available in Fermanagh and across the north as a matter of urgency. We need a clear plan to support rural provision and ensure that no child is left without a place. Gurmayagav.
Brian Kingston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise to praise 2 champion-winning Belfast teams which raised their league trophies last weekend. Going by the number of league title wins, one is the most successful team in the United Kingdom in the modern era, and the other is the most successful team in the world, no less. The first champions, as Joanne Bunting has said, are the Belfast Giants, who won the Elite Ice Hockey League once again on Sunday with a comeback win against the Nottingham Panthers. This means that the Giants have now won 4 out of the last 5 league titles, all under head coach Adam Keefe, who arrived as a player in 2011 and went on to become team captain and head coach. His team are now going for the Grand Slam, their second Grand Slam in 3 years, if they can add the playoff title to the league and the Challenge Cup, which they have already won this year. Belfast Giants have now won the Elite League 7 times, extending their record as the most successful team since that UK-wide league commenced in 2003. The Giants will be back in the Champions League next season, playing against the top teams in Europe. With matches at the SSE Arena regularly selling out and averaging around 7,000 spectators per game, the Giants have successfully embedded ice hockey here, and are a credit to all of us in Northern Ireland as one of our top performing teams. Mr. Speaker, the other champions, if you don't mind me extending to South Belfast, are of course Linfield Football Club, who lifted the Gibson Cup for a record-extending 57th time on Saturday after defeating Glentoran 2-1 in the Irish Premiership at Windsor Park. Linfield actually won the league a couple of weeks ago with 6 games to spare, being the first time that a team has won the league before the split. Linfield thereby extended their record as the club with the greatest number of top division titles for any country in the world, now with 57 titles. They will aim to emulate Larne by qualifying for one of the European League competitions next season. Particular congratulations are due to manager David Healy, achieving a very impressive 6 league titles in 9 full seasons as Linfield manager, a record to sit alongside his status as Northern Ireland's leading goal scorer at international level. Special mention must also be given to the man who lifted the Gibson Cup on Saturday, Linfield's Captain Fantastic, Jamie Mulgrew, himself winning his 11th Irish Premiership title, a new record in the Irish League, overtaking that other modern-day Linfield legend Noel Bailey, who won an impressive 10 league titles as part of his exceptional 40 trophy wins. We in Northern Ireland take great pride in sporting achievements and those who put us on the map in international competition, so we wish the Belfast Giants and Linfield every success in their European adventures next season.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Kingston. Delighted to endorse your remarks about Linfield Football Club. I don't know whether I'm allowed to or not, but I just have. Nick Matheson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise this morning to highlight the deeply concerning evidence that was received at Education Committee last week in respect of the EA's 14+ transition service. This service is tasked to deliver a statutory function, preparing young people with a statement of special educational needs for their transition out of statutory education and on to the next step in their journey. What we learned was that a total of just 10 staff support that service, currently aiming to support 9,000 young people in the 14+ age bracket with a statement of SEN. So staff end up with caseloads of around 900 young people to support. So is it any wonder, therefore, that parents report that they simply don't receive the service at all? Evidence heard at a previous committee from Alma White, who has spearheaded the Caleb's Cause campaign, powerfully set out just how unsupported many parents and young people feel as they navigate the transition. We all know that the budgets of every department are under pressure, but this is a statutory service. It's not an add-on or an optional extra. These young people are entitled to get a transition plan to support their educational journey. So I would urge the EA in the first instance to urgently bring forward a business case for the resource they need for this service, and that the Education Minister looks seriously at whether the right level of financial support is currently targeted at this vital service. But the concern is more than just the understaffing. We also learned that even once a plan is provided to these young people, once they leave the school system, no department, no other statutory agency owns that plan or has any legal duty to deliver on it. So the legal protections that a student with special educational needs get when they're at school are simply lost overnight. Is it right that we present our young people with special educational needs with this sort of cliff edge as they plan to leave school? So I fully support the calls from Caleb's Cause to deliver legislation to put in place the necessary legal protections that our young people with SEN need at 19 and in fact whenever they leave the school system. I would call on the Economy Minister in the first instance to urgently update the Assembly on the outcome of her department's review into this matter. We need to know what she is going to do tangibly, legislatively, to address this cliff edge. And while we wait for progress, the Education Minister cannot let the EA Transition Service flounder in its current form. He must act to rectify the position which was set out so clearly at Education Committee last week. It is unacceptable and it cannot be allowed to continue in its current form. Otherwise, we will be profoundly letting down our young people with SEN.
And Forsyth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday evening, I was privileged to join with Deputy First Minister Emma Little-Pengelly to meet with and thank the incredible team responding to the fires in the Mournes at Bloody Bridge. We appreciate them so much as they fight the fires and keep us all safe, as well as saving nature. The Northern Ireland Fire and Rescue Service have been dedicated and outstanding in their work across Northern Ireland, fighting a huge range of fires, but especially in the Mourne Mountains this weekend. And last night it was really insightful to hear of the tactical approaches used across the fire sites, their success, their professionalism and expertise and hard work in the face of danger. Our fire service are amazing and I thank them for all they have done and continue to do. 2 weeks ago, I stood here and spoke on the devastating fires in the Mournes and appealed for people to stop this awful behaviour. And I am saddened to have to speak again following the escalation, with a major incident declared on Saturday night and an arrest for arson on that fire. This needs to stop. I welcome the PSNI's arrest on Saturday's fire and their excellent coordination on the ground, closing roads and managing safety, and a special thanks to our local Mournes neighbourhood Sergeant Kenny Gracie, who was amongst those we met with last night. It's important that the seriousness of the criminal activity which led to some of these fires is recognised. Arson is a dangerous crime which puts many lives at risk, not least those who go out to fight the fires, and I hope that we see serious sentences and punishments that are fitting of these crimes. Last night we also met with Skywatch Northern Ireland, a Northern Ireland-based search and rescue charity who use specialist drones, high-tech equipment and all-terrain vehicles to assist the police, fire services and other agencies in emergency response whose input into these fires has been critical. And Mr. Speaker, the Skywatch NI team spoke highly of yourself, and we're grateful that in your time as DAERA Minister through the horrific mountain fires in 2021, you recognised their need for improved equipment and secured resources for them. And the Deputy First Minister and I were really grateful that the team took the time to show us their equipment, how they can reach and access difficult terrain in their vehicles, and demonstrated how they used the drones to go up and view and measure the movement of the fire to assist the fire service. It was so impressive and gave us a great insight into the importance of resourcing these types of things to enable our emergency services to respond to events like this. And it would be great to see them supported further by DAERA with their ideas for new drones to be able to carry water up into the fires, having potential to make huge impact. So again today, I thank the emergency services as they are out there continuing to fight these fires today. I pray for their safety. I call on the public to stay out of the mountains until it is declared safe to return. And I call on anyone with evidence of criminal behaviour to come forward to the PSNI.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. For the third time in this chamber, I rise to raise again the issue of the imposition of the Irish language signage at Grand Central Station. I do so, Miss Hunter, not because of a coloniser mindset, but because I believe that Northern Ireland is big enough to accommodate identities which aren't Irish. While this issue was raised under any other business at the Executive on Thursday, the media have noted that ministers were surprised by the Deputy First Minister's robustness at the press conference. Be that as it may, I welcome the acknowledgement by yet another senior figure in the DUP that a decision by the Infrastructure Minister is controversial and should go before the Executive. But when does the point come when I will welcome not just words but actions? On Friday, my party leader raised 4 points about this issue. The Minister cites the TransLink made decisions to have bilingual signage at Newry and on some glider services as justifying her imposition at Grand Central. In doing so, she acknowledges that it is for TransLink, not the Minister, to make such operational decisions. The partnership agreement governing the DFI TransLink relationship makes this clear. Secondly, while the Communities Minister may have statutory responsibilities in respect of language, Minister Kimmins has none. This means her decision was a cross-cutting one which required executive approval. Thirdly, the money spent in this is immaterial. What matters is the social impact. Polling which I have referenced in this chamber shows that Irish language has a chill factor for people from a Protestant background, including Alliance voters. Fourthly, in contending that her remit involves overseeing the delivery of public transport services, Minister Kimmins effectively concedes her overreach because imposing the signage on a station is clearly neither overseeing the delivery of public transport nor compatible with the arrangements affording such functions to the arm's length body. Translink isn't being allowed to operate as an arm's length body if the Minister is involving herself in the minutiae of operational decisions. I have established with the Business Office that my petition to refer this matter to the Executive remains open to receive signatures until the 28th of this month. After that, it will be too late. After that, each and every unionist in this chamber will have to answer why they didn't join me in actually doing something about it. In the words of Hamlet, suit the action to the word.
Donald Buckley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I stand today to give voice to the growing frustration and disappointment felt by many hard-working families in our community. Families who are being denied preschool places for their children, not because they applied too late or didn't meet the requirements, but because of a system that prioritises certain circumstances over others. Dated discriminatory legislation in place from 1999 which instructs preschool educational providers to prioritise some kids over others, placing labels and assumptions on kids before they've even got a chance to start their own educational journey. Let me be clear, Mr. Speaker. Supporting vulnerable families and ensuring that every child has access to early education is vital. But what we must also recognise is that many hard-pressed working families who do not meet this criteria are being penalised by the current criteria. Parents penalised for going the extra mile. Parents penalised for working every working hour of the day to provide a living for their family with little left at the end of the month to show for it. In the last week, I have spoken to working families with multiple children already at the school of preferred choice, denied a preschool place. I've spoken to working families who have been allocated a space in sometimes their 8th or 9th school of choice, often far away from their homes, passing a number of preferred choices along the way. It's beyond ridiculous. These are families who are contributing to society, paying taxes, and doing their best to provide for their children, often juggling work, rising living costs, and childcare. Yet when it comes to securing a preschool place, they find themselves at the back of the queue. This is not just disappointing, it's unfair. The system should not pit one family's needs against another's. It should be about balance. Every child deserves a start in life, regardless of their parents' income bracket or employment status. Preschool education is not a luxury, it's a foundation, and access to something like this should be equitable across the board. We are calling for a more inclusive approach, one that does not overlook the struggles and contributions of working families. Members, we should endeavour for a system that values fairness and ensures that no family is left behind simply because they're doing their best to stay afloat.
Michelle Guy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm delighted to rise today to wish congratulations to Harmony Hill Primary School in Lisburn on celebrating their 60th anniversary. I want to pay tribute to the leadership team, which is Mrs. Johnson and Mr. Henry, for the work that they do, and all the staff in this absolutely wonderful school that's really at the heart of its community. I also just want to acknowledge an amazing concert that they held last week to celebrate their 60th anniversary in the Island Centre in Lisburn. It was an absolutely amazing night. There were so many talented kids in that school, and I just want to say well done to all of them and all the staff who made that event happen, and I wish them congratulations again on their 60th anniversary and the rest of the celebrations that they have planned. Thank you.
Colin McGill.
I rise this morning, Calcorlia, to raise again the desperate situation for many families in terms of respite services. Respite, it must be said, is the very bare minimum in many situations that many of our carers and families get. It allows them a short chance to have a break themselves, to refresh their batteries and to just recharge. However, we have seen too often, and I have seen once again in my constituency in Dungannon, where at the very last minute, respite has been cancelled for families who were so desperately looking forward to it. On this occasion, it's linked to staffing issues, but the impact is the same. Families, some of them themselves, parents in their 80s, who are doing the vast majority of the care, day in, day out, week in, week out, and had been looking forward to one weekend. And it's worth saying, respite in general, the levels of respite have been cut dramatically over a period of years now. So very many families are just on a situation where they're only getting a weekend or a day or two at a time. And then to have that withdrawn at short notice is absolutely devastating. I would urge the Minister for Health and the trusts to look urgently at how that can be stabilised, because it's just not fair that we continue to let families down. Families who are doing so much on all of our behalves. They are the backbone in many ways of the health service, and we are letting them down on a repeated basis.
Thank you. That brings to a conclusion member statements. Next item of business is the final stage of the Child Support Enforcement Bill. I call the Minister for Communities to move the final stage.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move.
Final stage of the Child Support Bill has been moved. The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit in this debate. I call the Minister for Communities to open the debate.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to move the final stage of the Child Support Enforcement Bill today. I want to thank the Committee and Assembly members across the Chamber who have given their support to this bill and to its progression through the Assembly. The provisions contained in this bill will enable the Child Maintenance Service to make an administrative liability order without requiring an application to the Magistrates' Court. The existing court-based liability order process takes on average 22 weeks. It's estimated that the new administrative liability order process could be substantially shortened to 6 weeks. If this bill attains royal assent, secondary legislation will be required to implement and commence the proposals of the Act. It's expected the first regulations relating to appeals against liability orders will be subject to the confirmatory procedure, thereby ensuring enhanced scrutiny through debate in the Assembly. Members may also note a regulatory impact assessment had not been prepared, as the bill has minimal impact on business, charities, social economy enterprises or voluntary bodies. To conclude, the measures in the bill will substantially speed up the time it takes for the CMS to initiate its strongest enforcement powers and improve the CMS in its role to secure child maintenance for children. Therefore, I commend the bill to the Assembly.
Thank you very much indeed. I call Colin Gilgeney.
And I rise as Chair of the Committee for Communities to support the final stage of the Child Support Enforcement Bill. The purpose of this short but significant bill is to enable the Department to make administrative liability orders for the enforcement of child maintenance payments, replacing the current court-based process. It also provides for the right of appeal to a court against the making of such an order. The Committee for Communities has welcomed this legislation, which aims to reduce the time taken to pursue enforcement action from the current average of 22 weeks through the courts to 6 weeks via the new administrative route. Members were reassured to note that the administrative orders carry the same weight as those issued by courts. Appropriate safeguards will remain in place, including access to appeal and the discharge of orders where appropriate. Following second stage, the Committee took forward its scrutiny role in accordance with standing orders. Despite receiving a modest level of response to our public call for evidence, we undertook a range of activity to inform our considerations. This included engaging directly with officials from the Department for Communities, who provided written responses and oral briefings, and commissioning research from the Assembly's Research and Information Service, which produced a comprehensive comparative analysis and other useful insights. The committee carefully considered the 2 clauses and 1 schedule of the bill, as well as the wider implications of moving from a judicial to an administrative process. Members explored matters such as safeguards for vulnerable individuals, including those experiencing mental ill health or domestic abuse, as well as the cross-border enforceability of administrative orders. Members were broadly satisfied with these measures. Clause-by-clause scrutiny was conducted at our meeting on the 21st November 2024. Having satisfied itself that the provisions of the bill were appropriate, the committee agreed all parts of the bill without amendment. No amendments were tabled by members or the Minister at either consideration stage or further consideration stage. This reflects the committee's view that the bill, as drafted, appears fit for purpose and maintains sufficient protections. I wish to place on record the committee's thanks to all those who supported our scrutiny of the bill, including the Department's officials and the RAISE team here. Finally, while this legislation affects a small proportion of child maintenance service cases, around 2%, it still does represent a significant change in process. The committee has therefore recommended that the Department monitor and review the implementation of the new arrangements after 12 months. We expect to be kept informed of how the new system is operating in practice, including its effectiveness in reducing processing times and maintaining safeguards. On behalf of the Committee for Communities, I am content to recommend that the Assembly agrees the final stage of the Child Support Enforcement Bill.
I call on Mark Durkin.
Mr Deputy Speaker, we on the opposition benches will be voting for the Child Support Enforcement Bill today. This bill does retain parity with the rest of the UK who passed their bill in July 2023, and while we have and will again, I'm sure, make a principled argument against parity, recognising the invidious position that often puts the Minister and the Executive in when cuts are coming from London. On this occasion, it's bringing legislation that actually benefits the people here, and we welcome that. The non-payment of child maintenance disproportionately affects women, and the payment of child maintenance is also an important alleviating factor in tackling child poverty. So, all in all, this is a positive piece of legislation. In our view, we welcome it and give it our support.
Thank you very much, Steve. Minister DeWine.
Mr Speaker, I'm grateful for the support we've had across the House, and I commend the bill to the House.
Okay, thank you. The question is that the Child Support Enforcement Bill do now pass. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Therefore, the final stage of the Child Support Enforcement Bill has passed. The bill has passed. Thank you very much indeed. We move on to the next item of business. The next item of business is a legislative consent motion for the Employment Rights Bill. Clerk, could you please read the motion?
That this Assembly endorses the principle of the extension to Northern Ireland of the provisions of the Employment Rights Bill introduced in the House of Commons on 10 October 2024 relating to statutory sick pay as contained in clauses 12 and 13 of the Bill, the Fair Work Agency under Part 5 of the Bill, and the saving provisions as set out in Schedule 11 to the Bill as they relate to the Agricultural Wages Regulations Northern Ireland Order 1977, in relation to public sector outsourcing of relevant contracts by bodies carrying out reserved functions in Northern Ireland, the protection of workers as set out in Clause 30 of the Bill, the enforcement of relevant labour market legislation under Part 5 of the Bill as set out in Schedule 7, and enabling the Secretary of State for Business and Trade, with the consent of relevant Northern Ireland departments, to increase the remit of the Fair Work Agency in the future on a range of labour market and employment legislation, which may include Northern Ireland devolved legislation.
Thank you. Thank you. I call for the Minister of Communities to move the motion.
I beg to move.
Thank you. Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed that there be no time limit to this debate. I call on the Minister to open the debate on the motion. Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The Employment Rights Bill was introduced in the House of Commons on the 10th of October 2024. The bill as a whole aims to improve workplace conditions, extend employee protections, modernise employment laws, enhance existing provisions and introduce new rights. The bill also allows for the establishment of a single UK-wide enforcement body to be known as the Fair Work Agency, which will bring together existing enforcement functions across a number of regimes. The bill is substantial, however, the LCM includes only the small number of provisions that affect devolved matters. The provisions fall under the remit of the Departments for Communities, Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, Economy and Finance. Following requests from each of the relevant ministers, I agreed to include the provisions of the bill that fell to each of their departments in the LCM in order to maintain parity with Great Britain on these matters. Turning now to the provisions of the bill that come within the scope of the LCM, clauses 12 and 13 of the bill relate to statutory sick pay. SSP is the minimum an employer must pay an eligible employee if they are unable to work due to illness or injury. To be eligible, an employee must have average weekly earnings at or above the lower earnings limit, currently £6,500 per year. SSP is paid from the 4th day of absence. The standard rate for 25-26 is £118.75 and it is paid for 28 weeks. Clause 12 of the bill will remove the waiting period for SSP. Currently, employees must wait 3 days before receiving SSP payments. By enabling SSP to start from the first day of sickness, the bill ensures that employees are supported from the moment they are unable to work, addressing gaps in financial support during short-term illnesses and reducing financial hardship for employees. Clause 13 of the bill will remove the lower earnings limit so that all employees, regardless of their income, will be eligible for SSP. This change will ensure that low-income workers, who are often most vulnerable to financial hardship during illness, are not left without support when they need it most. To ensure fairness, SSP payments will be set at the lower of the flat weekly rate of £118.75 or 80% of the employee's weekly wages. This means that for the majority of people who get SSP, they will continue to get the flat rate. However, for those who already earn less than the flat rate, the percentage-based option ensures that no one receives more in SSP than they would have earned through wages. Currently, enforcement and dispute resolution is carried out by HMRC on a UK-wide basis. Part 5 of the bill proposes to transfer SSP enforcement and dispute resolution to the new Fair Work Agency. In Northern Ireland, this change would ensure that local workers could benefit from the same level of enforcement and support as workers in Great Britain, with DFC retaining overarching policy responsibility for SSP and maintaining an advisory role to support the Fair Work Agency. Clause 145 of the bill amends the Gangmasters Licensing Act 2004 for the purposes of abolishing the Gangmaster and Labour Abuse Authority and transferring its functions to the new Fair Work Agency. The Gangmaster and Labour Abuse Authority is a non-departmental public body which is sponsored by the Home Office and operates UK-wide to tackle worker exploitation, tax evasion and health and safety negligence. In Northern Ireland, its operations are funded and managed through DAERA. The authority currently employs 2 Northern Ireland-based enforcement officers, and it is understood that the functions currently carried out in Northern Ireland by the authority will not change on the ground. Schedule 11 provides transitional and saving provisions. Paragraph 19 provides that any of the amendments to the National Minimum Wage Act 1998 made in paragraph 17 to 23 of Schedule 10 do not affect any provision of that Act relating to the operation of the Agricultural Wages Regulations Northern Ireland Order 1997. This is a simple saving provision which ensures that the Agricultural Wages Regulations Northern Ireland Order 1977 remains operable and so maintains the Agricultural Wages Board Northern Ireland. Schedule 7 at paragraphs 8 to 12 lists the Northern Ireland legislation that is subject to enforcement by the Fair Work Agency under Part 5 of the Bill. This relates to legislation in respect of statutory sick pay. Schedule 7, paragraph 35, gives powers enabling the Secretary of State to increase the remit of the Fair Work Agency in the future on a range of labour market and employment legislation by adding to the list of relevant labour market legislation contained in Part 1 of Schedule 7. However, paragraph 35, subparagraph 3, requires that any such changes that include Northern Ireland devolved legislation will require the consent of the relevant Northern Ireland department or departments. Clause 30 of the bill seeks to amend the Procurement Act 2023 by allowing a UK minister to produce and publish a code of practice in relation to the protection of workers in outsourcing arrangements by public bodies to ensure workers are treated no less favourably than workers of the contracting authority. The Procurement Act 2023 is UK-wide. However, as procurement policy is a transferred matter, Northern Ireland has opted out of the Act for key policy matters which do not relate to trade. It's therefore proposed that Clause 30 will apply where reserved bodies are operating in Northern Ireland, where there is a joint procurement between a transferred Northern Ireland body and a UK reserved body, where the UK body is in the lead role, or a transferred Northern Ireland body uses a framework set up by a reserved body or uses a reserved central procurement authority. Clause 30 will not apply to transferred Northern Ireland public bodies except for the previously mentioned circumstances. In summary, agreeing the LCM will bring benefits to Northern Ireland. It would ensure that employees here receive the same enhanced SSP entitlements as their counterparts in Great Britain. This uniformity will help prevent inequalities in worker protections and minimises administrative burdens for employers operating across the UK. Incorporating the proposed abolition of the Gangmaster and Labour Abuse Authority and the establishment of the Fair Work Agency avoids the need for a separate enforcement body in Northern Ireland, which would require significant time and resources to establish. The amendment to the Procurement Act 2023 will provide for the protection of workers and outsourcing arrangements by reserved public bodies operating in Northern Ireland, and the bill has been amended to ensure that the powers enabling the Secretary of State to increase the remit of the Fair Work Agency by adding to the list of relevant labour market legislation contained in Part 1 of Schedule 7 to the bill will rely on the consent of the relevant Northern Ireland Department where they relate to Northern Ireland devolved legislation. The proposals are not expected to have direct financial implications on the Northern Ireland Block Grant. At a UK level, consolidating functions under the Fair Work Agency is expected to generate efficiencies, although specific savings have not yet been quantified. While I seek to avoid using the LCM process where possible, in all the circumstances it seems sensible to secure the benefits of the bill for employees in Northern Ireland by agreeing to an LCM in respect of the bill. The other executive ministers who are party to this LCM agree that in these circumstances an LCM is the best approach. The use of this procedure in this case should not be seen as a precedent or as an indication of how I intend to proceed in the future in this area. I'm very aware of the importance of the Assembly's role in considering legislation and in particular the value of the Committee's scrutiny role. Therefore, I beg to move.
Thank you very much indeed, Minister. I call on Colin Gildernew, Committee's Chair.
The committee was briefed by department officials from the Department for Communities, Department of Finance, Department for Economy and the Department for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs at its meeting on the 27th of February 2025. The committee was informed that the bill aims to improve workers' conditions, extend employee protections, modernise employment laws and enhance existing provisions. It also allows for the establishment of a single enforcement body which is to be known as the Fair Work Agency that will bring together existing enforcement functions across a range of areas. These are all positive changes which the committee welcome. Members were also informed that there will be an increase in cost for some employers in the North, particularly those who previously made SSP payments from the 4th day of sickness or excluded low-earning employees. Whilst we don't like to see increased costs, we were pleased to hear that they are mitigated to some degree by the broader benefits of supporting employee welfare, particularly those who are on lower incomes, and reducing workforce disruption and impacts on productivity caused by sick workers attending work and passing on illness to others. Mr. Speaker, the committee heard that aligning with the bill through an LCM ensures that employees here receive the same enhanced SSP entitlements as their counterparts in other jurisdictions. This can only be a welcome measure at a time when working families are under increasing financial pressure in a cost of living crisis. The committee welcomes the fact that this will prevent inequalities in workers' protections and will also minimise administrative burdens for employers operating here and in Britain. During the briefing session, the committee asked officials about what safeguards will be in place to ensure that the existing devolved employment laws that we have here are not altered without full executive agreement. We were informed that there will be no immediate impact on devolved employment law with the creation of the Fair Work Agency, and I welcome the Minister's comments at the end of his remarks there in relation to future changes that may be come under consideration. By seeking an amendment to the bill, the Department for the Economy has future-proofed the North's option to become involved with the Fair Work Agency's work should the relevant minister deem that appropriate at that time. It was reassuring, Acharya, to note that the Department for the Economy has been working closely with DBT colleagues and the Office of the Parliamentary Counsel on an amendment to the bill that will be a consent mechanism which will ensure that if a future Secretary of State wants to increase the Fair Work Agency's remit so that it falls across devolved powers, the Secretary of State must seek the full consent of the relevant department here, and they will not be able to proceed without that consent. Members also asked about the proposal to abolish the Gang Masters and Labour Abuse Authority and whether any assurance could be provided that, as a result of that transition, there will be no weakening nor dilution of the protection that the current level of labour market enforcement offers here, particularly in vulnerable sectors. We welcome the official's response that some of the benefits that will be brought about will enhance those protection levels, and that the only difference that employees, employers and employee providers will notice is that instead of having to go to multiple places when they need help, there will be a single point of access to go to. The committee also welcomed the guarantee that there will be no dilution of the protection measures that the GLAA offers. We also asked the officials if there would be any impact on the Health and Safety Executive as a result of this LCM, and were told that none is anticipated, and that one of the main reasons why the Gang Masters and Labour Abuse Authority exists is to ensure that labour providers comply with all their statutory obligations, including, importantly, health and safety law, and that no impacts are anticipated here. The committee welcomes this reassurance. Mr. Speaker, in considering the LCM, the committee decided that it is supportive of the provisions of the bill relating to statutory sick pay and believes that these provisions will offer substantial protection to workers. The committee also welcomes measures in the bill to remove the eligibility requirement for earnings to be above the lower earnings limit and allow payment from the first day of any period of entitlement. The committee is also supportive of the Equality Commission and the union's calls to ensure that the remit of the FWA in the North covers all sectors of the economy where migrant labour is prevalent, that operations in the North are sufficiently resourced, and that there is an associated focus also on raising awareness of the rights of migrant workers, all in the context of addressing the potential for forced labour and the exploitation of migrant workers. The committee is also supportive of the call for union representation on the FWA. We were reassured to hear that there will be no impact on devolved employment law with the creation of the Fair Work Agency, as members feel that our own employment and equality legislation does need to be protected. This will then ensure that the Assembly here is protected and that no decisions to expand the remit of the FWA can happen without the consent of Assembly ministers. The committee feels that consideration should be given as to what local accountability mechanisms could be established to ensure there is appropriate oversight of the role that the Fair Work Agency is proposed to fulfil. Consideration should also be given to the role that trade union representatives can play as part of that oversight. We were recently informed the House of Commons report stage on the bill was held on the 11th and 12th of March, and the government amendments were tabled and are now in the bill. We were made aware that the government amendments were largely on provisions that did not engage the legislative consent mechanism and therefore do not come within the scope of this LCM. The committee welcomes the relevant amendments to the bill in relation to SSP, the Fair Work Agency, and the requirement to obtain the consent of the relevant department here before any transferred legislation relating to employment rights could be added to the FWA's remit. Whilst the committee is of the opinion that we would prefer to see legislation originating in the Assembly, we accept in this case that it is advantageous that any changes are made across all jurisdictions at the same time to ensure that people here in the North benefit from the changes being brought about by this bill. The committee is therefore supportive of the draft legislative consent motion, and on that basis, on behalf of the committee, I want to indicate support for the motion. And last can I call you, I'd like just to make a few remarks as Sinn Féin spokesperson. Sinn Féin is broadly content with the reforms set out in the bill, in particular the changes to statutory sick pay. Once enacted, the bill will ensure that every worker will be able to access statutory sick pay from the first day of illness. And I do want to also acknowledge that there is some interesting work going on within the Department for Economy around the Good Jobs bill, and we look forward to seeing more progress on that. Initially, we did have concerns around the Fair Work Agency, in particular the provision which allowed the Secretary of State to expand the remit of the agency into devolved areas without any local democratic input. However, as I outlined in my earlier remarks, the amendment secured by the Minister for Economy has provided an assurance that any future expansion of the FWA into devolved areas must have the consent of the Minister for the Economy and can't proceed without that consent. We also think it's important that the Fair Work Agency should have local trade union representation on its board as a means of ensuring that workers have a voice in any discussions about the operational remit of the agency. So finally, Ceann-Comhairle, it's our view that local legislation is generally preferable than legislative consent motions. However, we are content that on this occasion an LCM provides the best mechanism for adopting these changes to ensure we maintain parity with the other jurisdictions and that workers benefit from the greater protections at the earliest possible stage.
I call on Philip Brett.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I just rise to put on record the support for the Committee for the Economy to today's LCM. At the meeting of the Committee of the Economy on the 19th of February 2025, we received an oral and written evidence from the Department on aspects of the bill for which the legislative consent is being sought today. As the House is aware, although Employment Bill includes a large number of provisions, most only apply to GB. The Department briefed the Committee on those aspects of the LCM which will touch on the devolved competencies here of the Assembly. The FWA is understood to be intended to bring together existing state enforcement functions and over time take on enforcement of a wide range of employment rights. The FWA will be an executive agency of the Department for Business and Trade, and the bill will allow the FWA to enforce certain employment legislation in respect of holiday and statutory sick pay throughout the United Kingdom. Officials indicated that initially there will be, in effect, no change to these enforcement functions in Northern Ireland other than the establishment of the FWA and abolishment of some other bodies, namely the Gangmasters and Labour Abuse Authority and the Director of Labour Market Enforcement. The bill is also understood to give the Secretary of State for Business and Trade power to make regulations to expand the remit of state enforcement functions to include other employment legislation. These are now subject to amendments which require the consent of the Executive. The Committee for the Economy therefore agreed that it supports the LCM, and on behalf of the Committee I'm happy to outline our support for the motion before the House today.
Thank you, Philip. I call on Kelly Armstrong.
Deputy Speaker, and thanks to the Minister for bringing forward the LCM today. As the Chair of the Committee has outlined, the bill aims to improve workers' conditions, extend employee protections, modernise employment laws and enhance existing provisions. It also allows for the establishment of a UK-wide enforcement body which is known as the Fair Work Agency. And I raised concern about that within the committee at the time. That agency will bring together existing enforcement functions across a range of areas. The bill is substantial. It's larger than usual in its impact on the devolved settlement. However, the LCM only includes a small number of provisions that appear in the bill, as the Chair has outlined. The amendments that were taken forward after the LCM have not been included here. Those provisions, or the provisions of this bill, fall under the remit of the Department for Communities, Department of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, the Department of the Economy and the Department of Finance. And as we've heard from Mr Brett, the Department of the Economy are content with this. It's not to say that I'm not content with the provisions of the LCM, but I'd just like to highlight to the House that paragraph 27 of Schedule 5 to the bill will allow for the Secretary of State to add enhancements to the list of relevant labour market legislation under the remit of the Fair Work Agency, or to vary a reference to an enactment in that list that may include Northern Ireland devolved legislation in the future. The amended text in the bill safeguards the devolved status of employment law as outlined by the Chair and has been taken forward by the Minister for the Economy. And that affords Northern Ireland the option of utilising the Fair Work Agency to enforce employment rights in the future, should the relevant Northern Ireland department deem that appropriate. So I wish to ensure that in endorsing this LCM, that this House recognises that the potential for the Fair Work Agency to make changes to employment rights, but only if the relevant Northern Ireland department deems this appropriate. Therefore, I ask the Minister for Communities, who's bringing forward the LCM, as he said, on behalf of so many others, to assure this House that if any department deems future work or Fair Work Agency changes to employment rights are appropriate to be introduced into Northern Ireland, that they will be brought, subject to regional public accountability, as was called for by some of the witnesses that provided evidence to our committee, and will be brought to this House for confirmation before being implemented. There's also no mention of the Windsor Framework and Article 2. And Article 2 talks about no loss of equality and human rights because of Brexit for people in Northern Ireland. And it's to get assurance from the Minister for Communities that although the LCM and the bill does not make reference to the Windsor Framework, that our equality and our human rights here will not be eroded through the Fair Work Agency. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. I call on Declan McAl as Deputy Chair of the DAERA Committee.
Thank you, Concordia. I welcome this opportunity to speak on this motion on behalf of the Committee for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs. On the 19th of November, we first considered a correspondence from DAERA on the potential extension to here of provisions in the UK Employment Rights Bill, which would abolish the Gag Master and Labour Abuse Authority, move its enforcement powers under the Secretary of State for Business and Trade, and create a UK-wide Fair Work Agency which will carry out the work of the GLAA going forward. Minister Muir was minded to agree to the extension of these powers to NI via a legislative consent motion. We now considered the matter at our meeting on the 23rd of January 2025 when we received an update letter from DAERA and noted that Minister Muir had now agreed to the extension of these powers to here. We were advised that, as well as DAERA, the Departments for Communities, Finance and Economy were also within the scope of the bill, and that the DFC would now be leading on the LCM. The committee noted that Minister Muir had indicated that he was content to support the LCM subject to the bill being amended in Part 2 of Schedule 4 to ensure approval from the Executive was required in the event of the Secretary of State for Business and Trade should choose to exercise the powers to amend relevant labour market legislation set out in Part 1 of Schedule 4. The committee then agreed to seek an oral briefing from DAERA and DFC officials. The session took place at our meeting on the 20th of February. We discussed the Minister's proposed amendment, which was to give assurance that the Secretary of State's powers to amend relevant labour legislation in NI would be exercisable in the absence of executive approval. The committee also heard that the functions of the GLAA will continue until the Fair Work Agency is operational, and therefore no gap in the service provided to workers and employers. The committee heard that the bill will bring benefits in protecting workers' rights and will create a single recognisable brand for workers. The committee then agreed to write to DAERA and the Committee for Communities in support of the LCM. The committee considered the matter for a final time at its meeting on the 27th of March, when we were advised by DAERA that further amendments had been introduced to the bill as a consequence of the House of Commons report stage. However, none of the amendments changed the clauses which Minister Muir had consented to, and no new clauses have been introduced which were relevant to DAERA, so the LCM did not need to be amended. We noted that we had already agreed to support the LCM and that Minister Muir's requested amendment had now been included, and the Department was satisfied with the LCM as currently drafted. In conclusion, after considering the matter at 4 meetings and taking oral evidence from DAERA and DFC officials, the ERA Committee supported the extension to here of provisions in the UK Employment Rights Bill through this LCM. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Declan. Minister, can I ask you to come and wind in the motion?
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank members for their contribution to the debate on the motion. I believe that, on balance, the provisions of the bill that engage the LCM should extend to Northern Ireland, and by agreeing to an LCM it will allow important provisions to be enacted across the UK. I'm grateful for the support we've had across the Chamber and from the committees. There was one issue in particular that has been raised again, and that is the issue of Northern Ireland employment legislation being added to the list of relevant legislation. And just to be clear, and in response to Kelly Armstrong's comment, such changes that include Northern Ireland devolved legislation will require the consent of the relevant Northern Ireland department or departments. It is not a matter for this House, it's not a matter for the Executive, but it's consent that's given by the Minister, and that consent would be by way of communication between the Secretary of State and the relevant Executive Minister. But I'm grateful for the widespread support that we have in the Chamber today, and I commend the motion to the House.
Thank you very much indeed, Minister. The question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Okay, just take our ease for a few moments before the next item of business. Members, the next item of business is a motion to approve a draft statutory rule. I'll ask the Clerk to read the motion. Clerk, please read the motion.
That the draft Northern Ireland Climate Commissioner Regulations Northern Ireland 2025 be approved.
I call on the First Minister to move the motion. First Minister.
Moved.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on this debate, and I call on the First Minister to open the debate on the motion. First Minister.
Thank you, Concordia. Today we are seeking the Assembly's approval of the Northern Ireland Climate Commissioner Regulations 2025. It might be useful for members for me to set out the principal considerations which informed the preparation of the statutory rule. The Executive Office proposes to make a statutory rule under powers conferred by Section 50 of the Climate Change Act 2022. When the Act was made in 2022, Section 50 of the Act was an addition to the Climate Change Bill that was voted on and agreed here in this Chamber. Therefore, these regulations are procedural in that they are the legislative tool for completing the establishment of the Climate Change Commissioner, a requirement that was made in law in 2022. As is required by the Climate Change Act, the statutory rule is subject to draft affirmative resolution procedure before the Assembly. The statutory rule is in line with what is allowed for within Section 50 of the Act. That is, that it will allow for the TEO to establish an independent office, to be known as the Northern Ireland Climate Commissioner, and to allow the Commissioner to have the following functions: to oversee and report on the exercise of functions of our departments under the Act. In particular, the Commissioner will be able to provide advice and make recommendations to departments, to undertake Commission research, and to publish reports, advice and recommendations and any other relevant information. The purpose of this statutory rule is therefore to implement Section 50 of the Climate Change Act and to establish a Climate Commissioner here. Climate change is not a concept, it's not a possibility, it is happening right now, and the impacts locally are real as they are pressing. Once established, we will be the first area in these islands to have their own dedicated Climate Commissioner. They will work together with the other climate advisory bodies that operate here, the Climate Change Committee, the Office for Environmental Protection, the Just Transition Commission, to support delivery of the Climate Change Act. And that is something that we hope members will get behind today. We want to thank the Executive Office Committee and the Examiner for Statutory Rules for their prompt scrutiny of these regulations, and we welcome contributions from members here today. Thank you.
Thank you, First Minister. I call on Paula Bradshaw as the TEO Committee Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise on behalf of the Committee for the Executive Office. The committee first considered the draft regulations at its meeting of 23rd of October 2024, and members agreed to forward the SL1 letter and draft statutory rule to the Committee for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs to seek its views before formally considering the SL1. At its meeting of the 20th of November 2024, the committee considered the response from the ERA Committee of the 11th of November, and the ERA Committee indicated that it was supportive of the functions of the proposed Northern Ireland Climate Commissioner. At that meeting, and having further considered the SL1, the committee decided to withhold its consent until any amendments recommended by the Climate Change Committee had been incorporated into the regulations. The committee agreed to request an update on the timescales for ongoing engagement with the Climate Change Committee, as well as further information on the costs the proposed Commissioner's office would entail, the organisational structure of the new office, and whether the office will remain within TEO after establishment. The response to these queries, including input from the Climate Change Committee, was received from TEO on the 4th of December 2024. The committee considered this response from TEO and formally considered the SL1 for the draft regulations at its meeting of 15th of January 2025 and had no objection to the proposed statutory rule. The committee then received an oral briefing on the draft regulations as laid before the Assembly at its meeting of 19th of March 2025 from the Director of Climate Change and Green Growth within TEO. The committee agreed to write to the Department to request a detailed breakdown of the £1 million per annum estimated costs for the establishment of the Commissioner's office, including accounts for salaries of the Commissioner, their staff and the infrastructure costs. The committee also agreed to schedule this draft SR for consideration at the meeting of 26th of March 2025. At this meeting of 26th of March, the committee considered the answers received to its queries of the 19th of March and the report of the Examiner of Statutory Rules. The Examiner had no issues to raise, however her report stated that the draft regulations contained a number of typographical errors which have arisen as a result of a technical drafting issue. The Department is concerned that it will correct these minor errors at its earliest opportunity. I am content with the approach of the Department in this instance. The question was put on the draft regulations to the committee and it was divided. 5 members voted aye and 3 members voted no, and there were no abstentions. The committee therefore recommended that the draft statutory rule, the Northern Ireland Climate Commissioner, Northern Ireland Regulations 2025, be approved by this Assembly. Mr Deputy Speaker, I would now like to make a few points in my capacity as an individual MLA. The Climate Change Act was, of course, proposed by a DUP minister. After a considerable amount of discussion to build consensus around the content of that piece of legislation, it was unanimously agreed at final reading. This includes by DUP MLAs, of course, who backed their own minister's bill, but also by members right across the political spectrum of this chamber. The incorporation of a Climate Commissioner was primarily in recognition of the cost of inaction, which would be considerably higher than the cost of a Commissioner who would ensure action. Northern Ireland had already been an outlier in the UK with a record of improvement, particularly around carbon emissions, which was notably inferior to the rest of the UK for almost the entirety of the 21st century. It would be a peculiar thing if Unionists were to continue to argue that Northern Ireland should remain an outlier within the UK on this matter. It is worth noting that steps to combat climate change in Northern Ireland, including the appointment of the... Yes, go ahead.
Would the member like to reflect on her statement to rolled all unionists into a statement? You were talking about the DUP, I think, at the start of your statement, which is fine, but we haven't had a chance to speak into the debate at this point, and you've just talked about if unionists. Would you like to reflect on that statement, please?
Thank you for your intervention. I was referring to when the Climate Change Act came before this Assembly, so it was in terms of the unionism position at that time. Okay, that's fine, but I would reflect that the 3 members at the Executive Office Committee who voted against were all unionists. It is worth noting that... no, I'd like to make some progress because of... Yeah. It is worth noting that steps to combat climate change in Northern Ireland, including the appointment of the Commissioner, are to be matched by a Just Transition Fund for Agriculture, now in place at £12 million. However, climate change is not by any means just about agriculture, despite the fact that our departmental setup happens to put agriculture and environment together. The very reason for a commissioner appointed by the Executive Office is that climate change is a cross-cutting issue. We need to do much more on clean energy, which falls to the Department for the Economy. We need to do much more on active travel, which falls for the Department for Infrastructure. Clean air is a health issue as well as an environmental one. Preparing the next generation for climate-friendly living is an education issue, and the allocation of resources to combat climate change and reduce pollution falls to finance, and even in some instances to local councils. This is why this matter cannot be left to a single department, and why we are supporting these regulations today. Thank you.
Very much indeed. I call on Aoife Finnegan. Aoife.
Climate change is a defining crisis of our time on a global and national scale. Through the new decade Near Approach Agreement, a commitment was made to introduce legislation and targets for reducing carbon emissions in line with the Paris Climate Change Accord. This commitment resulted in the Climate Change Act passed in 2022, which sets out ambitious emissions reductions targets for the North to achieve net zero emissions by 2050. It established a framework to help do this, and also requires the Executive Office to establish an independent office for a Climate Commissioner. This underlines the need to appoint a Commissioner and implement the Act. As we approach 2050 and work towards net zero, we need to honour these commitments and ensure that a Commissioner is appointed and the Act is implemented. The draft regulations set an annual monitoring duty for the Commissioner alongside reporting and oversight roles, mainly to manage the operations of the Act. The cross-party support for this Act makes it essential that we see this motion passed. We are living in a climate crisis typified by extreme and unpredictable weather conditions. Even locally, we have seen the impacts of flooding, storms and most recently forest fires, which cause devastation to the environment and communities that inhabit them. As we speak, the Mournes are burning and have been for 3 weeks now. We have also heard just this week that there is an 80% chance of another massive outbreak of blue-green algae in Lough Neagh this summer. The creation of this role is a legal obligation within the Climate Change Act, and we share a moral responsibility to tackle the climate crisis upon us and create a Climate Commissioner. On that basis, I support this motion and would encourage others to fulfil their legal and moral obligations to do so.
Thank you, Aoife. I call on Harry Harvey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise to oppose the imposition of the outworkings of these regulations. Outworkings which will undoubtedly create yet another tier of bureaucracy which Northern Ireland could do well without. Whilst I acknowledge that the Executive Office are legally bound to lay these regulations before the floor of the Assembly and to create a Climate Commissioner within the mandated 2-year period, the DUP position on this issue remains the same as when the original bill creating this office was debated in this chamber during the last mandate. Yes, I'll give way.
Member for giving way, and while I no longer sit in the ERA committee, myself and yourself were colleagues during the lengthy debate of the Climate Act, and he points out that the Executive Office is legally obliged. Will he also consider that the wording of Clause 50 within the Climate Act came about from an amendment brought to the House by his colleague, the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs at the time, and that also that his party supported this bill in its totality, and indeed in the final reading of it, again his colleague, the Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, who is now the Speaker of the House, said in this chamber, "I am grateful for the support that my bill," his words, "has received during its passage through the Assembly. Climate change affects everyone in NI and on the planet, and it requires people to respond at local and global levels. As politicians, we have a duty to take action to ensure that our environment footprint becomes less significant and that we produce a sustainable economic environmental model where both can prosper." So,
Mr. McGuigan, There is ample time for you to actually speak yourself, and I can add you to the list if you so wish.
I will finish.
It's supposed to be a short intervention, and Mr. McGuigan, you and I both know that is well beyond where you should do. But I'm more than happy to add you to the list.
I just want to make the point again that this Act was supported not only by the DUP but by the Minister for Department of Environment and Rural Affairs, a DUP Minister.
Thank you. Thank the member for his intervention and his comment. Let me be clear at the outset. Legislation to tackle climate-related environmental issues is a necessity. It is vitally important that as custodians of the planet and the world around us, we take our role seriously and seek to live in a more sustainable fashion. Our party continues to champion sustainable industries and efforts to tackle environmental harm, as collectively we seek to legislate to protect our natural assets. However, we cannot permit ourselves to operate within a bubble on this issue, however genuine we may be in our motivation. There's a cost to everything, Mr. Speaker, and in an era where we constantly ask ourselves, is there value for money? I fail to see how the outworkings of these regulations represent value for money to the taxpayer. I fail to see how an estimated 1 million annual cost to facilitate the creation and functioning of a Climate Commissioner represents good value for money. The existence of a Commissioner in and of itself will do absolutely nothing in addressing these issues, and it must be considered what an additional million could do in tackling the likes of Lough Neagh crisis, investing in sustainable infrastructure, or the use of green energy across the government estate. All of these examples would represent tangible benefits in addressing environmental issues across Northern Ireland, and I am concerned that these regulations merely divert much needed finance to administrative costs.
Will the member give way?
Yes, of course, I'll give way.
The member has rightly pointed out, obviously, about the financial impacts and the financial constraints, and it's just to put on the record, we did object to the amendment at the time, but obviously it was then to vote against the entire legislation, which would have knocked everything out. So it is to put that on record in terms of what the DUP's position actually was.
Thank you, and I also thank the member for her intervention, her comment. Given that my party and the TUV were the only parties to reject the creation of a Commissioner initially, it will be interesting to see if the other parties in the Chamber continue their support for this office. It would also be interesting to note, when created, whether parties in the Chamber will take any of the advice or recommendations from the Commissioner's office onto their notice. I suspect this will only be the case if the new Commissioner plays the right tune. When presented with recommendations and advice in the past from UK-wide expert bodies, such as the UK Climate Change Committee, the advice was ignored as it didn't suit the political agendas of parties in this House. Even if we are to accept that there will be some value in creating this position, the role of Commissioner has already been undermined by the failure to consult them in the content of the current carbon budgets and 2040 emissions targets. Yes, of course.
Thank the member for giving way, and I very much appreciate you setting your party's position out. But as I outlined in my comments, that we discussed this on at least 5 occasions at the committee, and it was only at the very last moment that one line was read out to say that you weren't in support of this. You had the opportunity at many occasions to raise these concerns, to ask the TO officials for some guidance and some information, and you never took that opportunity. Thank you.
Thank the member for intervention and comment. And we obviously did raise our objections at the proper time. Thank you. This is mandated in Section 23 of the Climate Change Act. We are to expect that any Commissioner will represent value for money when we are coming so late to the game. So, Mr. Speaker, the Office of Environmental Protection. Yes, of course.
I can appreciate the member giving way, but I find it actually bizarre that the DP and the member is actually encouraging a race to the bottom here in terms of this. And would the member not agree that actually investing in climate action is a bargain, but waiting for climate collapse is definitely not?
I thank the member for her intervention, and we do indeed want to invest our money wisely. Mr Speaker, as I've said, in the Office of Environmental Protection and the UK Climate Change Committee, both expert bodies in this field, have provided guidance and advice on these matters very ably in the past. I see no need to duplicate their role unnecessarily. At a time when hospitals need funding, schools need funding, and families deal with continuing effects of the cost of living crisis, I cannot in good conscience support the creation of further bureaucracy in the system. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Thank you, Mr Harvey. I call on John Stewart. John.
Mr Deputy Speaker, climate change is one of the defining challenges of our time, and we all recognise the urgent need for robust, independent oversight as we strive to meet our net zero obligations by 2050. But it's also important, Mr Deputy Speaker, to remember the financial reality. We need to balance our climate obligations against the needs to deliver high-quality public services for all of our people. The creation of an independent Northern Ireland Climate Commissioner, as provided in Section 50 of the Climate Change Act Northern Ireland 2020, is a logical and necessary first step. This new office will have a clear remit to oversee and report on departmental compliance with climate obligations, offer expert advice, commission research and publish findings and recommendations to guide policy and delivery. It is also right that this Commissioner operates independently of departments such as DEAR, DFI and DFE, which will be tasked with delivering on the very actions the Commissioner is monitoring. I note, Mr Deputy Speaker, that the placement of the NICC within the Executive Office as a deliberate act to ensure separation of leadership from the centre of government. However, while the UUP support the establishment of the Commissioner in principle, I must highlight concerns around cost, sustainability and timing. We are told that the Commissioner's office is expected to cost approximately £1 million per annum. This is a significant and recurrent expenditure at a time when our public finances are under considerable strain.
I thank the member for giving way, and will he, like me, accept the fact that there is the UK Climate Change Commission as well, that is an expert body for the whole of the UK in looking at these issues? So therefore, why would we spend this amount of money whenever we have that body already in place?
Thank the member for that. We'll also realise that we are a devolved region as well, and we have our own departments that are controlled, and that, while that department does exist and does offer some advice, this Commissioner will specifically overlook the departments that we have. Sorry, you wanting to have to make an intervention? Oh no, I thought you were speaking to me there. So I'll move on. So while the Commissioner's office is expected to cost approximately £1 million per annum, this is a significant expenditure at a time when we are under strain. We face acute pressures across our health service, education system and community infrastructure, and every pound must be carefully weighed. And while the Executive's Planet mission under the draft programme for government is commendable, balancing green growth and equitable just transition, we must now ask whether the right moment to commit substantial new funding to establish another body is well-intentioned. I also note that while the regulations themselves have been carefully drafted and comply with the enabling power of the Climate Change Act, there have not been full public consultation on this. I appreciate that the Act does not require one, but transparency and public engagement are essential with this, and it would be good to get that. Moving forward, Mr Deputy Speaker, it is critical that the Office delivers. It must not become a well-meaning but costly entity that publishes reports without delivering meaningful change. It must hold departments accountable, challenge where necessary, and support the practical implementation of climate policy, especially where delivery lags behind ambition. So, Mr Speaker, while we will not oppose these regulations, we welcome the strategic intent and the focus of strong independent oversight. But I urge ministers to be careful of the cost, not only financial, but also the public trust during this delivering in this mandate. And I must reiterate that as we strive to meet our climate obligations and play our part, we must ensure that this does not come at the expense of our people or further undermine the delivery of high-quality public services in an area where this institution is already under considerable strain. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, John. I call on Sinead McLaughlin. Sinead.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I and my SDLP colleagues warmly welcome the appointment of the Northern Ireland's first Climate Commissioner. The SDLP has long championed the creation of an independent office, one that can oversee, scrutinise our collective efforts to meet the climate targets and this Assembly agreed to in 2022. Today marks progress, but also a reminder of how far we have still yet to go, because as I have said before, and no doubt I'll have to say it again and again, our current trajectory, Northern Ireland will not reach net zero until the year 2118. This is not just disappointing, but it's unacceptable for our people and unacceptable for our planet. But above all, unacceptable for our future generations who will pay the price of our inaction. What makes this worse is that we were once ahead of our neighbours, ahead of our counterparts, east and south, in our ambition to tackle climate breakdown, but we've fallen behind. That is a truth that we must face. And Mr Deputy Speaker, it's not all bad news though. Northern Ireland will now be the first region in the UK to establish a Climate Commissioner. This is a significant achievement and it's something we should be proud of. Because while others talk about independent oversight, we are actually putting it into place. This isn't just symbolic, it's structural and it sets us apart. It sends a signal to investors, to communities and to the next generation that Northern Ireland is serious about green transition and that we want to lead. Importantly, placing the Commissioner in the Executive Office will allow this role to operate with the independence it requires, given how cross-cutting the climate challenges spanning DAERA, infrastructure, communities, economy and much more. This separation from departmental silos is essential and now is our chance to act more decisively. The levers we need to deliver a just and green and ambitious transition are all within our grasp, but we must be bold enough to use them. And we must create certainty for our businesses, empower communities and take part in local climate action and ensure that no worker is left behind in this economic transformation. Speaker, as others have said, this is a legal obligation of the Climate Change Act, and I have to say I am somewhat, and I was somewhat surprised on the DUP's position at the committee. It was kind of a little bit come lately. But once again, instead of leading, I fear they are following, and they are following the TUV. And that's not leading, and that's not leadership. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Thank you very much indeed. I call on John Blair.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Like my Alliance colleague who spoke previously, I'm pleased to support these long-awaited regulations which represent, if passed, a significant step forward in our ongoing journey towards a more environmentally sustainable future for Northern Ireland. This appointment, Deputy Speaker, is not merely a legal requirement. The proposed Climate Change Commissioner will play a pivotal role in managing the delivery of our climate policies, advocating for nature recovery and supporting initiatives crucial for the protection of our species, populations, habitats and ecosystems. It is therefore crucial that the regulations before us today can be put in place so that the required progress is made. Deputy Speaker, we have faced instability in our Assembly and subsequent gaps in delivering crucial climate policies, including our pledge to support the appointment of a Climate Commissioner. Some are still trying to delay progress, raising concerns about costs and bureaucratic processes. Such delays and indecision jeopardise Northern Ireland's position in the global effort to protect our environment and, more importantly, the well-being of our communities. We cannot allow hesitation to hinder our progress any further. Let us be clear. Our planet must take precedence over short-term financial concerns. The nominal costs associated with establishing the Commissioner should be viewed through the lens of the long-term benefits of a sustainable environment and what that will yield for communities and for future generations. Unfortunately, some parties, including and very obviously the DUP, continue to voice scepticism about the necessity of a Climate Change Commissioner for Northern Ireland. However, we cannot afford to overlook the scientific consensus on this issue. The UK Climate Change Committee, to be clear, has publicly welcomed the establishment of such a role and has highlighted the urgent need for strong leadership and coordinated action in addressing the climate crisis. That same... I'll give way.
The member has highlighted the fact that others... Sorry, I should thank the member for giving way. The member has highlighted others have raised the issue of costs, and he quite rightly points out the damage to the environment globally. But I think if we look much closer, 30 miles down the road at the gorse fires taking place in County Down and indeed in County Antrim, the cost of not doing the right thing for our environment and our climate will be far more expensive in the long run.
Speaker, I thank the member for the intervention and welcome the example he gave. Now, I could add another one, and I'm sure he would agree. the rise of water temperature in Lough Neagh, and I know that only too well in my constituency. It will probably be played out in the news very soon again this year. But additionally and factually, we should acknowledge, when we're looking at our global responsibilities, net zero targets set by established national governments represent at least 87% of global greenhouse gas emission targets. So there's a crucial part to play in global responsibility as well. To continue, as climate-related events escalate worldwide, the call for urgent action, Deputy Speaker, has never been clearer. It is our collective responsibility to support this draft regulation today, recognising that immediate action is required and further delays are simply not an option. Deputy Speaker, we're more than a quarter of a way through the 21st century, yet the climate crisis remains real and it remains urgent, as world events show us on an increasingly regular basis. It's time now to get on with it.
Thank you, Mr. Blair. I call on Brian Kingston.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And no one in this Assembly doubts the need to be good guardians of our natural environment and to recognise where human activity is causing damage to our environment and to our planet. At every level of society, we need to play our part in reducing harmful emissions, reduce unnecessary waste and to increase recycling. However, the headline commitments in recent climate regulations have been highly aspirational and devoid of a concrete assessment of the policies and proposals which would need to be advanced by departments. Despite this, there is an estimated net cost of £479 million for the carbon budgets to 2037 and £707 million under the revised emission targets for 2040. These are huge sums when we consider the deep financial pressures public services are currently facing. Throughout the advancement of the Climate Change Act in 2022, which was a political compromise in the face of a rival private members' bill from the Green Party that would have gone even further, the DUP sought to protect agriculture and the taxpayer in Northern Ireland from unrealistic demands. We do question the value of establishing a Climate Commissioner at a cost in the region of £1 million per annum, which is not an insignificant sum, and whether such a post will actually contribute anything to what already exists through the Climate Change Committee and the Office for Environmental Protection. It remains our view that given the state of public services, including pressures facing health, education, infrastructure, policing and all others, any business case developed to operationalise the Commissioner's office should not be railroaded through at the expense of projects that are, to all intents and purposes, more important and impactful for people, communities and groups currently facing significant challenges in everyday life. No, I'm going to carry on. There's plenty of speaking time for all. There has been a degree, and we've heard it in this debate, a degree of revisionism in this place as regards to the DUP's position on a Climate Commissioner. The record is clear that we opposed outright the establishment of such a position and voted against a host of amendments which sought to progress this proposal under various guises. During consideration stage of the Climate Change No. 2 Bill, Tom Buchanan made the following points which remain as valid today as they were then. What will an additional body deliver over and above the role of the independent Climate Change Committee? Where are the gaps to justify another body being set up to provide advice that is already being given? And to set this up and fund it will cost us millions with set-up costs, staff costs and running costs. Who will pay the price? Will it be health? Will it be education, policing, or community groups? During the passage of the Act, no thought was given to how a Commissioner would interact with the Climate Change Committee or the Office for Environmental Protection. No financial modelling was provided, and there was no proper consultation or impact assessment. The Climate Change Committee's response to being consulted on these draft regulations for a Climate Commissioner was in part to point out the potential for its role to overlap with any new Climate Commissioner. It beggars belief that we are going down the road of a possible duplication at cost to the public purse when no such office exists in any other region of the United Kingdom. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Deputy Speaker.
I call on Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. A question that I'm often asked when I'm interviewed, particularly by young people, is why I joined the Ulster Unionist Party, not the DUP, and it is for moments such as this. And that's just the honest truth. That's the honest truth. So I'm rising today, and I'm going to speak the truth. I'm going to speak for unionism that is not in denial. It's a unionism that speaks to reality head on. But I will start it off by saying that I am disappointed with the chair of the TEO committee for othering unionism. I'll put that in context, because I asked the chair to clarify her statement when she used the word unionist to describe like a homogenous group of people. Let me tell you, unionists are free thinkers. That's probably why we have a number of parties, is because we're not afraid to speak out on issues as important as this, and I hope that the chair maybe reflects on that. I absolutely will.
Thank you. I suppose the problem that we find sitting on these benches when we look across is that there are very few issues that you vote in a different lobby from other unionist parties. So it's very easy for us to see that you, in many ways, are wrong.
So I thank the member for giving way. The member did not engage with the topic at point. I said about using the word unionist. I would suggest that what maybe someone might want to do is look through Hansard, look through Twitter, and see how many times the word nationalist is used to describe either Sinn Féin or SDLP. I tell you, it's probably zero. But no problem using the word unionist to talk about unionist parties. But anyway, to the matter of the debate today, a unionism that does not cherish the environment or does not speak into the truth of climate change is not strong. I would suggest that it's brittle. When we see the devastation of the wildfires, the scorched fields, the blackened hillsides, the exhausted firefighters, and yet to hear commentary today around the fiscal appropriation of what we are trying to do, where's the depth and where's the sincerity? Let me give you some testimony and some background to why this is important to me. When I joined the fire service in 2000, I think for the first 4 or 5 years, I probably had 3 or 4 grass fires or gorse fires in that total time. There were no major incidents, there were no significant incidents. It happened in small amounts. Now, what there has been in that time worldwide, led most effectively probably in Spain, but we've been speaking into it for quite a few years now, is that the growing propensity, the growing risk and the growing cost of wildfires in Northern Ireland. Now, we've heard... Yes, I'll give away the member, yep.
Add to that, the growing costs of storms, which we've had recently, the growing costs of floods, which we've had, the growing costs associated with the rising temperatures, which has been a contributory factor to the algal bloom in Lough Neagh.
I thank the member for his intervention. I absolutely do agree. Let me set a bit more context for this. Why do I think this is absolutely necessary? For 5 years out of 8, we didn't have any ministerial lead on anything in this country with regard to health, education, wildfires, the climate. Let's not lose sight of ourselves here, guys. If people are going to put their trust in us, do we deserve it? No, they don't. We have no stability here, we have no credibility. That's what we're trying to do. And we're looking here at a body which will still be created, which we can still speak into, which we can still change. But let me tell you this. 1 week, I'll let you in a second. 1 week of a wildfire in Northern Ireland costs more than £1 million. Just for that week. Not for the reparation, not for fixing back, not for building back. What else happens in that week when we are spending at least £1 million on a major incident? We're putting people's lives at risk. One second. I'm very popular today. 1 second. I will let you in because I think this is important to talk about. Genuinely. Okay. So that's £1 million probably per week. There's another cost that nobody's spoken about today, especially when it's in the Mournes. We have 2 dams up there supplying drinking water. How much does it cost after a fire to clean that water? I can tell you the last cost was £890,000 for 1 burn to clean the drinking water. Okay? So let's not... We have to be fiscally appropriate, but let's talk about all the costs that are happening. There was someone wanted... Yeah, go ahead.
I want to thank the member for giving way. Certainly he's very popular this morning in terms of his interventions, and I appreciate this. I mean, I would make a couple of points. The first one is that as far as the wildfires, and they've been talked about this morning, I mean, as far as I understand, those wildfires were set deliberately, and there's an investigation regarding that. On the wider point, though, what I would say is that it's a responsibility of this place to make good decisions, and he's highlighted that this morning. However, we're talking about £1 million here, and I think the point that this party is making is that there are agencies already in place to do this work, right? It's not about climate change. We all agree that this needs to be actioned, but there are agencies in place to do this. And £1 million, Mr. Deputy Speaker, could be invested in school counselling. £1 million could be invested in community in the health core grant funding. And I would reflect to the member that his minister rightfully comes to this chamber and often talks about lack of funding. Short. And I would just say this money could be used elsewhere where it would be used more effectively.
Could the member take a seat?
Thank you.
I've already had a discussion with Mr McGuigan earlier on about sort of stretching the boundaries of it. And there is ample opportunity for you to put your name down if you would so wish to. Do you wish to put your name down? Well, that's fine. We'll keep it nice and short then. Thank you for your intervention, I think.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Listen,
Mr Butler.
The member has his points on the record. I think I've equally set out why that would be penny wise and pound foolish to suggest such a thing, because the member will understand that £1 million is set aside for this purpose. It's not something that a minister can then bid for and then be traded off, because here's the reality. When these are avoidable, wildfires may, and predominantly are set deliberately. But here's the reality. Because of climate change, the fire loading in those mountains and in those grassland areas is significantly worse than it was 20 years ago, 25 years ago and 30 years ago. And I'm glad that the members put on the record that this is not about climate denial. And I hope that some member will speak up and speak into that, because at this point, to be fair, and it's right to be fiscally appropriate, the DUP have centred in around £1 million of funds. Yes, I think Mr Carroll had asked first, but if that's okay.
Thanks, the member. Just in terms of the gorse fires, is the member concerned, obviously, about them happening generally, but also the fact that there's no record being kept of how many occur? I think there's a requirement leading to say whether it should happen at all for farmers to notify before a gorse fire, but beyond 2 applications for consent over the last 5 years, there's no record kept of people notifying the department. Would the member have any concern about that?
I thank the member for raising that, because one of the things that I am frustrated about at the moment is that, to Mr Pooch's credit, the Speaker, he did embark in 2021 on a strategy for tackling these type of incidents, but unfortunately that piece of work still hasn't seen the light of day. And I don't know whether it's political failure. I don't know. We'll need to get to the bottom of it to find out why we haven't actually stepped in. Yes, we'll get the member.
I appreciate the member being generous with his time in this debate. And Mr Kingston posed the question, who will pay the price? Does the member agree that it is communities in the Mournes, not just dealing with this wildfire, but the wildfire in 2021, the previous wildfires in 2011, the previous wildfires in 2004, it is people still dealing with the impact of the floods, and it is ordinary people whose energy bills are going to be going up. They're the people who are going to be paying the price for DUP and others, Cardis, when it comes to this matter.
So I think the member has her points on the record. I think certainly the start of it I could agree with. I think there are legitimate reasons why people should question when we spend £1 million and when we set up an agency, because what we don't want is a body, whether it's arm's length or whether it's totally independent, to be without function and without purpose and actually not have deliverables. So the outcomes would be really important, but the impacts are on our communities. The impacts are in our areas where for instance, in the Mournes, it's retained firefighters who provide the cover there. They don't have full-time fire stations there. These are men and women who are pulled out of their everyday jobs to spend 16 or 18 hours up a mountain, and then the impact on their family, the businesses there, is probably not even captured. I'm going to let Mr Blair in, actually. That's all right.
Deputy Speaker, I want to thank the member who's been incredibly patient this morning. I'm going to ask him 2 things in this intervention. First of all, does he feel, and I hope he doesn't mind me asking this, does he feel some of what we're hearing today from the DUP is a bit rich, considering this is a party who thought it was okay to spend around or over £250,000 on magnetic pouches for a very limited number of school kids? Secondly, he's covered the cost of doing nothing very well indeed. So on that theme, would he agree that apart from the cost of doing nothing being much more expensive in the longer term, is it not also the case that the Climate Commissioner could play a vital role in ensuring public funds are best spent in a coordinated and targeted way?
I thank the member for his input. Listen, fiscal appropriation should be the concern of all of the ministries, all of the departments and all of the members in here, and I've no issue with that. But in reality, when we're faced with what we've been faced with over this last couple of weeks, and we've all spoken on this, we've all made comment on it, this is something that is avoidable. I know that some people say about it being deliberate burning, but there's a package of work that we can embark on in regard to it. But I do think the Climate Commissioner can play and the Climate Commission can play a specific role in that. And why would it be important to Northern Ireland? Because, well, Northern Ireland should set the standard for everything, Mr Deputy Speaker. We shouldn't be behind the ball when it comes to protecting our environment, cherishing our environment, and being the lead voice in making Northern Ireland the place that it should be. And part of it is protecting our inbuilt environment and heritage, not to mention the impact on our wildlife, and not to demonise anyone in particular, but we need to get on with this at pace. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. And going by the debate so far, I have no doubt that the regulations before this House will be approved, but I do want to welcome that after I started raising questions on the 19th of March, DUP colleagues have joined me in making similar points the following week in committee. Regardless of the motive, there are good reasons for opposing this regulation. Northern Ireland will be the first region in the UK to have its very own Climate Commissioner. When we look at all the things we fall behind on, I do have to ask, why are we taking the lead on this? Importantly, the TEO Committee has received evidence that the Commissioner will require a budget of around £1 million per annum. It's estimated that the Commissioner will have 15 staff. I contrast that with other important bodies such as Intertrade UK, which has an independent budget of 0 and an independent staff of 0. No one used the appointment of a Climate Commissioner as a reason to get this place up and running. But some unionists did claim that Intertrade UK was in that category. I would like to ask those who champion climate alarmism some fundamental questions. I have 4 questions, and we have a number of speakers who have rightly come in interventions. So I think if any of them want to come in and answer my questions as we go round, I'm happy to give way. So can you provide any data on the impact of Northern Ireland on climate change? So I'll look at Mr McGuigan, I'll look at Mr Stewart, I'll look at Mr Butler, Mr Blair, if anybody wants to get up and give me that detail. Go on ahead.
Okay. So in terms of the Northern Ireland specific, we have a standalone fire and rescue service. Okay? It's a unique one on these islands. Every fire and rescue service in Great Britain, Scotland, Wales relies on the support of other services. We don't. Okay? We're standalone. So when we have these spate incidents, which are happening with more greater regularity and greater ferocity, and it's unarguable that this is down to climate change, why would we not use the data that we have, which is our data, and respond accordingly to it to protect our own environment?
Mr Butler, we have changes in climate. My goodness, we had the medieval warm period. Was it a renegade step that the Vikings didn't come forward with a Climate Commissioner to sort out all their problems? We've had the Thames freezing. These are natural cycles. Natural cycles. Absolutely. Go on ahead, Mr Butler.
So the member's strategy is to simply do nothing. We can do something, but the member's strategy is to do nothing. What sort of politics is that?
We've already heard in the debate that we have a body that can oversee and look at these issues. Mr Butler isn't. He's denying the fact that there is climate. It comes and it goes, and there is changes. Ms McLaughlin.
Member give way. Mr Gaston, you rose in the House last week wanting green transition. You wanted Ballymena to be a hub, a hydrogen hub, because of the climate change and the transition. So no, you can't have one. You can't have that one day and have nothing the next day. Climate change is either happening, it is a crisis, or it isn't. You can't just pick and choose your fights.
As I said in the House last week, Mrs McLaughlin, indeed you were in the chamber at the time, I recognise where the economy is going, so I will make no apologies for championing North Antrim and championing Wrightbus to deliver new buses. But my goodness, we haven't heard anybody come up with a fact and figure before us here today to tell us what the benefit will be of this Climate Commissioner. So, question number 2. Yes, go on ahead, Mr Blair.
I'll give him a figure. The water temperature of Lough Neagh has risen by over 1 degree. You've seen the consequences of that. That has been a contributing factor, not the only factor, but certainly a contributing factor. But separately, in terms of global responsibility, and I would really like the member to respond with his global responsibility, the global south, which has undeniably contributed far less to climate change than industrialised and developed areas, is in a situation where millions of people are already facing displacement from their home because of rising sea levels. Can the member define for the House his global responsibility in terms of that?
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I'm here to talk about Northern Ireland. Yes, the Minister talks about 1 degree, but he also fails to take into account about the mass amounts of sewage that is being deposited into Lough Neagh that also has a big effect on blue-green algae, also has an effect on the quality of our drinking water. So we will go on to the next question. So how are we to access the success of this Commissioner? Nope, nobody. Take me up on that one. We'll move on to the next one. What will be the change in global temperatures if he or she is the most successful Commissioner that we could possibly have?
I understand, Deputy Speaker, slightly better than medieval warming.
Is that an intervention? I have no idea, Mr Blair, if you're pointing
Mr Blair.
Ah, yes, go.
No,
I'll give way. Take to your feet. Take to your feet.
Here.
Do you want to come in, Mr Blair? No, nothing. That's okay. I've given you the opportunity. So if the UK was fortunate enough to have the most excellent Climate Commissioner in all 4 nations, what would the impact be on the global scale and global temperatures be? So all those climate alarmists, all those with facts and figures, once again, give way. Ms McLaughlin, you're smiling, anybody? Officials weren't able to answer them questions in committee. MLAs? No? No, then we'll move on. Unless and until that those questions can be answered, then this project has to be questionable. Yesterday, the Finance Minister in this House told me that we'd have to examine the case put forward by the Chief Constable for the PSNI to get more funding. Who has examined the case for a Climate Commissioner against the impact the Commissioner will have on the climate? I dare say nobody. I put it to the House that there are many more worthy causes which should be ahead of the Climate Commissioner for this money. I also want to explore some fundamental factual issues around Commissioners. In the TEO Committee, we were told that the suggested budget of £1 million was based on what one would expect a Commissioner's office to cost. The TEO Committee has recently been looking at issues related to historical child abuse. We have a Commissioner for historical institutional childhood abuse. From what I have seen, she's doing a very good job and is an excellent fit for the role. Does she have a budget of £1 million? What was her budget to highlight the work and to look out for victims outside of Northern Ireland? Was it anywhere close to £1 million taking it in? Absolutely not. I would like the Minister, when she is addressing and summons up, to pick me up on that point. So furthermore, I'd like to contrast the powers of the Commissioner with those of the Commissioner for Ulster Scots and Ulster British tradition. The Climate Commissioner who will take up office should these regulations pass will have powers to, according to Section 4. So what do? Provide advice and make recommendations, undertake or commission research, publish reports, publish advice and recommendations, and publish other relevant information. When I compare that to Section 3 of the Identity and Language Act 2022, I discover the Commissioner for the Ulster Scots and Ulster British tradition has no powers to make these recommendations, no powers to commission research or publish material pertaining to his or her office, similar to the Climate Change Commissioner. Whether it's on budget or in relation to powers, it would seem that some commissioners appear to be more equal than others. Members, we all have a responsibility to steward our environment and pass it on to the next generation in better shape than we got it. Happy to give way to Mr Donnelly.
There is worldwide scientific consensus that climate change is happening and is man-made, resulting from the burning of fossil fuels. Organisations such as NASA, the Royal Society and the Met Office are all very, very clear on this. Does the member know better than them?
So, once again, I ask the member regarding Northern Ireland, what difference will this Commissioner make here in Northern Ireland? So what will
members,
£1
Mr Donnelly, behave. Okay? Through the chair, we're having a fruitful debate, and I'm allowing a degree of movement on it because there are many people who have some considerable views. What I will not tolerate is shouting across the aisles like that. Not in this place. This isn't the Doyle. Over to you, Mr Gaston.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. A very good point that you have raised about the Doyle and the conduct of such members. You wouldn't get that in Stormont, may I just say. But in summing up, we all hear well and good about this Commissioner and what they're going to do. I will make a point that I made at committee. Once this Commissioner is in place, I believe that by extra bureaucracy will go in business. Mr Butler is the Chairman for Agriculture. My goodness, once the Climate Commissioner comes into place in Northern Ireland, it's going to be a devastating impact on our agri.
Thank the member for taking intervention, and clearly the member is obviously a climate change denier, so accept that there. Yeah. But one point I will make is that the agri-food industry is so important to here, right? And if this region is labelled as a region which isn't fulfilling our global commitments in regards to climate change, compared to other regions, does the member accept that that will have a devastating impact on our agri-food industry because customers internationally will vote with their feet?
Well, what the net zero bill done that was passed through this place when it was rushed out the door at the end of the last mandate was basically putting a knife through a lot of our agri-industry. In years to come, our stock numbers will be slashed. And this Commissioner, I have no doubt, will add extra burden on that. Yeah.
Has the member been following at all the legislation that the Minister Muir is introducing? The Department are introducing measures whereby we can meet our targets without slicing the national herd.
I hope that's a commitment when this new Commissioner comes in, that that's not something indeed they'll be looking at. But to bring this segment to an end, the people that are best placed to look after our environment is indeed our farmer. And that's what they've done very well for the last number of years. No farmer wants to go out to damage the landscape. They want to have the most efficient landscape and the best shape they can have the best produce that they can produce. So I would take no slight against the agricultural industry in this place. And indeed, at every opportunity, I will rise to stick up for the farmer. One more.
We accept the importance of farmers. They're custodians of the countryside. 75% of the land here is farmed. But does the member accept that if this region is considered a region which does not meet its global responsibilities towards climate change and environment, that will actually have a detrimental impact on our farmers in terms of marketing their produce on the international stage?
As we have already heard, we have a body, an oversight UK-wide body, that is in charge of all this. Why Northern Ireland thinks that it knows best, that to go away and create an empire of 15 additional staff to put bureaucracy above and beyond what there already is something that I certainly don't believe it's not the best use. Mr Buckley.
Thank the member for giving way. Would he agree with me that when we hear voices in this chamber talking about the protection of Northern Ireland agriculture and how that, if we didn't comply with targets or didn't meet the vast swathes of regulations in relation to climate change, that in some way we would be at a loss? When places like China a number of years ago were building 2 new coal plants per week. So can I ask the member, getting back to the substance, what does he feel that a climate commissioner specifically to Northern Ireland would benefit the Northern Ireland public?
Thank you very much, Mr Buckley, and I hope throughout the duration of my speech that I don't believe they'll bring anything To Northern Ireland. I don't think they bring any benefit. All I believe they will bring is bureaucracy and more headaches for business and our agri-industry. So I'm very happy when it comes to the end. If I'm the only one to believe the DUP hopefully will divide the House in this, and I certainly will be voting against this Commissioner. It's not the right time. There's no need for the post, and this £1 million will be better off spent elsewhere.
Mr. Gasson. Mr. Carroll.
I think the previous contribution would have been a good comedy act if the issue wasn't so serious in terms of the future of the planet and life on it itself. And obviously, there is a need for a robust climate commissioner with teeth to act and enforce a change of policy and action. But I remain unconvinced that this legislation will actually achieve this. The legislation, Deputy Speaker, states that the Commissioner will provide advice and recommendations to departments here on how to manage the transition to a net zero economy. Advice and recommendations, that is all they are allowed to do. I would obviously ask the obvious question, will the Executive actually act on these recommendations, which is a question other activists will be asking as well. The report provided also, Deputy Speaker, states that, and I'm quoting here, the priority should be to determine clearly the nature of the Commissioner's role and then to ensure that the functions and powers provided for are suitable to deliver the role effectively. We recognise that the Act is limited as to what it says around the Commissioner's duties, so the draft regulations may not be the best place for providing such detail. Not quite coming out of the traps fighting, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to put it mildly. And in terms of the role of the Commissioner, it also states that the Commissioner will, to go back to my earlier point, provide advice and recommendations to departments on how to manage the transition to a net zero economy. And as part of that, I emphasise this point, it will be important that the Commissioner engage with a range of stakeholders, whether it be the farming community, businesses or the community sector here. They will have to engage across the board. It may sound innocuous stuff on first glance, but I believe that this will give cover to an action as it's presented at the farming community as opposed to this, that and the other, even though most farmers are actually needing and wanting to see climate action despite protests from the big agri sector. And also, given what we've heard from one Executive Party, I'm concerned that the Executive has the power to also include a clause to allow the office to continue in the function in the event of a vacancy or defect in the appointment or reappointment. So if somebody leaves the Commissioner role because they're prevented from acting by the DUP or anybody else, how do we know that the person fulfilling that role will be operating independently? And I would question whether the regulations in place are allowing fairness to take hold. I think there's more questions than clarity on this in terms of legislation. I'd also urge the First Minister and Executive to move at speed to ensure there's an independent EPA and the legislation comes through urgently. I think despite important legislation passed in 2022, Deputy Speaker, it's clear that this Executive is moving at a snail's pace whilst the planet heats up. We've had the hottest years on record. That's the evidence that people should be referring to and looking at. Hottest years on record over the last 10 years or so. We're seeing extreme weather patterns in summer and winter. Climate change will lead to devastation across the world, here as well, but particularly for poor people in the global south. And I care about those people if some in this house don't. Locally, we have continuous environmental destruction, habitat destruction, gorse fires, unsafe and unhealthy meat farming, waste dumping, be that in Mourne or in our waters, Lough Neagh, Belfast, Lough and elsewhere. So we'll certainly not oppose this legislation, but my concern, Deputy Speaker, is the lack of action that will probably come from the Commissioner's role being established, and I'll be happy to be proven wrong on that point.
Thank you very much indeed. And I call on the First Minister to conclude and wind on the debate. First Minister.
Thank you, Lachlan Corley, and thanks to many of the members for their sensible contributions to this debate. In some ways, it's a repeat of the debate that we had back in 2022, and I want to pick up on some of the points that were raised today. But I think it would be very short-sighted for anybody to have this debate today not very conscious and acutely aware that the Mournes are on fire, that Lough Neagh is in crisis, that flooding is becoming an everyday reality for many people. That is a climate crisis in action. That is what's happening all around us, and we have a moral duty and a responsibility to do something, and to do something with urgency. This isn't a choice. This is absolutely a necessity. So for all those that contributed positively to the debate, I thank you for that. And I think that, and I also welcome the fact that many members of the House have indicated that they will vote for the regulations today. But I will say it's an absolute dereliction of duty for the members of the DUP to vote against this, particularly given the crisis that we face right now. It's actually illogical, completely illogical, and I go further to concur with some of the language that's been used today in terms of being bizarre and being peculiar in terms of the approach. This is something that I'm bringing on behalf of the Executive Office today, and I want to pick up on some of the points that were made by members as part of the debate itself. And I think, again, to re-emphasise, the Commissioner itself will have a crucial role to play in terms of helping us to achieve net zero. But first, because in the first instance, it's going to hold us all to account. It's going to ensure that we all play our part and we all deliver on our promises that were made. And I think the Chair of the Committee made that point, that we all have a part to play. Every department has a part to play. Every agency has a part to play. But I think the significance of the Commissioner will be that it will provide that independent advice to all departments on how we all go about meeting our own climate change targets in a way that responds to the needs of our communities. There were a number of points made in terms of why, because we all voted for this legislation. That's why, and because it is a necessity to do this piece of work. The remit of the Commissioner itself was brought forward by Minister Poots, the then DAERA Minister, and that was what we are voting on here today. Go ahead.
Sorry for giving way. First Minister, did the Deputy First Minister make it clear anywhere in the Executive what type of Commissioner she and her party would be supportive of?
So, as I've said, I'm bringing this legislation on behalf of the Joint Office, on behalf of the Executive Office, and I'm going to pick up just in terms of the role of the Commissioner, because it is already prescribed. It's in legislation, so that is what the Commissioner will have to do. However, I think there'll be more work to be done there. But I mean, some people have questioned the value of such a Commissioner whenever elsewhere perhaps this isn't the case. The value is that it gives us a local lens. It's in addition to other things that are already there. So I think it actually can only be of an advantage to ourselves, because people refer to the fact that there's a Climate Change Committee, which is fine, which is grand, we can lean into that. However, the local lens, I think, will be that additional value, and I think will also allow us to address any particular challenges that we have here. Members have referred to the budget, that it will cost in terms of the Commissioner itself. I mean, it's already been said it's going to cost in around £1 million. That's pretty much the average kind of cost of setting up any new arm's length body. That's money well spent for all the reasons that many members have very eloquently referred to here today. I think that the cost of doing nothing is much, much more, and that's why it's essential that we get on and do this work. It is going to take a bit more time. I mean, we moved the regulations today. This is the outworking of the 22 legislation, but then it is going to take another period of time in order to get the Commissioner up and running, and also to address some of the outstanding issues that have been identified. But this is not about duplication. This is very much about taking the role of the Commissioner, that local lens, the role that it will play in holding us all to account. However, it will also complement things that are already happening, because within the legislation itself, DAERA, there's a lot of responsibilities fall under that department, and we've already seen some progress around some of those areas. We have the Loughney Action Plan, we have the first Environmental Improvement Plan, we are, and DAERA are working towards the Just Transition Commission. They're going to have to work in tandem with other agencies out there, so there's going to have to be memorandums of understanding around how do they work with other bodies, Waterways Ireland, Utility Regulator, the Environmental Agency. I think there's a huge amount of work to be worked out over the course of the period ahead as we get this up and running. I think someone asked the question about knocking out the consultation. I don't think he's in the chamber actually now, but the point that I wanted just to offer up in terms of that is that because the definition of what is included in the Commissioner's office is already defined in the piece of legislation from 2022, ordinarily in this instance you would go out to consult, but because there is limited policy discretion, it wasn't deemed that it was necessary. However, those functions can be added to in the future by way of regulation, and perhaps that's something we'll revisit here in the future. So I suppose just to say, after these regulations have been affirmed here in the Assembly, and I'm assuming by those that have indicated they will be voting for, we will move on to the next step, and that is to fully establish this Commissioner, to have it up and running, to allow the TEO officials then to work and to resolve any outstanding issues in terms of the Section 50 of the Climate Change Act? Sure.
Thank you. I thank the First Minister for giving way. I just think it's important to put on record that the First Minister is indeed responding in this debate on behalf of the Office of First Minister and Deputy First Minister. I do think it's important to distance myself from some of the personal remarks that the First Minister has indicated today in response to this debate. I'm sure those around the House will understand fully that there are a range of different views, and of course on many of those issues referred to there by the First Minister, there is a different view between the Office of First Minister and Deputy First Minister. This is being moved forward because we recognise that this is a legal requirement on the Office of First and Deputy First Minister. My concern is entirely, as indicated previously in questions of last week, in terms of the cost of this, the reasoning for doing this right now, the added value to this in terms of the UK-wide Climate Change Committee at a time where we are under significant financial pressure on our public services. That is my position. I've articulated it, but I do want to put on record there is a difference of views, but we are moving forward because this is a legal obligation, and until this House amends the legislation, that will remain a legal obligation.
So the Deputy First Minister has her personal view on the record. I undertook to bring this forward, not because, well, in one sense because it is a legal duty, but it's a moral duty. Folks, this is a moral duty. We have to do this. And I am absolutely determined to work with others to ensure that that is the case. So I want to thank members for the contributions throughout the debate. And I think that establishing this body is going to take a bit of time, and we have a bit of a road to go in terms of being able to refine everything and make sure we have it up and running and how that works and how it interacts with all the other bodies. But we have to do this. We have to protect this world for future generations. Someone mentioned earlier about going to school assemblies or talking to young kids. This is about their future. This is about the world they live in. This is about what it looks like and how it feels like for them. So I think that we should all commit to working together and to acknowledge the reality that climate change is, in fact, our reality, and we are living in those times, and we must do something about it. So thank you very much.
Very much indeed, First Minister, and thank you very much indeed, ladies and gentlemen, for an entertaining debate. The question is that the draft Northern Ireland Climate Commissioner Regulations Northern Ireland 2025 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All those contrary? No. Timing wise. Yeah, okay. Clear the lobby. The question will be put in 3 minutes. Order. Members will resume their seats. The question is that the draft Northern Ireland Climate Commissioner Regulations Northern Ireland 2025 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contraries? No. Do we have tellers? Order. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Anya Murphy and Aoife Finnegan. Tellers for the noes are Brian Kingston and Harry Harvey. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Secure the doors. Order. Members will resume their seats. Minister. Mr. Stewart. Thank you. Clerk, could you please read the results?
70 members voted, 51 members voted aye, 19 members voted no. The motion is carried.
Thank you. Unfasten the doors. The motion is carried. The next item of business is the Business Committee has arranged to meet. Oh, it's just started. I propose, therefore, by leave of the Assembly, to suspend the sitting until 2 p.m.
The Assembly is suspended. Thank you. Done. Happy? Thanks, everybody. Thank you.
Assembly Chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly Chamber.
The sitting's resumed. Question 8's been withdrawn. So questions to the Minister of Health. I call David Brooks. Minister.
Percutaneous endoscopic gastrostomy insertion for children and young people is a very complex procedure. It requires specialist clinical and nursing input, that is prior to, during and post-procedure. Officials have been working with Belfast Trust to identify measures in order to address this. The Trust scheduled additional clinics and theatre sessions to reduce paediatric waiting times, and additional PEG procedures have occurred. The Trust now have weekly lists to carry out PEG insertions. Belfast Trust explored the potential for another NHS body to carry out the procedure and indeed approached the private sector to see if we could address some of the backlog. An NHS provider has outlined they will be able to carry out some procedures. South Eastern Trust are also in position to carry out some less complex procedures. However, the private sector is not an option. I assure members, officials in the department as well as colleagues in Belfast Trust are working hard to deal with the issue, but given the ongoing pressures on the service and demand for theatre capacity, this will mean this will not be solved immediately. We'll continue to assess and gauge progress, the aim to ensure all children and young people receive the care they require as quickly as possible. The actions that have happened and are planned are having tangible impacts on the waiting list.
Assembly Chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly. Assembly Chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly Chamber.
Microphones are working just yet? Oh, they are now. Minister, whilst the Regional Trauma Network has played an important role in supporting victims and survivors of the Troubles, can the Minister provide his view on whether the network's current capacity and resources are adequate to meet the needs of those affected, especially in light of the complex and long-term nature of the trauma experienced by those victims during Northern Ireland's Troubles?
Minister.
Well, as I was saying, the RTN was set up specifically for victims and survivors of the conflict, and it was agreed during the Stormont House talks by Martin McGuinness, by Peter Robinson, by all the party leaders involved in those talks. But then officials made the point that the National Health Service has to be open to all. And you can't have an NHS or an HSC service which is limited to a specific number of people. And so the compromise was to have this first phase, which is to run for a minimum of 3 years, phase 1 being specifically targeted at victims and survivors of the conflict. They have a waiting list, and I think that answers the member's question in that the capacity is not there to deal with every single victim and survivor who wants to come forward and ask for help in terms of the trauma that they suffered and continue to suffer as a consequence of the conflict. But could you put that resource in place? I think it would be just too big an ask. And on top of that, at some point there has to be a phase 2, which opens it up further to comply with what the officials were saying back in the day, that you cannot have a National Health Service that is limited to a specific group of the population. The phase 1, that period of at least three years, it takes us just to April of next year, so we're only kind of 12 months away from a decision. But I think the decision doesn't have to be to just open it up to everybody. I think we may look at a graduated move towards opening it up, because, to get back to the member's question, the capacity is always going to struggle to meet demand.
2 minutes is up. Minister Orley Flynn.
Thank the Minister for those answers. So, Minister, in terms of phase 2 approaching, would he be confident that the Regional Trauma Network could be protected for the people that it was designed for, which is victims and survivors? And it's something I raised with the Deputy First Minister the other day in terms of the wider victims strategy also.
Well, I thank the member for her question. I very much acknowledge her ongoing interest in this area and in the broad field of mental health, suicide prevention. As I say, I think April 2023 is the appropriate time to start the clock on phase 1. So April 26 is the period when 3 years are up. But I go back to the fact it is a period of at least 3 years, not of 3 years. And certainly in talking to those groups, Relatives for Justice, the Ely Centre, South East Fermanagh Federation, the 6 or 7 groups who were always involved in the co-design of this, extreme concern. I would not put it, I don't think that's over-egging it to say there is extreme concern about opening it up and therefore diluting it in terms of what it can do for their service users. So I'm very aware of that, and I will work hard to try and protect it, because it was my idea, and the idea was to work for the victims and survivors of the conflict.
Justin McNulty.
Which can't call it. Thank God your mic is now working. No pun intended. Boom, boom. Minister, we are told that many young people aged 18 to 24 are experiencing trauma resulting from threats, violence and paramilitary threats. This isn't a legacy issue. This is now. What work has been done with the Justice Minister to prevent such violence and support these young people who have been affected?
Minister.
I think I'm suffering from trauma from your sense of humour. We have a number of strategies in play. If you were referring particularly to people suffering trauma and indeed community coercive control as a result of paramilitary groups, is that where you are? Then yes, well, there's tackling paramilitarism. There's a lot happening. Justice is leading on it, but I think it is a whole executive response. I mean, I represent the town of Newton Ards, very proud to represent it. Some fantastic people live in that town, but I also have to accept if you go down there and you look at the murals, every shade of loyalist paramilitarism is represented there. And I am aware, particularly in the concentrated housing areas like the West Winds and some of those other areas, that there is coercive control going on from paramilitary groups. And they've been on ceasefire for over 30 years, which means they've been on ceasefire longer than they were active, not that they should ever have been active. So the question remains, why do they still exist 30 years after they declared ceasefires? And they exist for a number of reasons. And it's some people lining their pockets, and it's other people exercising that coercive control over communities that I represent, that many people in this House represent, and it's time to stop it. So we cannot exercise ourselves in terms of what we do to try and give the people who live in towns like Newton Ards the ability to grow up, live and express themselves and enjoy themselves as freely as possible.
Declan McAl.
Question 4.
Minister.
I thank the member for his ongoing interest. I'm aware of the frustrations and the concerns being raised locally, and he is getting that in his office. I met with the GP partners and their staff at the health centre in Carrickmore back in December, 4th of December last. I fully recognise that there is a huge need to invest in primary care to support the reform agenda and to stabilise primary care. Capital investments required to modernise and maintain that service and to ensure the estate's fit for purpose to enable service delivery. Now, since financial year 2018-19, around 38 million of capital has been invested through the Primary Care Infrastructure Development Programme, that's in GP premises, and that includes investment in accommodation for primary care and multidisciplinary team purposes. Carrickmore is a large practice, 5 GPs, practice support staff, approximately 10,000 patients. And due to the growing size, it's now operating out of a space which is below its capacity requirements and indeed below the Department of Health recommended schedules of accommodation for a practice of that size. Approximately 70,000 has been invested in the existing premises in the last financial year, 24-25. That, of course, is only an interim solution to address immediate pressures. Work has also commenced to address the longer-term needs of the practice, and that's in the form, potentially, of a new build. Initial engagement commenced in October last year between my department, the Western Trust and the Carrickmore practice, and they have begun together to scope the project. It will be subject, of course, to the usual business case approvals. Timing will be dependent on the outcome of that process and, of course, approval of funding through the department's overarching capital plan. But I would be keen that we move towards a new build for Carrickmore.
Mr. McAl.
I welcome the Minister's response, and I also welcome the fact that he took the time to come to Carrickmore. And you know, Minister, this is a very vast rural area which brings a lot of issues to do with isolation and accessibility. And I suppose the question that what people would ask me is, Minister, what would be the timeline? What's the next steps, and what would be the timeline when we might see capital investment and hopefully a new build in Carrickmore of a new health centre?
Minister.
Well, I just want to emphasise, I did go in December. Great people, very dedicated people, but working in a building which is long past being fit for purpose. Don't have enough space, rooms are too small, they're just making do. And I do say, you know, you need buildings, you need equipment, you need medicines and workforce, and I always prioritise the workforce, but in this case the building just is not good enough. So we're currently at the very start of scoping the project, so I'm afraid it will be a number of years before the building will be delivered, and that's based on similar schemes that leads me to conclude it could be the region of 3 to 5 years. Timing will be dependent on a number of factors, as you can imagine: site availability, ease of obtaining planning permission, tendered costs, everything being affordable within our capital budget. So I'm not in a position to provide a cost estimate at this point. Definitive timings, definitive costs depend on the outcome of the engagement on the design process and confirmation on the availability of funding through our capital plan. But the project will be subject to the usual business case approvals, and that will include any potential revenue costs as well as the capital. But I am very much minded, I would very much like to see a successful and a speedy completion of this project.
Neil McLaughlin.
Number 5, please.
Mr.
The Patient Safety Commissioner for England, Dr. Henrietta Hughes, made recommendations on redress for those who were harmed by both pelvic mesh implants and the medicine sodium valproate in the Hughes report. The Hughes report was published on the 7th of February last. Dr. Hughes's remit was specifically for England, but it's acknowledged patients from across the UK have been affected by these issues. The 3 devolved administrations are awaiting consideration and assessment from the Department of Health and Social Care in London. However, the UK Government has not yet formally responded to the Hughes report, and a UK Government decision on redress has not been taken. I very much regret that those who have been harmed by both pelvic mesh and sodium valproate have had to wait so long on clarity around the way forward in response to that report. I wrote to Baroness Merrin, who's the Parliamentary Under-Secretary of State for Patient Safety, Women's Health and Mental Health at the DHSC, and I requested an update on the consideration of the Hughes report recommendations, and I've sought assurances that consultation with the devolved administrations will take place in a timely manner and in advance of any UK Government decisions. Baroness Merrin responded the UK Government is carefully considering the report, and that's before coming to a decision. She recognises any response by the UK Government is likely to have implications for the devolved administrations, and she said she's keen to work closely with officials right across the UK in considering the report's recommendations. She's provided assurance that my officials and I will be engaged in a timely manner and in advance of any UK Government response. The approach to redress in Northern Ireland will be informed by the UK Government position, and as I say, that is not yet determined.
Ms. McLaughlin.
Thank you, Minister, for your answer. As you know, lives have been devastated by the complications of the vaginal mesh. One of my constituents is facing up to almost £30,000 to access mesh removal, a burden that is financially and emotionally crippling. In light of cases like this, will you commit to commissioning a review into the care and support available to women harmed by vaginal mesh to ensure that they have safe, accessible and fully funded pathways to have the mesh removed?
Minister.
I thank the member for her follow-up question and her concern, which I would share. The numbers in Northern Ireland have to be determined. And, you know, I'm not hiding behind the fact that we're waiting for the Department of Health in London to respond definitively to the Hughes report. But I think it's important that the 4 devolved administrations go forward together on this, because I think if you start doing things differently, then you sow potentially the seeds of division amongst people who are suffering in England, Scotland, Wales and here. So I'm very open to what the member is suggesting, and I will make that part of my consideration. But I'm afraid I think that the next step is to wait for the UK Government to respond to Hughes.
Dan Armstrong.
Thank you, Minister, for your response. Minister, a group sometimes overlooked on the issue of surgical mesh are men. Can you detail what engagement there has been to address the issue of hernia mesh?
Half a minute, Minister.
Right, I need half a minute to get to the answer here, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for her question. We've been engaging with the campaign group Hernia Mesh Awareness NI in relation to the Hughes report on redress, and this includes surgical mesh for men. So I would like to assure the member that it is on our, not just on our agenda, but action is being taken to scope out and to understand and to react appropriately to those men who have suffered in this area.
Moving on to topical questions, call Colin McGrath.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to acknowledge the hard work and dedication and bravery of our whole time, and especially retained firefighters from across the Mournes and beyond, in particular Newcastle, Kilkeel, Downpatrick, Warrenpoint and Rathryland in my constituency, who have fought and are fighting the gorse fires that have occurred over the past week. Would you join me, Minister, in commending their commitment and bravery in putting out the fires and protecting our communities and our natural environment?
Minister. I very much welcome the opportunity to join the member in paying tribute to the members of the Northern Ireland Fire and Rescue Service who have been tireless in recent days, manually beating down the fires in the Mournes. I will visit them. I do want to go and show my appreciation and my admiration for them. But as this situation is still live, I think it would be inappropriate, it would in fact be a distraction if I were to go down in my ministerial capacity at this stage. But that should not diminish from my absolute gratitude for what they've done to protect life and to try and preserve that very important area of Northern Ireland.
McGrath.
Would the Minister agree with me that after the last set of wildfires in the Mournes in 2021, we were promised a wildfire management plan and a Mournes wildfire strategy, which were to be delivered between the Departments of Finance and the Departments of Agriculture, and that the lack of progress on these matters has literally fuelled the fire and put our firefighters, our communities and our natural environment at grave risk?
Minister. The member for his follow-up. I'm not sure I would agree that it has fuelled the fire, but I do think, like I'm sure every member of this House, we would like to see a wildfire management plan, a wildfire management strategy, and I know that the current Minister in the Department of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs shares that ambition, and I think is pressing officials to bring forward proposals. I know he has had a particular difficulty in that nobody tendered in terms of delivering the wildfire management plan. But it's not as if nothing has happened. I think the NIEA have had new vehicles which have been helping to tackle the fires in the Mournes today. You point out many, many times that there's disagreement between members of executive parties in this chamber, so I don't think it's my responsibility to criticise any other executive member. That falls to yourself, Mr. Arath, as a member of the opposition. But I do agree it would be nice to see those things executed after all these years, and I have faith that the Minister in Dara will actually do that.
Kelly Armstrong.
Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Minister, as you know, family practitioners like GPs, community pharmacists, dentists and opticians, I'm not going to say the other word, have estimated that the increases to the employer's national insurance contributions and minimum wages for this year will be £36.5 million, and that you have been allocated there has been an allocation of £3.5 million to assist with that. I believe at last Thursday's Health Committee you'd mentioned that you were going to try to make up the shortfall. How do you intend to do that?
Minister.
Well, thank the member for her question. I'm very sympathetic to this because this was an unexpected and additional burden that has been placed on opticians, GPs, pharmacists and the rest. And yes, within the budget, the Minister for Finance has informed me that £3.5 million is being contributed to what we think is going to be a £36 million challenge. That's within the broader challenge where we still believe that despite the additional money, the extra £50 million for waiting lists, that the overall budget for the Department of Health is around £400 million short of what we need in terms of delivering all services. But that means there are going to have to be priorities, there are going to have to be decisions made. And once again, I return to the fact that without a workforce, everything else is as nothing. And so for me to try and do everything I can to try and close that gap in terms of the additional costs of national insurance is something that I want to do before I do many other things.
I think ophthalmologist is the word you're looking for. So, Ms. Armstrong.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You're absolutely right. Minister, thank you for your answer. But do you accept that the Department of Health is effectively asking then GPs, pharmacists, pharmacy owners, dentists and opticians to absorb the cost, and actually they're going to close the gap through personal finances.
I'm afraid you failed in your audition to become Health Minister, but that's the way it goes. I don't accept that at the moment because I think it is just too early. We're still in the foothills of how we're going to carve out the health budget, because it is, after all, over £8.4 billion. And despite the fact there's a £400 million gap, and I don't wish to underestimate the severity of that, I tend to be a glass half full sort of person. And I will be working with the new Permanent Secretary and with senior members of staff within the department, senior officials, to see what can be done. And certainly trying to avoid individuals having to put their hand in their own pocket to cover these costs is a motivation for me.
Deborah Erskine.
And I thank the Minister for his answer so far. Following on from Ms Armstrong's question, this is an important issue because this will affect everybody here in Northern Ireland, because in this chamber we've talked quite a bit of shrinkages that may be happening with practices, and I want to ask specifically, when will support kick in from your department? Have you taken their case to the Treasury, and have you been working with your counterparts elsewhere in the rest of the UK to make sure that, that the issue is dealt with fully?
Thank the member for her question. What I did was write to Wes Streeting, the Secretary of State at the Department of Health and Social Care, and also communicated with the then Finance Minister, Kiva Archibald. So I think there, and indeed the three devolved administrations in Wales, Scotland and here have been liaising. So yes, I think there is a concerted approach to try and make the Treasury aware of just how serious this is, particularly in primary and community care.
Mrs Erskine.
Thank the Minister for his answer. Community pharmacy and primary care, as I have said, is very important for everybody. The Minister will remember I did do an adjournment debate on the shrinkage within NHS dentistry in Fermanagh and South Tyrone. We could see further shrinkage and decline and closure. Has your department done any assessment of what this will mean for rural constituencies like mine in Fermanagh and South Tyrone, where health inequalities are actually higher for many different factors?
Minister.
Well, the member will be aware that tackling health inequalities is a key focus for me. It is something that I have communicated to officials and more broadly in the health and social care system, and I think it has been very well received. So we are starting within two urban areas in terms of the demonstration areas for Live Better, but that is because that is the easiest way to trap the empirical evidence which will allow us to validate what I am intending to do, and then to tackle the deeper challenge of making it work in rural areas. I don't want to see a single community pharmacist closed. I don't want to see one more GP practice hand back their contract, and that is a particular challenge in rural areas, and I would assure the member there's an appropriate focus being put on that by departmental officials and by the trusts.
Nick Matheson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Minister attended an event recently here organised by patients with facial palsy, and there were many clinicians in attendance as well, setting out the challenges of delivering services here for that condition in Northern Ireland. Can the Minister outline what steps are being taken to deliver a facial palsy pathway in Northern Ireland?
I thank the member for his comments, and I note his contribution to that event which I attended. In the Long Gallery, a new facial palsy regional planning group was established in September 2023, and they've developed a pathway for local services, both for adults and children. It's been a complex process with multiple services involved in the pathway development, because the pathways need to be multiple, and multiple access points into the service across all trusts. These standardised pathways will ensure appropriate treatment of patients and local services as far as possible. It will also outline the appropriate referral pathway for those who require more enhanced and specialist intervention. Communication is being issued to each trust in the coming weeks, and that will inform them of the agreed pathway and an information webinar will be delivered to GPs and emergency departments to aid with timely and appropriate referral. In addition, to assist patients who are experiencing facial palsy symptoms, a new NI Direct webpage has also recently been established, and this will signpost patients to helpful information while they're waiting for an assessment. A video has also been produced by a service user advocate, which has been used on social media platforms to promote the new Northern Ireland Direct webpage.
Mr Matheson.
And I thank the Minister for his answer, and he has alluded to the fact that this has been a long and complicated process. It is a complex condition, but given that, it is my understanding that previously funding had been released to the South Eastern Health and Social Care Trust to deliver an in-reach service from GB to support patients in the interim. But as yet, I'm not aware of that service ever having been established. Can the Minister provide any background to that and provide any assurances that is still something on his department's agenda?
Minister.
What I can say to the member is that on average it's only 3 to 5 patients who are assessed as suitable for surgery every year here in Northern Ireland. And those referrals are managed through the South Eastern Health and Social Care Trust as part of a network arrangement with a specialist provider in Great Britain. The activity represents a very small component of the care pathway for facial palsy. The majority of patients are managed locally across the trusts. In-reach services are provided as part of the total commissioning arrangement for plastic surgery provided annually to the South Eastern Trust. Most of the facial palsy assessment and treatment is provided locally through the local hospital specialties. But for those patients requiring specialist surgical Botox treatment, SPPG send most of these patients to the United Kingdom, and that's via an extra contractual arrangement, an ECR. If that does not answer the member's question, I'm more than happy to accept a follow-up in writing.
Orlia Flynn.
Can the Minister clarify? I know he sent a letter out to committee members yesterday around the budget for the waiting lists, if he's given any consideration to the cross-border directive?
Minister.
I most certainly have, yes. So there's £215 million broken into 3 pots of money, 85 million for red flag cancer and urgent, then 80 million which is to stop the waiting lists growing any larger effectively. So that's 165 of the 215. That is coming out of my budget. It's being ring-fenced by the executive. And tackling waiting lists is an executive priority. I've no difficulty with that because I agree with it. And then I'm getting another 50 million in June monitoring if I can provide the right plan. And I accept I need to be able to justify that spend. To tackle the waiting lists this financial year, it has to be a cocktail. So there will be work that will be carried out by the Health and Social Care Trusts. We will do it within the HSC system. Secondly, we will have to look to independent providers. And thirdly, we will look to reinstate a cross-border scheme. And we will be doing all that at pace, and I will be meeting officials in the coming days to look at an options paper that they are preparing for me in that regard. I would just put in this proviso, because I know many members like the cross-border scheme, very popular, but remember, patients have to pay up front and then get reimbursed by the department. So there is an equity issue there that I am concerned about, and that I want to see what might be done, with no guarantees, to try and mitigate the fact that there might be those who actually can't afford or can't find the means to find the money for the upfront payment. But perhaps we can just deal with them through one of the other pathways that we're going to be creating.
Ms. Flynn.
Thanks very much for that response, and I'm delighted to hear the work that you're undertaking with the trusts and the other providers. The options paper that you spoke about there, I don't know if you said it's going to be ready maybe in a number of days or weeks. Would that be something that the Minister could share with the committee or other members?
I'm more than happy to share the paper with the committee at the appropriate time. I think the paper is coming to me to facilitate a meeting next week. I'm not sure which day of the week. So I can't really say, because I haven't seen it yet, am I just going to say that's perfect, let's sign it off, or whether I'm going to ask officials to go away and do a bit more work. I would rather it comes to the committee as a pretty definitive, here is our plan, what do committee members think of that, and can you advise and assist me on how we might make it better. But we also want to proceed at pace. So the cross-border scheme, I'm being told, you know, if we start next week, it could be another 6 to 8 weeks before we're putting it in place where we start the machinery rocking. That's getting well into this financial year, and like people who are on a waiting list, I'm pretty impatient to get this done.
That concludes questions to the Minister for Health. An unusual one it was. If members would just take their ease for a moment or two whilst we change the chair for the next item of business.
Okay, members, the next item of business is a joint motion from the Committees for Finance and the Economy on the impact of the 2024 autumn budget statement. Clerk, could you please read the motion?
That this Assembly notes the Committee for Finance and the Committee for the Economy's report on the impact of the Chancellor's autumn budget statement on critical sectors, including business, community and voluntary and social enterprises. Further notes that while the increases to the national living and minimum wages are to be welcomed, their sudden nature, combined with the rise in employers' national insurance contributions and the wider cost of living increases, creates an environment in which many businesses, social enterprises and community and voluntary organisations may at best struggle and at worst cease operations, and calls on the Executive to develop a coordinated response to this crisis led by the Minister of Finance and the Minister for the Economy.
Thank you. I call the Deputy Chairperson for the Committee for Finance to move the motion. Thank you, Diane. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour and 30 minutes for this debate. You will have 10 minutes to move and 10 minutes to wind, and all other speakers will have 5 minutes. So I call on the Deputy Chairperson to open the debate on the motion.
Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, in the absence of Matthew O'Toole, the Chair, on paternity leave, I will move the motion on behalf of the Finance and Economy Committees. The Chair of the Economy Committee, Philip Brett, will wind for the debate. And I would like to thank the Business Committee for scheduling this debate and the Finance Minister for agreeing to respond. On the 30th of October 2024, the Chancellor of the Exchequer announced significant increases in spending to be financed by a combination of tax rises and higher borrowing. While there were a number of announcements in relation to the spending review and increased UK government spending, there were also a number of proposed UK-wide tax increases, including an increase in employer national insurance contributions, as well as increases in both the national minimum wage and living wages. Following its meeting on the 27th of November 2024, the Committee for Finance agreed to host a joint event with the Committee for the Economy to engage with stakeholder groups across businesses, the community and voluntary sector and social enterprises to consider the impact of these changes, as well as discussing rates relief and rates reform. The event was held at NICFA headquarters and was attended by 36 stakeholder groups. On behalf of both committees, I would like to put on record our thanks to all the stakeholder groups who participated in the event. Their input was greatly appreciated, and to NICFA for hosting and contributing. I also wish to thank both committee teams for organising and setting up the event. The roundtable discussion considered 3 topic areas: the rise in employers' national insurance contribution, the increases in the living and minimum wages, and the rates relief and reform. The session provided an opportunity for members from both committees to hear concerns directly from stakeholders regarding the impact of the autumn budget. The collaborative approach taken by the 2 committees underscores members' commitment to ensuring that the voices of stakeholders were heard. On the impact of national living and minimum wage increases, both the committees and the stakeholders welcomed the increase as a positive thing. However, the lack of notice and consultation on the increase, combined with the rise in employers' national insurance contributions at the same time, has created a much more difficult situation for businesses and voluntary community sector organisations to deal with. Phasing up the changes or greater consultation and support would have eased this very difficult situation. The impact of these changes follows on from rising costs due to the effects of the COVID pandemic, and the wider rises in the cost of living have already made it harder for businesses to invest and expand. Regarding the increased employer national insurance contributions, the committees heard from the stakeholders on the direct financial burden on employers. They feel the burden of filling gaps in the UK Government's finances are being placed on them without any proper consideration of the impact. The stakeholders advise that the increase will be significant for businesses, particularly for labour-intensive sectors like hospitality, retail and care. It may act to limit growth potential and will increase the financial pressures facing businesses and the community and voluntary sector, potentially leading to job losses and reduced investment. There was acknowledgement from the stakeholders that the National Insurance Cost Relief threshold has been increased from £5,000 to £10,000, providing some support for small businesses. However, they indicated that this does not significantly offset the broader impact of these other sudden increased costs, with Northern Ireland having a higher density of small and micro businesses compared to other regions. The committees were advised that higher costs for businesses will, in most cases, lead to higher prices for consumers, thereby reducing discretionary spending and weakening consumer confidence. It was highlighted that businesses located in border areas are already seeing customers shift spending to the Republic of Ireland, further impacting the economy in Northern Ireland. For some businesses, Christmas 2024 was their last. Flat funding for the voluntary community sector and more than 10 single-year budgets means these organisations cannot easily absorb additional unexpected costs, leading to reduced services, job losses or, in some cases, closure. Protective notices have already been issued to staff. On the issue of business rates relief and rates reform, the stakeholders presented a comprehensive assessment of Northern Ireland's business rate system, highlighting key concerns around fairness, transparency and the broader impact on business sustainability. Stakeholders highlighted that the current rating system is not fit for purpose. Examples such as higher rate pointages in Northern Ireland compared to parts of England, including Oxford Street, were cited as evidence of systemic issues. The cumulative impact of sudden national insurance and wage increases, coupled with rising rates and increases in other costs, was described as a perfect storm for many stakeholders. Stakeholders highlighted previous setbacks, including COVID and the resulting supply-side issues and higher costs, describing the autumn budget as the final blow for struggling businesses. While increasing the national living and minimum wages is always to be welcomed and will deliver some economic benefits, businesses, social enterprises and the community and voluntary sector will struggle to cope with the unexpected nature of the rise when combined with tax increases and other rising costs. These tax increases, coupled with higher borrowing costs, has the ability to discourage growth increases in employment and investment. The lack of planning and consultation associated with these cost increases, as well as not being able to plan and manage the increases with the knowledge of funding brought by multi-annual budgets, has exacerbated their impact. leading to concerns about business closures, job losses and weakened consumer confidence. Both committees agreed that the impacts of these changes were so significant that it was necessary to hear from stakeholders in a dedicated event, rather than through evidence sessions in committees. An event offered the scope to hear many more voices and allowed members to engage more freely to get a clear understanding of the views of the stakeholder groups. The report on the event has allowed us to share the issues with other members and to bring this debate today so that the issues might be aired and we can hear the Minister's perspective on behalf of the Executive. The Finance Committee has engaged closely with the Minister regarding UK Government's support to mitigate the impact of these changes for the public sector. Unfortunately, as members will be aware from the Minister's recent statements on the 25-26 budget, the UK Government will only be providing £146 million of the £200 million needed by the core Northern Ireland Civil Service to fund the rise in employers' national insurance contribution. And this sum does not encompass the wider public sector, including doctors and dentists, and nor does it even include the needs of councils or vulnerable community sector organisations which provide public services. Members will be aware that the Minister's predecessor has begun a rolling process of reviewing the rate system. However, this is not likely to deliver change in the immediate future. This debate provides an opportunity to hear the Minister's perspective on behalf of the Executive about how these issues have impacted and any strategic response to them. And Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I will close my comments here as Deputy Chair of the Finance Committee and make a few remarks as DUP MLA. And just once again, I've said in this chamber, but to repeat again today, we know that this Labour budget has caused increased anxiety for many of our small business owners and their staff who make our high streets and town centres thrive, providing essential services to the most vulnerable and are at the cutting edge of manufacturing and food production in our communities. And it's worth highlighting once again that this increase in national insurance contribution is feeling the pain right at the heart of our public services. With the joint statement out today from the dentists, the GPs, community pharmacists once again outlining the significant impact that this has on them. And the vulnerable community sector, who provide a critical lifeline to so many who face barriers, seeking support for things like mental health, the most vulnerable in society. Their staff and the people that they serve will be affected by these policies as they cannot easily absorb the additional unexpected costs. And this government have presided over sweeping cuts and chaos, whether it's been directed towards our pensioners, WASPy women, disabled, businesses or family farms. And we call on the Finance Minister and the Economy Minister to lead a coordinated response across the Executive to help protect businesses, community and voluntary sector and our public services here. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. I call Gemma Dolan.
It is disappointing that since last year's Westminster election, the Labour government have embarked on the same failed economic policies of their Tory predecessors. Small and medium businesses are a significant driver for our local economy and have already had to survive numerous challenges in recent years, including Brexit, COVID-19 and high levels of inflation. Instead of implementing measures to support these businesses and the community and voluntary sector, however, the British Chancellor has chosen to place the burden for problems with their finances on those who play a crucial role in providing jobs and punishing those organisations and groups who work tirelessly in our communities by increasing employers' national insurance contributions. Our public services also face an additional financial pressure following the decision by the British Treasury not to cover the full cost of this rise for the public sector here, despite the extensive efforts and strong lobbying by the previous and current Finance Minister for them to do so. We still now face a £60 million shortfall. One positive aspect of last autumn's budget statement was the move to increase the national and minimum wage, which will help almost 170,000 of the lowest paid workers here, reduce inequalities and support overall spending in the economy. It's concerning, however, that the British Government has not matched this positive move with prioritising investment in public services and initiatives to support wider economic development. We have witnessed their priorities again in recent weeks with the Spring Statement announcing increased spending for militarisation rather than funding for local businesses, communities and public services. At a local level, I recognise efforts have been made to reduce the financial pressures faced by businesses with the continuation of the Small Business Rates Relief, which benefits over 30,000 businesses, and the Back in Business scheme that encourages the opening of new retail premises in our high streets that have been lying vacant. Work is also ongoing by the Department of Finance on a review of rate support. The community and voluntary sector is having to cope with these additional pressures as well, which follow on from the loss of European social funding as a result of Brexit. Community organisations had to endure another broken promise from the British Government when the money they provided for their successor scheme to EU funding did not replace all funding in full and was in fact providing millions of pounds less. Without being matched with adequate funding, these latest costs, following decisions by the British Chancellor, has led to further uncertainty for many community organisations, placing jobs and programmes in jeopardy, which have been vital to supporting people to achieve new skills and gain employment. Given the limited financial capacity and resources that we have as a devolved assembly, I recognise it is extremely challenging for executive ministers to mitigate for taxation and spending decisions made by the British Government. However, it is our duty to continue to stand up for all of our citizens and present a united front to oppose actions which detrimentally impact on people here.
Thank you, Gemma. I call David Honeyford.
Well, Deputy Speaker, there isn't much positivity to shout about within our economy and at a time of great uncertainty also on the world stage, but I do want to start with a few positives for local people by welcoming the increases to the lowest paid in our society and the benefit to our local economy with the rises in the national minimum wage and the living wage. And that will bring so much help to so many. Alliance believes in these rises as they align with our progressive values of fairness and equality, and the increases to both the living and minimum wages are a positive step forward as we move and improve living standards and work to reduce poverty and supporting workers amidst the cost of living. We've seen massive increases to energy costs alongside inflationary rises. But that's where the positivity ends. And I do have to raise concerns over the national insurance contributions, the employers' national insurance contribution increases, which are coming at the same time for our business community as the living and minimum wage rises. This compounds the financial burden on our local businesses and also on our social enterprises and on the voluntary sector. Already they have to tackle the rise of operational costs and again are being affected by energy costs and inflationary supply costs. But these are highlighted, and the Deputy Chair of Finances has talked this as well about the labour-intensive businesses, where we have within our retail and within our hospitality sectors. And I want to raise those again. We've had sectors that have not had any rates reduction passed down from this Assembly that the other regions of the UK have had. And given the VAT rate reduction in the South, the sector's been squeezed on two fronts, and that's compounded the issue even more. So we have a problem on our high street that needs to be addressed. I want to give a shout out though to Dear Minister in the bill coming through for the dilapidation bill for our high street, which will give powers to councils to be able to start to tackle some of the issues that sit there. But looking further at our high street, how can it be fair that a landlord with an empty unit that sits for years on end, often with our ratepayers having to pay to dress up the windows to bring some life back to our high street and to cover up the old buildings, how can they get a reduction in rates while our small businesses next door who are fighting for their lives, trying to keep the lights on, trying to pay their staff and paying more than double anywhere else in the UK? Something is wrong there and quickly needs to be fixed. The Department for Finance needs to get on with reviewing the progressive changes that we need to our rating system that are fair for our local companies, our local businesses, and also fair for the employees that work in those businesses, and that would encourage growth in our economy and not sit back and kick the can down the road and say that's a 10-year process. This is urgent now for a lot of these businesses, and we need this looked at and tackled now. Every party in this chamber talked about change at the last election, but if you were to ask businesses or those employed in them, they haven't seen a lot of change to any of this. And in the department or within the Committee for Economy, we aren't seeing a lot of meaningful change coming through that committee with any sign of legislation coming forward that will change or make meaningful change to our economy locally. It's a Lion's view that the government should be raising additional tax from the super wealthy, not from the most vulnerable in society, and not from hard-working people, and not from small and micro businesses, self-employed or social enterprises or a voluntary sector. But social enterprises and community organisations often serve the most vulnerable and are caught up on two fronts, one with the higher costs of the operating costs, but also at a time when their demand on services is also increasing. If there is no support coming, this will potentially leave a gap that our public sector simply can't fill. And Alliance wants to see a coordinated executive response coming from the Department of Economy that moves beyond reactive measures and builds a proactive strategy to grow our economy, be that advanced manufacturing and innovation or in fintech, or within energy to realise the growth of green technologies. Equally, we need to see the investment into future generations, and I welcome the increase into skills training, but would love to hear a little bit of clarity about what that will deliver and when that will be delivered and by who. And I am concerned, really concerned, about the drop in innovation and research funding that is on our universities, and maybe the Minister can also address that. Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker.
Perfect timing, David. I call Steve Aiken.
Actually, Principal Deputy Speaker, I think the concerns we have about the national insurance contribution rises, bearing in mind one of the things that we've been set out to do with this Labour government was coming in, as I said, the most important thing was going to be about growth. And everything it seems to have done since it's come into power is stifle that growth. And one of the things we've seen in Northern Ireland, we've heard from many parts of our economy, is that whatever attempts it has been to grow recently, they've been snaffled out. And they've been snaffled out particularly by rises in national insurance contributions and also by some of the other activities that's coming from this Labour government. So it seems quite strange that a government that came in specifically to make sure our economy was growing, the one thing they've seemed to have done is stifled it and stopped it moving. And I think that is something that we all, as MLAs here, need to be encouraging both our economy and finance ministers to be endeavouring when they're doing their joint talks with both the regional governments and also particularly with our Westminster government as well, to make sure they know that and they understand that. On top of that, we are in a situation where, of course, a lot of our economy has also been stifled by the Windsor Framework, and the additional burdens and layers of bureaucracy that are laid on, particularly for our small and medium enterprises, is becoming a real challenge. And as we look into the not too distant future with what we're seeing across the Atlantic and the rise of the concerns about tariffs and also the implications that's likely to have, we're moving into a very grave period of uncertainty. So one of the things that we must do from this Assembly is to do everything we can to be able to support our industries and our companies to be able to do that. And if that means some innovative thinking from the economy and the finance ministers, I think they should be doing that, and they should be leading by example. Whether it's looking at issues around rates, whether it's looking about improving how we can do some of the training and support, how we can look to improve what our higher and further education sectors are doing, all those things need to be engaged together to be able to help grow our economy. We must recognise the fact that across Northern Ireland right now, many of our companies are considering whether they're going to invest in the future, whether they're going to retrench, whether they're looking to even see if they can continue going. And that's the kind of thing that for a government that came in saying it was all about growth, we're not seeing that. So finally, Principal Deputy Speaker, I think we must encourage both our finance and economy ministers to make that message loud and clear wherever it is, in Westminster, amongst the other regions. But above all, I commend this motion to the House. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. I call Sinead McLaughlin.
I rise today to support this important motion, which highlights the significant challenges facing our businesses, social enterprises and the community and voluntary sector, particularly after the Chancellor's autumn budget statement. The SDLP has long argued that economic policy
Sinead, sorry, could you, your microphone? Yeah.
Based on fairness, sustainability and above all support for those who create jobs and deliver essential services. These sectors form the backbone of our economy, and yet the measures in this budget fall short of addressing their critical needs. Let me begin with some positives as well. The increase in the national minimum wage is a welcome step for many low-paid workers who are struggling to make ends meet with rising rents, food prices and energy costs. However, while the wage increase is important, it is not a comprehensive solution to the cost of living crisis. When businesses are simultaneously burdened with higher national insurance contributions and escalating overheads, we risk making it harder, not easier, for employers to maintain these pay increases in the long term. Across Northern Ireland, small businesses are telling us on a daily basis that they're under immense pressure. Many are still recovering from the combined impacts of Brexit, the COVID-19 pandemic and the ongoing cost of doing business crisis. The reality is that this budget adds additional burdens without offering the necessary supports to help them adapt. The increase in the national insurance contributions for employers rising from 13.6% to 15% is a concern, and this will unfortunately hit SMEs and social enterprises the hardest. At a time when we should be encouraging investment, growth and job creation, this increase could hinder actually businesses' ability to create jobs and invest in their staff. The impact on the community and voluntary sector is also severe. These organisations provide vital services, whether through food banks, through mental health support or crisis intervention, often stepping in where government has failed. Yet despite their essential role, they are expected to absorb wage costs without additional funding. Financial uncertainty and one-year budgets leave many of these organisations struggling to plan. But Speaker, the challenges do not end there. The recent Spring Statement introduced more cuts to welfare, including the decision to allow those under 22 to claim the health-related elements of universal credit. Additionally, for new claimants, the health-related element of universal credit will not rise with inflation until 2030. This will have a devastating impact on those who are already struggling the most. At the same time, the Office of Budget Responsibility has downgraded predicted growth for this year from 2% to 1%. This is a worrying sign for the UK economy that it is slowing down, and yet the budget fails to offer the necessary support to offset these risks. And let us not forget the Trump tariffs. The recent announcement that tariffs could completely wipe out any fiscal headroom that the Chancellor sought in her budget. For businesses in Northern Ireland, especially those in the export industries, this is another looming threat of economic instability. We cannot simply acknowledge these challenges. We must concentrate on solutions. The SDLP has called for a coordinated response from the Executive, led by the Ministers for Finance and the Economy. That response should include targeted business rates relief and for small businesses and social enterprises to help offset the rising costs. It should include reform of the non-domestic rate system to make it fairer and more responsive to the needs of businesses. And I completely agree and concur with the remarks made by my economy colleague David Honeyford. It is a bizarre and unfair policy that is actually anti-business, and we need to reform it, and we need to do it soon. And it should include measures to provide certainty also for the voluntary sector. Multi-year budgets have the potential to offer the stability these organisations need. Without this certainty, they will continue to struggle to deliver essential services. Any Barnett consequences arising from the budget must also be ring-fenced for Northern Ireland. And by doing so, £61.2 million could be put forward for childcare, £68 million for housing and £170 million for infrastructure projects. They're not just numbers on a spreadsheet. These represent investments that could improve the lives of families, increase affordable housing and create structure needed to drive sustainable and inclusive growth. Finally, Speaker, this budget highlights a broader issue. Northern Ireland's continued reliance on decisions made in Westminster without the fiscal tools to shape our own future are increasing our instability here at the coalface of our communities.
Thank you, Sinead. I call Emma Sheeran.
I get Priu Lash Concordia, and I find myself concurring with a lot of the remarks that have been made in the Chamber this afternoon already. It's regrettable that we've been placed in this position, and I know that both ministers referred to in the motion are bringing the case for our businesses to the British Government and have been doing so since the budget was announced and since these measures were brought in. It's unfortunate, as others have outlined, that the national insurance contributions haven't been funded in the north the way that they have across the devolved regions, and that again highlights the disparity that we face here and the fact that we're funded below need, something that we're already seeing very starkly in terms of our public services, and trying to keep the lights on across the north is increasingly difficult. We know the British Government have prioritised warfare over welfare. We know that they've made decisions that have hurt the most vulnerable in our society, and now our small businesses are feeling the pressure of that as well. And we also know from engaging with our small businesses that they do not begrudge the rise in the living wage and the national minimum wage that is going to benefit many of our low-income earners, but they need support in order to be able to meet those targets. So I think we can all take a lesson from these decisions, in that we would be better making our own decisions here, and there is a better way for us all to live.
Thank you, Emma. I call Paul Frew.
And again, we have had several debates like this in the last number of months in this Assembly chamber, because I think, rightly so, we recognise the deep concern and danger out there from our working people and business owners as to the impact that the autumn statement had on their businesses, and so it is important that we try to grapple with the issues and to debate them when we can. There is a number of issues that I think we need to realise. What is the purpose of government? The purpose of government's first responsibility is to keep us safe, both with regards to security and upholding the law, to protect rights and liberties, to provide good public services in order that we can strive and thrive. Well, I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that this government does not any of those things well. In fact, they do them very poorly. And when you look at the record of this new government, this Labour government, they're anti-Labour. Isn't it ironic that the Labour Party has turned so far away from its roots and the people who they profess to protect? They're anti-Labour. They're anti-jobs, they're anti-workers, they're anti-economy. But they just don't leave it there. They attack our pensioners. They attack our farmers. Not only do they attack our farmers, but they attack our farmers' children. That's how dangerous this government is. And instead of upholding security and keeping us safe, they want to fleece us for every hard-earned pound we make. Some Labour government.
Would the member give way on that point?
Yes.
I thank the member for giving way, and would he agree with me, it stands in stark contrast to what Labour were promising before the election.
Yeah, yes, absolutely.
Members, enact a minute.
Thank you, Speaker. And then you wonder why people then lose trust in politics. When a government says one thing out of power and does another thing in power. It wouldn't be so harmful if it didn't impact on us so greatly. But it does. It impacts on us mightily. And so, one of the things that strikes me, and members will know I repeatedly raise this in this chamber, we have not been governed well over the last 5 years. The measures that have been brought in have hurt our people, hurt our businesses, hurt society. But who is it that pays the price for that bad governance? It's our people. It's not a government. It's not a politician. It's not a minister. It's our people, our families, our hard-working people, that run businesses. It is so difficult to run businesses. Politicians who make these decisions think they have a hard job. Try running a business. Try and employ 100 people to see the pressure on you. But yet you have these government departments, these ministers who make these horrendous decisions because we have been governed bad over the last 5 years, because they have to fill black holes that they create, that they support. And now who picks up the pieces? Our businesses and our employees. It just can't stand. And when I thought this was coming in, when I heard the autumn statement, I thought, Labour would never go through with this. How could they go through with this? Think of the pain that they are causing. Surely they should see sense. Surely they should do a U-turn. But yet, the 1st of April came and went. But it's not just the increase in employer national insurance contributions from 13.8 to 15%. It's the rise with the current 9,100 annual threshold lowered to 5,000. If you ask any small business that employs between 7 to 30 people, it's that hurts them the most. It's especially in our high streets, in our voluntary sectors, in our low-cost businesses. It's that threshold move that has caused the damage, because no one escapes. No one escapes that. And it is right to say, and it is good to applaud the fact that national minimum wage and national living wage has increased. But it's not much good having a national living wage increase when you've just lost your job on Friday. That's right. So this government must get real. And to be fair on the executive here in Northern Ireland, there's been very little that they could have done to prevent the Labour government from announcing it and from enforcing it. But that doesn't shirk our responsibility as to what we can do to help our people. And there has been times in the past when English companies have availed of rates relief that here in Northern Ireland we haven't been able to offer. And I think now is the time when the Finance Department, the Finance Minister and the wider executive thinks about how we can get relief down to our hard-earned workers, our businesses, the people who employ people, who create wealth, and we need to find relief for those people now. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. I call Jonathan Buckley.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Does anybody remember a year ago? The Labour Party were on the cusp of power. And it has already been mentioned. What was the Labour Party's mantra? Growth, growth, growth. The Labour Party manifesto set out 5 missions to rebuild Britain. Number 1, kickstart economic growth. And what have they delivered? Downgraded forecasts, growth figures, stagnation, the economy on an edge. Members, they spoke honey before the feast and vinegar after the plates were cleared.
The member give way.
I will, yes.
I thank the member for giving way, and I actually agree for once with much of what the member is saying. But would the member acknowledge that he's not necessarily one to lecture anybody else on growth, given the Brexit he championed has reduced UK trade by 15%?
The member's an extra minute.
I thank the member for his intervention, and as always he's filled with contradictions, because this is the very member that would have us tied to the European Union and a potential at risk of retaliatory tariffs on Northern Ireland. So the member's in no place to lecture about regulation. The member's in no place to lecture about taxation. He himself is a wealth denier. He's a job denier. So I take no lectures from the member for Upper Bann. But let's go on, because this is clear. And Mr Tennyson sets out the point. Because if you follow the Alliance Party's approach, and indeed that of the Labour Party, what do? If you target wealth creators, what do you expect to happen in the economy? And I welcome the Committee for Finance and indeed Economy on their approach in this matter. Listening to the round table was an extremely interesting and useful exercise for members. We got real lifetime data. It's affecting hospitality, retail, manufacturing, voluntary, Public services. We heard on the TV, or even on the radio and TV this morning, how our GPs and pharmacies would be affected on this. But for me, I want to focus particularly on the business, because the increase from 13.8 to 15%, I think we have to remember that Northern Ireland is an industry of small business owners. The margins are tight. They're struggling to absorb the costs. So what do? They have to pass the costs on. And inflation takes money out of the pocket of all of our constituents. It rises prices on the shelves, reduces the take-home for parents working hard to feed their families. Businesses are taxed to death. You can't keep shaking the money tree of the small business and expecting that there will be a return, because what we have seen are anti-growth strategies. It goes against what Labour argued for. Reduced investment, job losses, price increases, limit hiring. My colleague Paul Free is absolutely right. There's not much chance in you having a rising living wage and minimum wage, only to not have a job at the end of the week. Members, we have to get real. At the committee just recently, we heard from a manufacturing sector, in particular Denroy Plastics, who talked about hundreds of thousands of pounds to foot the bill for this national insurance employers' contribution. I said, how do you pay for it? We have to make efficiencies. That looks at automisation of the workforce, reducing jobs in that local community. Not that the company want to, but it's the force down the inevitable route. How can businesses pay for the increase? They can only pass it to the consumer. The money tree has been shook so hard. Businesses are up against the wall. They're facing a situation, particularly in Northern Ireland, when it comes to taxation. 25% corporation tax for the United Kingdom. Compare that with the 12.5% in the Republic of Ireland. VAT rates on hospitality, 20% United Kingdom compared to 9% VAT in the Republic. People will say I'm making a pretty good chance here and cause for unification. But I can tell you this, if members of Sinn Féin would actually start to articulate those low tax policies in this Assembly, perhaps we'd be in a better place today. But they're happy. They're happy with this quagmire because it suits their position. But members, we must understand that if the government's intention is that by increasing these levels of taxation, that they will in some way generate additional revenue. They're wrong. The Institute for Fiscal Studies has already poured cold water on the suggestion by the government that levy increases in employment's national insurance contributions will lead to anything close to the revenue generated. It's clear that this anti-growth strategy employed by both Labour and indeed the Tories before will not break the cycle, the vicious cycle. We must cut regulation, we must target specific industries for growth, reform our planning system and cut tax to grow. We must trust businesses. We need a spirit of entrepreneurship in this country that encourages people to get into business, that encourages people to employ people. Because if we don't, and we continue in this vein, we are essentially stifling our economy, creating stagnation, and leaving our constituents vulnerable to the high winds of the open sea. So I would say to members,
time's up.
I agree, and I look forward to hearing the Minister's response.
Thank you, Jonathan. I call Diana Armstrong.
Deputy Speaker, it's good to see the unanimity here in the Chamber today. I wish to address my comments specifically to the impact of the increase in national insurance and minimum wage, the impact that will have on hospitality and retail sectors, and indeed I have been lobbied by that, particularly those sectors in my constituency, to raise the voice yet again about the problems they are facing. However, it must be noted that industry stakeholders are consistently reporting that these increases will be catastrophic to an array of sectors in Northern Ireland, particularly community and voluntary sector, as we have heard, at a time when businesses and community and voluntary organisations need support and not challenges. The hospitality sector in particular has been brought to a cliff edge by these changes. It wasn't enough that prices were rising or that staff retention was an issue or that exorbitant energy and rates bills were facing them. The increase in minimum wage and national insurance contributions may very well be the final straw and will lead to many hospitality businesses closing their doors. In addition, as referenced earlier, the hospitality sector relies on many young part-time workers. Figures show 63% of jobs in accommodation and food are part-time, and here employers will be particularly exposed to the lowering of the employer's national insurance contribution threshold. Hospitality and tourism account for over 77,000 jobs and together contribute nearly £2 billion to Northern Ireland's economy. However, the proposals in this budget only serve to decimate this already struggling sector. As an example given to me by one of my constituents, a licensed premises with accommodation located in a rural town, employing 23 people, 13 full-time and 10 part-time, and 6 staff under the age of 18, this business contributes £20,000 in rates annually. The company's turnover was almost £1 million in the last trading year, but made a loss of just under £100,000 before tax, and it was moving back into profit this year, but that has now been threatened with the budget announcements. Key challenges it faces are energy costs, cash flow management, recruitment and maintaining quality staff, taxation levels and cost of investment. And the direct impact of the budget will be that 14 staff will be directly affected by the change in the national living wage, and that's 2/3 of its staff, including part-timers. The combination of increase of the national living wage along with the change in employer national insurance contribution will add 8% onto the current wages bill, increasing it from £408,000 to £440,000. It means the company has to find another £32,000 when it's already making a £100,000 loss. So what will it do? The options available really are only to take on fewer workers, give workers fewer hours, scale back the customer offering, try to put prices up. And these are unsustainable options for people and for employers in the hospitality sector. The picture is equally bleak for our retail sector. In February, I took part in the Retail NI's 2025 High Street Summit, where stakeholders across Northern Ireland gathered to discuss the challenges facing the sector. Survey results revealed that day that Retail NI make for particularly grim reading. It found that the average cost to Retail NI members every year as a result of national insurance and minimum wage increases will be £90,000 per annum. 74% said they would have to reduce their workforce and their staff's hours, 89% were seriously concerned about the impact of rates increases, and 96% believe the executive needs to do more. It is abundantly clear that these increases are the last thing that our hospitality and retail sectors need at this time. Westminster and indeed Stormont should instead be focusing on how we can ensure long-term viability of these local businesses rather than bombarding them with even more punitive measures that only serve to harm them. This budget will only make the most vulnerable worse off and will simply harm our local economy in a time of heightened geopolitical tensions. In closing, I support the call for a coordinated response from the Minister of Finance and the Minister for the Economy, along with the findings of the Cost of Doing Business in Northern Ireland report, which demonstrates the devastating impact the autumn budget will have on the economy here. Thank you.
Thank you, Diana. I call Timothy Garson.
Thank you very much, Principal Deputy Speaker. Day and daily we hear complaints from within this place that Northern Ireland indeed is being treated badly by the UK government, that the problems pertaining to everything lead back to London, although the Labour government are an absolute gift to those who want to make that point politically. But a cynic might say that it is easy for an assembly with no tax-raising powers, my goodness, thank goodness for that, to blame Westminster. But I want to look at how we act. The motion before the House draws particular attention to the rise in employers' national insurance contributions. What it does not highlight is the fact that Northern Ireland got £146 million in Barnett consequentials to offset that rise in terms of the public sector. Yesterday, the Deputy Chair of the Finance Committee touched upon that issue. What was the response from the Minister? That Stormont had made the decision to reprioritise that money to other things. If you want to defend those decisions, that is one thing, but coming before this House and ignoring the fact that the £146 million came because of the changes to employers' national insurance contribution is downright misleading. Since coming to this place, I've struggled to process why, instead of using the additional monies received through the Barnett Consequential for their intended purposes, the Executive has time and time again reprioritised it to other things to ensure they put the Maid and Stormont stamp on it, because apparently the Executive knows better. Happy to do so.
I thank the member for giving way, and I know the thrust of this is the employer's national insurance contributions, which is a Westminster form of taxation. And whilst I agree with him in the sense that there is cases whereby it should be targeted in terms of what its intent is, but would he agree also it's important for a local executive to be agile, provided it's not waste on services such as the health service, which may find pressures from time to time given the particular situation?
And the member's an extra minute.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate the intervention from Mr Buckley, but what I'm trying to concentrate my remarks on here today is that we got this money for national insurance. Yes, we're talking about the business, we're talking about the voluntary community and helping them and offsetting the pressures that they might have, but the money we receive through national insurance, we have decided it's better used in other things. And I think that's wrong in this case. Take councils, for example. So each council in Northern Ireland put their rates up as a result. Wasn't the only contributing factor, but as a result, passed that burden on to the ratepayer. Belfast, for example, put their rates up 5.99%. 1.45% of that, or the equivalent 3 million, was to cover for the national insurance rises. Mid and East Antrim increased their rate by 3.99%. 1% of that, or 820,000, was for national insurance increases. So ask yourself, does this place always have the interests of the voluntary organisations at heart, and indeed that we say we are concerned about? Let's look at some of the expenditure. Where was the concern from public money when there's 540,000, or 54,000 should I say, spent on a 4-day trip to Washington last year? Does the Executive care for those in minimum wage when it spends £1,000 a week on photographers? Or what about the 36,000 a week in hospitality? So, if we are going to complain about others, we need to make sure our own house is in order. The Assembly may not like to live up to the fact that there's a culture of wastage, but I certainly have no such problem pointing that out. I'd also make the point that there could be cuts to the UK government departments, which indeed I would positively welcome. A few less bureaucrats around the NIO office would be no bad thing. But to finish, and bringing me back, and I suppose it was the point that Mr Buckley had raised, I do believe that money allocated to Stormont for national insurance increases should have been spent on that. If Westminster was to allocate money for businesses to offset that, going by past form of this Executive, there's absolutely no guarantee that it will be passed on for its intended purposes.
Thank you, Timothy. Our next speaker is John O'Dowd, the Minister for Finance, to respond to the motion. And Minister, you'll have up to 15 minutes.
And I welcome the opportunity to participate in today's debate on the impact of the Chancellor's autumn budget and commend both committees for the work they've carried out in this regard. I too share members' concerns. Both my predecessor and I have directly raised the impact of changes to the employers' national insurance contributions with the Chief Secretary of the Treasury. These changes affect the public sector and businesses alike and have only served to apply more pressure to already constrained budgets and bottom lines. It's disappointing that there's been no change in approach from Westminster Government, despite challenges from me and my counterparts in Scotland and Wales, as well as from the business, voluntary and community sectors. The spring statement was an opportunity to do that, but what we have got is the continuation of austerity, neglecting to support those who need it most. Whilst Whitehall departments will be fully funded for the additional costs they incur as a result of the increases due to the different structures of our public services, the Barnett consequentials we receive will be far short of the cost the Executive is facing. Central government costs alone are forecast to be around £207 million, while the Executive will receive just £146 million of Barnett consequential in respect of these costs, a shortfall of some £60 million. It's unacceptable that a policy decision by the British Government should result in financial pressures for the Executive as a devolved government. The uplift to the national minimum wage is welcome. It improves economic, social and personal well-being for workers and reduces inequalities, whilst there are also benefits for business in terms of talent attraction and retention. I do, however, recognise that labour costs are a significant cost to many employers, and any increases in wages can impact on operational costs and sustainability. However, my recent engagement with employers, the strong consensus is that the changes to the national insurance contributions will have the most profound impact. These were unexpected and by employers, be they in business, the broader public sector, or those in the community and voluntary and social enterprises that also provide services to many of the most vulnerable in society, have had little notice to plan for this hike. Members will also be aware that the Ulster University's Economic Policy Centre have been taking forward work commissioned by my predecessor on the cost of doing business here. I received a copy of the report, of the final report yesterday, which I am now considering. The study was commissioned following concerns raised in the aftermath of the Chancellor's autumn budget. However, the research was broader than that. It has looked at the impact of labour costs, energy, property, transport, materials and insurance costs in sectors and by business size, as well as the VAT differential for the hospitality sector on the island. The researchers also undertook an extensive consultation exercise with 25 sectoral and business bodies so they could have their say. The report provides me with an independent evidence base to present as a strong case as possible to the Treasury ahead of the June spending review. I will be shortly writing to the Chief Secretary of the Treasury using this research to press on the need for support or mitigations to ease the impacts of the national insurance contributions. I will also be sharing the report and engaging with my executive colleagues to discuss the implications of this work for their departments and the areas they are responsible for. It is important to note, however, that as a devolved administration, our ability to absorb any increased costs for the wider public sector or provide additional support to businesses because of decisions made in Westminster is limited. I note the report produced by the two committees also includes a theme on business rates. In terms of what local support can be provided to ease cost pressures for businesses, it is important to understand that any rate relief means either foregoing revenue or charging other ratepayers more or reducing public services. My department already provides over £250 million worth of support within our domestic rating system each rating year. Around 70% of non-domestic ratepayers occupying property get some form of rate support. This rises to 75% when vacant property relief is taken into account. Almost 4,500 manufacturers here pay the lowest business rates in these islands. They get 70% of their rates by virtue of industrial D rating, which is a tax relief that is unique to this jurisdiction. Over 30,000 businesses form a tax base of just under 75,000. Over 30,000 businesses from a tax base of just under 75,000 get a small business rate relief, which we just renewed for the 25-26 year. I have also taken forward legislation last month with the support of the Assembly to renew both the Back in Business scheme and the Rural ATN scheme. Almost 57% of all pubs get some form of rate support. 65% of the hospitality sector as a whole is in receipt of support via the Small Business Rate Relief Scheme. Over 63% of retailers get some form of support, with 80% of this support provided to small retailer properties with an NAV of 15,000 or less. The strategic review cycle of rates support measures has now been commenced, and the cost of doing business research will help inform those considerations alongside direct engagement with business stakeholders. To close, the planned increase to employers' insurance contributions will prove incredibly challenging for our local businesses, community, voluntary sector, as well for the public staff sector employers. Devolved governments quite simply do not have the financial capacity to compensate for decisions made on reserve taxation matters. This was a decision taken in Westminster on a reserve taxation matter. Now that I have an independent cost of doing business report, I will press the Treasury for a solution to their decision while working closely with executive colleagues to consider the implications of this work within our remit and limited resources. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. I call on Philip Brett, Chair of the Committee for the Economy to wind on the debate, and Philip, you have 10 minutes. Thank you.
Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and firstly can I thank all members and indeed the Minister for their contribution to today's debate, and as Chair of the Economy Committee can I pay tribute to the Committee for Finance for making arrangements for the joint event which took place on the 29th of January, and to commend those members and indeed all those stakeholders who were involved. I think all members who were at the event can attest to how useful and engagement it was. Members have spoken eloquently of this subject, and I'll briefly recap some of those later in my contribution. The Chancellor of the Exchequer's autumn statement included a number of measures. A welcome increase in the national minimum wage and national living wage, which has been welcomed across the Chamber, but less so, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, was the significant increase in employers' national insurance contributions. All of this was in the context of a wider cost of living pressure, which has been visited on businesses whilst they struggled to reboot following the COVID pandemic. It was the continuation of these government changes, along with the limited notice, that has caused such disquiet amongst employers across a range of sectors here in Northern Ireland. At the joint evidence-taking event, other issues in respect of business rates were raised. In brief, stakeholders argued that rates rebates in other jurisdictions generated unhypothecated Barnett consequentials, which they argued had not found their way to businesses here in Northern Ireland. The impact on particular sectors with lower wages, including hospitality and childminding, and those sectors dependent on government contracts, such as social enterprises, could be very substantially and significantly impacted by these changes. The motion before the House calls for a coordinated cross-departmental response in this regard, and the Executive may take some lessons from the previous High Street Task Force and associated interventions. Perhaps a wider review of policy is also needed as to ensure that economic development and economic opportunities are supported in line with the programme for government. During the debate, there were many eloquent contributions which covered much of the issues that were raised by contributors that day, and I just want to go into some detail. The Deputy Chair of the Finance Committee highlighted and summarised well the issues that were raised. The impact of these changes, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, are clear. They're going to limit growth, they're going to stymie investment, and they're going to put jobs at risk. The Deputy Chair of the Finance Committee also holds the role of Chair of the APG on the community and voluntary sector, and has been a tireless champion for that sector here in the Assembly. The community and voluntary sector play a vital role in all aspects of government life. Government services could not, will not and cannot be delivered without our community and voluntary sector, and it's important that we continue to stand up for them. Ms Dolan rightly highlighted the shortfall in relation to the national insurance contribution from the Barnett consequentials, a shortfall of £60 million. 207 million is the estimated costs of these changes to government departments here, and we're only receiving 146 million. But as the member also rightly articulated, the continuation by the Executive of the Small Business Rates Relief Scheme and the Industrial Derating Scheme will continue to be a massive support to businesses right across Northern Ireland. Mr Honeyford rightly raised the issue of the current rates exemption for derelict buildings. In my constituency of North Belfast, at the Tribeca site, we have seen the impact that that continues to have in terms of bringing down our city centres, and there is a need for government to look at how we can ensure that there isn't relief given to those businesses who infect our high streets with dereliction. Steve Aiken, the member for South Antrim, rightly articulated that despite wanting to go for growth, the Labour government seemingly want to go for broke. And the impact here in Northern Ireland is exacerbated by the impact of the Irish Sea border and the continuation of us being cut off from our largest market, that of the internal market of the United Kingdom. I do want to pick up on the point made by Mr Gaston. I usually agree with much of what Mr Gaston says, but I struggled to follow his argument, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. The Executive has allocated the full £146 million, which has been given to the Executive as a result of national insurance changes. It's actually £60 million short of where we need to be at. So rather than the UK Government giving more money than is needed for the changes, we're actually £60 million short, and that's happily given away.
Thank you very much for taking the intervention. Can you outline what that money that has been given to Stormont through the Treasury, what that money has been spent on?
read the budget that was published yesterday, Mr. Gaston, you'll see that it's gone to meet, you'll see that it will go to meet the impact of government department salary costs right across our government departments. The impact of those changes is over £200 million. Those 146 have been held in the centre by the Minister for Finance and will be allocated in June monitoring to ensure that those changes are funded. The leader, or the current leader of the opposition, Ms McLaughlin, rightly highlighted the impact of welfare cuts and how they will also continue to impact the ability for consumers to spend in business and the need for us to continue to support the most vulnerable in our society. Mr Frew, the member for North Antrim, rightly articulated how this government has become an anti-Labour government and has been the very antithesis of what they claimed. Mr Buckley has always brought some much-needed colour to debates that we have here in the Assembly and reminded us that 1 year ago we were told it could only get better. Well, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, if this is only can get better, I dread to think what could be getting worse. There are a number of positives, though, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. The rates review which the Minister for Finance and the Executive have agreed to undertake is an important step in terms of making sure that we continue to target and support businesses through any means that we can possibly do. The cost of doing business research will give us the ability, and the Executive the ability, to look to see what further targeted supports are required. The budget allocated and agreed yesterday, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, sees £16 billion spent next year in terms of delivering key public services and supporting our businesses. The oversubscription of financial transaction capital shows once again that this Executive is determined to make use of all publicly available funding to ensure we can support those most in need. Additional funding for businesses with an additional £6 million through support for Invest NI agreed as part of this budget, and £15 million to invest it in skills. So the Executive will continue to use all avenues that it has to support businesses across Northern Ireland, and as this House and this Executive continues to stand up for our business community. Thank you.
Thank you, Philip. The question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary of any noes? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Members, could you please take your ease?
Okay, members, the next item of business is a motion from the Committee for Finance on reports on the 2025-26 draft budget. Clerk, please read the motion.
That this Assembly notes the Committee for Finance and the Northern Ireland Fiscal Council reports on the 2025-26 draft budget and calls on the Minister of Finance to give due regard to their findings.
Thank you. And I call the Deputy Chairperson of the Committee for Finance to move the motion. Diane Forsyth.
Moved.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow 1 hour 30 minutes for this debate. You will have 10 minutes to move and 10 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. I now call again on the Deputy Chairperson to open the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and in the absence of Matthew O'Toole, the Chair on paternity leave, I will speak for the Committee for Finance and move the Committee's motion. Members will be aware that it has been in previous mandates for the Committee for Finance to undertake a round-robin exercise to hear the views of the other statutory committees on their respective departments' budgets, as was the case in 2022. The exercise also takes in the Northern Ireland Fiscal Council's view of the Executive's budget for 25-26. The Committee has compiled a brief report on those views that have been published. Today's debate provides members and chairs of the statutory committees in particular the opportunity to debate the 25-26 budget. The Finance Committee takes its role in leading scrutiny of the Executive's budget very seriously, with members seeking ways to support and facilitate other statutory committees in the scrutiny of their respective departments' budgets. The Committee is very grateful to the Minister for agreeing to respond to the debate today. I would like to start the debate by highlighting the extremely difficult budget envelope that we have for 25-26. While elements of the Executive Restoration Settlement are still helping to deliver funding, finance officials have highlighted to the Committee on a number of occasions that in-year funding from the UK Government will be significantly less than last year and that departments must live within their budgetary limits. With the final budget being approved by the Executive on the 3rd of April, it's timely for the House to debate this motion. I would like to thank the Business Committee for scheduling this debate. The debate is informed by the budget document itself, by the very useful Fiscal Council assessment and the excellent scrutiny undertaken by statutory committees. I would like to thank the Fiscal Council and all of those statutory committees who were able to respond with their thoughts, on which I will now reflect. The Fiscal Council highlights that the Executive has delivered a budget that formally balances for each of the distinctive control totals for day-to-day resource spending, capital and FTC. This means that the proposed departmental allocations and forecast debt interest costs are covered by a combination of block grant funding, regional rates revenue and capital borrowing. The Council notes that the budget balance is resting on some significant assumptions, most notably in health, where the position bakes in a reliance on trusts raising £200 million of additional savings. There are also general pressures that the Committee has previously noted arriving from public sector pay and government's employer national insurance increases. I would also note that in the Minister's written statement last week, he confirms that the Executive will only receive approximately £146 million of the £200 million it identified was needed by the core civil service to offset the rise in employers' national insurance contributions. That £200 million did not include GPs, dentists and all those public sector employees who are not core civil servants, nor does it include the councils or third sector organisations which deliver public services. Additionally, this funding will not be available until the Westminster main estimates in June, and it will be allocated through our June monitoring round here. Until then, departments will need to manage the additional costs. The Fiscal Council has assessed that because of the large spending increases in the October 2024 UK budget, it is unlikely that the Executive budget for 24-25 will unbalance, but there are significant potential pressures to contend with in 25-26. As has been discussed with the Committee on a number of occasions, the restoration package contains a funding cliff edge in 26-27 when the short-term budget support being provided runs out, but the 24% Barnett consequentials top-up has not had time to build up to a similar level. The Committee welcomes the interim fiscal framework signed by the previous Finance Minister in May last, which was delivered considerable benefits for the Executive, not least the recognition of the 124% relative need figure. The Council highlights that 25-26 represents the 11th successive year in which Northern Ireland has operated with a single-year budget. Many stakeholders have told both the Council and the Committee that multi-year budgets would provide a better basis for delivery, for workforce and transformation planning in executive departments and arm's-length bodies. However, the Council suggests that while this is true, Recent experience shows that even over relatively short periods, initial budget allocations can be amended significantly as the overall funding position changes and as resources are reallocated between departments. With specific reference to the Department of Finance's budget, the committee has noted that the department will be carrying significant capital pressures that it intends to manage down during the year through a range of measures. The committee will continue to keep these pressures and others identified by the department under observation, as well as continue its scrutiny of funds arising from the restoration package, including the Public Sector Transformation Fund. And additionally, members are heavily engaged with the work around a fiscal framework being taken forward by Professor Jerry Hotham. And it's hoped that this may take us beyond the 124% relative need compared to per head spend in England and already identified in the interim framework. Through its membership of the Interparliamentary Finance Committee Forum with counterparts in Wales and Scotland, the committee has recently engaged with the Chief Secretary to the Treasury, the Right Honourable Darren Jones MP, as part of the 4th meeting of the forum hosted here in Parliament Buildings. With our Scottish and Welsh counterparts, the committee is keen to engage with UK Treasury to provide greater scrutiny of its actions, which have a direct and significant impact on the UK's fiscal context, not least the budget for Northern Ireland. With our Scottish and Welsh colleagues, the committee is working to ensure that our budget settlements are reflective of our respective needs and are more adaptive and flexible. The current arrangements do not incentivise the executive to growth, either the economy or the tax base here, as the current arrangements with the UK Government see us losing any growth in our fiscal base to the Treasury. As per the custom in previous years, the committee agreed to ask the other statutory committees of the Northern Ireland Assembly to review the anticipated impact of the 25-26 draft budget proposals on their respective departments. The chairs of the committee will have an opportunity to comment, but I would like to note the common themes from the statutory committees. And these include highlighting concerns over the lack of a multi-year budget. They indicated that a multi-annual budget would assist departments in their long-term planning, especially for larger capital projects. We are aware that the UK Government is planning to produce multi-annual budgets going forward, and we will know more following the comprehensive spending review later in the year. The committees indicated that a joined-up, cross-departmental approach with departmental budgets being linked to the programme for government would help link funding decisions to policy outcomes, and this would make it easier to assess whether financial allocations are being directed towards the most urgent needs. This has been a consistent theme of the Finance Committee, and it is hoped that the work already underway through the Budget Improvement Roadmap will allow departments to provide longer-term budget plans that are linked to PFG priorities through indicative 5-year business plans. While these are likely to focus on baseline budgets, they will be an important planning tool. The statutory committees have indicated their understanding of the constrained fiscal context in which we find ourselves. They acknowledge that there is considerable pressure on the public purse and that difficult decisions will need to be made during this 25-26 financial year. I look forward to hearing members' comments and to the Minister's response. And once again, we are grateful for this agreement from him to respond to today's debate. And Mr Deputy Speaker, I'll make some brief comments now as DUP MLA, and I want to welcome the progression of this 25-26 budget with a programme for government in place, enabling priorities to align and funding to flow. Well, we recognise this budget's incredibly challenging, and we need to work hard as we see it progress, but we need to ensure that value for money is delivered. We need to eliminate any wastage of public funds, and we need to see the delivery of real public sector transformation, improved procurement practices, significant improvement in the management of major capital projects, and improving on cross-departmental working. And we know that no minister has received an allocation of all they wanted, but we need to see the delivery of value for money through this budget in the delivery of public sector services right across Northern Ireland. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I call Philip McGuigan, Chair of the Health Committee.
And I welcome the opportunity to speak on the motion and outline the Committee for Health's consideration of the budget for 25-26. I do want to place on record my thanks to the Committee for Finance for their work in producing this report. I'd also like to thank the members and committee and the staff of the Health Committee for providing invaluable information and briefing papers in relation to the budget process and timings. So I also do have to say that even with those briefings and information from the Finance Committee and the Health Committee was still unable to consider the Health Department's budget in sufficient detail. That would allow the committee to come to the position on the Department's allocation for this financial year. That has been very frustrating for the members, and I would note that we have asked for a detailed breakdown on the allocation for 25-26, but have been told this is unavailable and decisions are still to be made on the allocation of funding. Indeed, at the last briefing on the 27th of March, the Health Committee was told that the Health Department's projected funding requirements for 25-26 was 8.984 billion, almost 600 million more than the Department's allocation of 8.4 billion. Officials advised the members that it is assuming that there will be additional allocations through the year, totalling 190 million through the immigration health surcharge and funding to cover additional costs for national insurance contributions. That leaves the funding gap at approximately 400 million. At that briefing, members were advised that without additional funding, the Department for Health will have to consider making savings of 280.8 million of higher catastrophic measures. This is at a time when the health system is already struggling to meet demand. Waiting times are among the longest in the world, and every organisation we speak to outlines the difficulty in funding services and programmes. Over the last number of years, there have been many reports on how we need to actually transform the healthcare system to improve outcomes for patients. Now we need to actually see decisions made on transforming our services so that patients and their families achieve better health and social care outcomes. That's why the committee welcomes the additional transformation funding for the rollout of multidisciplinary teams in primary care. They have shown to be transformational in communities, and they deliver better outcomes for patients. However, by only having a partial rollout, we are creating additional inequalities across our system, so this needs to be addressed in the coming period. Just want to also briefly mention the Department's capital allocation. In recent months, the Health Committee has had major concerns in relation to some of the significant projects taken forward, in particular by Belfast Trust. We have an amazing maternity hospital that cannot yet be open due to issues with the water, and we have a mental health inpatient centre only opened a few years. It needs significant work undertaken due to leaking pipes. This doesn't build confidence in the Department and Trust's ability to manage significant projects. So the committee has a briefing this week in relation to what lessons have been learned on the maternity hospital and how they will be applied to the new children's hospital. It's disappointing the committee has not been able to scrutinise the detailed spending plans within the Department for 25-26, and I outline the need for better planning within the Department and the Trust in relation to spending, and would outline, as the previous speaker has done, how a multi-year budget would provide the opportunity to improve planning. So, in conclusion, the committee remains committed to working with the Minister and the Department to ensure that additional funding is provided to the Department of Health throughout the year, and it is important that the Department has detailed plans for how it may spend any additional allocations it does receive during the year.
Thank you. I call Owen Tennyson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I welcome this opportunity to participate in what is an important debate on the 25-26 budget and the reports from the Finance Committee and the Fiscal Council relating to that budget. And as I prepared for this afternoon, I revisited some of the discussions that we were having in relation to the 24-25 budget a year ago. And back then, largely due to the stop-go nature of this Assembly, we were considering a budget in the absence of any programme for government and in the absence of public consultation. And so, at the outset, I think it's important that we do acknowledge the significant progress that has been made since. We come to this debate in the knowledge that the views of citizens, stakeholders and organisations have been considered, and that the Executive's allocations reflect its priorities in the programme for government and its commitments. We know that too many of our constituents are languishing on hospital waiting lists, as has already been referenced, and so it is right that £215 million has been ring-fenced to tackle waiting lists and invest in elective care. Overall, the Department's budget has been uplifted by over £600 million on its opening position in 24-25, and that complements the £60 million which has already been invested for GPs and primary care in terms of public service transformation. Considerable steps have also been made in respect of more than doubling the earmarked funding made available for early years and childcare to £55 million, with an additional £15 million allocated to special educational needs. And it is welcome too that additional funding has been secured for safer communities, though I would say that it is imperative that the business case currently with the Department of Finance, as presented by the Chief Constable and Minister of Justice, is progressed as swiftly as possible to support stabilisation of the PSNI and ensure that policing can meet the needs of our community. And I welcome the Minister's predecessor's efforts in respect of acknowledging underfunding of policing and justice, and hope that the current Minister will continue in that vein. Whilst difficult choices have been made in respect of prioritisation, it is absolutely vital that we see the same step change in approach from all ministers in terms of how they spend the allocations available to them if we are to deliver on those programme for government commitments. We need to see a genuine commitment to public service transformation and reform that goes beyond the mere lip service that we are used to. The time for reviews and consultations is over. Meaningful action is required in so many areas, be that in respect of hospital reconfiguration, be that in respect of reviewing the funding and governance arrangements for NI Water, with the status quo as hampering our economic development, contributing to the housing crisis and destroying our environment, be that in respect to the approach to major capital projects, which has resulted in an over £3 billion overspend, as highlighted by the Public Accounts Committee this week, or, as we have previously debated, meaningful action to tackle the cost of division in our society so that we are funding services and not segregation. It is true, of course, that our finances are constrained, but those constraints cannot be trotted out as a lame excuse for indecision or lack of delivery, as we have witnessed recently, with the Infrastructure Minister blaming austerity for a failure to pedestrianise Hill Street at a cost of £5,000. As the Fiscal Council's report has illustrated very clearly, we must take action now to ensure that we're in a better place ahead of the 26-27 financial year, both in terms of moving towards multi-year budgets, which, as the Chair of the Committee referenced, is absolutely essential in respect of forward planning, but also in terms of ensuring that we don't face a cliff edge and that our funding is properly baselined and indexed at a level that adequately reflects our relative need. And whilst I have welcomed the appointment of Professor Holtham to conduct a review of our relative need, it is disappointing in some senses when compared to the experience of the Welsh Government, who appointed an independent commission which was superior, at least at first glance, in terms of the resource available to it and also the time available for that commission to complete its work. And I fear that we are, as I said yesterday, in the 11th hour as we rapidly approach the second stage of the spending review, in which we can secure changes to our funding formula. And finally, Deputy Speaker, whilst much has changed here at the Assembly over the past year, it is unfortunate that the wider context in terms of the UK public finances has not changed. Tory austerity has been replaced in many respects by Labour austerity, with government's decisions compounding rather than easing pressures on communities and our public services here in Northern Ireland. So in closing, I would say that the UK Government does now have a crucial opportunity to do the right thing, to revisit its economic strategy, to ease pressure on businesses and workers, pursue progressive taxation and revise our relationship with the EU to secure economic growth. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. And I call Robbie Butler, Chair of the Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs Committee.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to speak on behalf of the Committee for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs on our report on the draft budget for 25-26. I thank the Finance Committee for coordinating the report from the committees, and I will make a few overarching comments before highlighting some details on the committee report. Mr Deputy Speaker, the Committee hopes that going forward the budget will be linked to the programme for government and recognises that 25-26 will not see the levels of Barnett consequentials of 24-25. DAERA place significant reliance on in-year monitoring and consequentials to fund statutory duties, such as bovine TB compensation. However, we take some comfort that the additional consequentials were at least baselined. Mr Deputy Speaker, at its meeting on the 6th of February, the committee held an evidence session with officials and heard that only 15.7 million resource deal was allocated, compared to bids totalling 50.9 million against the opening 24-25 position, which outlines some of the difficulties. Regarding the capital deal, the committee heard that DAERA had submitted bids to the Department of Finance totalling 179.2 million capital deal, and that was from a zero base against the proposed allocation of 119.5 million capital deal. We have the Minister before us. We had the Minister before us this week at Deira's corporate, delivering on the Deira's corporate plan, when no doubt the difficult budget position will be discussed further. The committee is of course pleased that the Executive agreed to earmark resource deal of over 300 million for agriculture, agri-environment, fisheries and rural development. Mr Deputy Speaker, the committee is concerned at the disparity between the resource deal bids and the allocations for specific statutory functions and projects, ranging from as little as 1/6 to around 1/2 of what was bid for. For example, the bovine TB programme delivery, the bid was £24 million, but only £6.8 million was able to be allocated. The environmental plan delivery, including Lough Neagh, had a bid of £11.5 million, but only £6.8 million was allocated. Therefore, there's a quantifiable risk. The committee remains concerned that the trajectory of bovine TB particularly remains upwards, with the resulting escalating costs of the bovine tuberculosis programme that includes compensation similarly heading in that trajectory. In the 23-24 financial year, the total Deira BTB programme expenditure was £55.7 million, which was a rise of 39% since 2021. The compensation costs alone were £36.5 million in 23-24. Compensation for 24-25 was projected at almost £42 million at the time when we reported on the draft budget, and it's now projected to be at £46.5 million for 25-26. The committee shares the Minister's hopes that the most recent review of bovine tuberculosis and the establishment of the TB Partnership Steering Group will be a turning point. Mr Deputy Speaker, on the 6th of March we received a briefing paper from the project manager tasked with implementing the Lough Neagh plan. We scrutinised the allocation of capital funding of £12.8 million and the shortfall in resource funding, leading to 3 of the actions in the Lough Neagh plan not being taken forward as planned. One, for example, being Action 17, which was to scope and report on the most effective domestic wastewater treatment systems. The main capital expenditure is £5.5 million for the Phase 2 Sustainable Use of Slurry project and £3.5 million for the digital transformation projects across a range of relevant business areas. The committee were also concerned at the lack of allocations for avian influenza or blue tongue outbreaks. This is of immediate concern to the committee due to the recent incursions of highly pathogenic avian influenza at a number of premises which have been widely publicised. Mr Deputy Speaker, the committee has consistently highlighted the need for significant just transition funding, and is pleased to see an executive earmarked allocation for the Just Transition Fund for Agriculture of £12.3 million. The committee has since scrutinised more closely at that specific set of funds, and the committee has focused on a number of areas in particular of that capital allocation. For example, Farming with Nature, due to launch later this year, has a capital allocation of £4.8 million, and the Tackling Rural Poverty and Social Isolation, otherwise known as TRIPSI framework, has been allocated around £4 million. We have continued our programme of external meetings and hearing from stakeholders about the impact of funding shortfalls. The committee believe that to be incredibly important. For example, we have heard from RSPB on shortfalls for nature restoration, and from the Rural Partnerships Group and Rural Support Networks of the historical underinvestment in rural women and loss of rural transport. The committee has also voiced concerns over cuts to discretionary spend, as those areas are often where good impact can be made on public wellbeing, such as access to nature and rural support, but often are the easiest then to cut. At a recent visit to Athby and Hillsborough, we were... Time's up. Sorry. Okay.
Thank you. Call Colin McGrath.
I think it's important to acknowledge that having a budget prepared and a programme for government is, in this place, is definitely a step forward. And of course, we're not here to talk about the budget itself, but the findings of the Committee for Finance and the NI Fiscal Council in their interrogation of its draft. And while the language of these two reports is relatively clinical and objective, the content does clearly identify many areas of concern. To begin, the alignment or lack of it between the budget and the Executive's much-hailed programme for government. This is a key point for the Northern Ireland Fiscal Council, which states the draft budget is not linked particularly strongly to the 9 immediate priorities outlined in the programme for government, and less diplomatically put, they're barely linked at all. In the draft budget, as little as £425 million is directed towards programme for government priorities. And to put that in perspective, that's less than 3% of the overall total budget. And even then, that meagre funding isn't guaranteed, with much of it dependent on the outcome of in-year monitoring rounds. So some might call it creative accounting, but you can't deny that it simply just doesn't add up. Now, the Executive says that this budget will help do what matters most, but based on the figures, how are we supposed to take that seriously? We have to remember that this is one of the largest financial settlements that we have ever had, and with it an opportunity to invest strategically in our shared priorities. But the Fiscal Council outlines that there remains scant detail on how Programme for Government priorities will be funded, with several not being costed at all. Deputy Speaker, the Executive are no longer in a position to blame others for their own inaction. Both of these pieces of work highlight the need for greater fiscal devolution to put our public finances on a more sustainable footing, a point reinforced yesterday by the Northern Ireland Audit Committee's committee report on funding of public services in the North. Despite the urgent need to progress this critical issue, successive finance ministers have sat on their hands. Decisions on how we run this place are then inevitably constrained by the choices made by the UK Government. It's hard to tell whether the Executive are helpless or hapless, but all it does is sell people short and give way to hopelessness. There clearly needs to be more funding, but there is a need for an Executive to be critical and honest with how well it's being used currently. Just last week, the Public Accounts Committee highlighted the massive overspend on major capital projects, over £3 billion. Imagine what we could have achieved if this had been directed towards critical areas like healthcare or housing or childcare. As an opposition, we have proposed practical solutions to ensure public money goes further while addressing Programme for Government priorities. Now, I know the Finance Minister is keen to see our budget, as he mentioned yesterday, and I'm sure with his 3,480 staff in his department against the 2 in mine, I'm sure that he'd be willing to wait just a little bit longer for that detail. However, we do have a housing plan, and it was thoroughly costed and demonstrated what can be achieved with a clear and focused strategy, something this Executive has frequently failed to deliver. In conclusion, while vital, it's not just about the amount of money we have, it's about how we choose to spend it and how we leverage the powers that we have to make public finances go further. This might require hard decisions, but the Executive cannot continue to bury their heads in the sand and blame everyone else as things get worse. They must learn from past mistakes and focus on efficient, strategic and long-term investment. Do that, and perhaps we will finally deliver a budget that genuinely delivers for people that live here. Thank you.
Thank you. I call the Chair of the Communities Committee, Colm Gildernew.
I rise as Chair to support the motion. The Committee for Communities considered the Department for Communities budget allocation for 2025-26 and budget management 2024-25 in response to the Committee for Finance's round-robin call for views. The Committee acknowledges the challenging fiscal environment in which the budget has been set, with limited funding available to meet departmental needs. Executive officials have characterised the 25-26 financial year as one of the most constrained in recent history, with no department receiving the full amount requested in its bid. This has necessitated difficult prioritisation decisions across all areas of public spending. The Committee is particularly concerned about potential impacts on housing, social security, employment support, local government and community development. Additionally, the Committee notes the changes to the civil service budget and workforce could impact service delivery, for example in the administration of welfare, housing grants and employment support schemes. While recognising the Executive's efforts to stabilise public finances, the Committee notes that many of the pressures evident in 24-25 remain unresolved, particularly in relation to housing shortages, welfare mitigation measures and local government funding. The Department for Communities has been allocated funding across various expenditure categories, with notable increases in some areas but significant constraints in others. The Committee notes that while the total budget allocation for DFC appears substantial, increasing demand for public services, inflationary pressures and constraints on discretionary spending mean the Department faces considerable financial challenges. Although the committee welcomes initiatives such as multi-year budgets and routine publication of in-year financial monitoring data for greater transparency, members emphasise that clearer alignment between budget allocations and PFG objectives is essential for effective scrutiny and accountability. The 5-year departmental business plans expected in autumn 2025 may help address this gap, provided they integrate financial planning with strategic priorities. The 2025-26 budget has been developed in the context of extreme fiscal constraint, with a significant reduction in Barnett consequentials compared to 24-25. This has left departments with little flexibility to manage emerging financial pressures, particularly in relation to pay awards, inflation and public service demands. The Executive has attempted to offset some of these constraints through revenue-raising measures, including planned increases in domestic and non-domestic rates, expected to generate an additional $140 million in 25-26. However, these measures will not fully address existing shortfalls. The housing sector remains under significant strain with a persistent shortage of affordable social housing. The Housing Executive requires substantial additional investment to address backlogs in maintenance and repairs. It is good to see that Job Start 50 Plus has received an additional $1.9 million, reflecting the importance of employment support for older workers, although broader skills and training programmes remain, particularly for younger people, underfunded. It is worrying to note the impact of civil service budget changes, with reduction in the budget for shared services, finance, procurement and digital transformation, which could slow administrative processes. As well as this, 1,300 vacant next posts remain unfilled, and ongoing recruitment issues could impact the delivery of welfare, housing grants and employment support services. Community and voluntary organisations that rely on NICS-led funding schemes may experience delays in grant approvals and financial processing, further affecting service delivery. And we are, Lascian Corlia, acutely aware also of the impact on the arts sector, with groups still awaiting letters of offer and staff being put on protective notice. The committee acknowledges that the 2025-26 budget is set against a backdrop of severe financial constraints, requiring difficult trade-offs between competing priorities. While the Executive has sought to stabilise finances, many critical funding gaps remain unaddressed. The committee therefore wishes to make the following recommendations. In relation to stronger programme for government linkages, future budgets must clearly align with PFG priorities to enable better accountability. In terms of sustainable welfare funding, the Department should prioritise securing long-term legislative backing for existing welfare mitigation schemes. In relation to housing investment strategy, the Department should develop a long-term financial plan for housing and regeneration, including exploring alternative funding models. In relation to transparency in the budget reporting, the Department should enhance financial transparency by publishing detailed expenditure tracking reports. And in relation to support for next civil service financial stability, the Executive should ensure that reductions in funding do not disrupt critical services, particularly those affecting housing, welfare and employment support. The Committee for Communities will continue.
I'm going to call Paul.
Deputy Speaker, and I rise to say that this is very useful. This has been a very useful debate so far. For somebody who sits on the Finance Committee, to hear from all the other realms of governance within this place and all the other chairs of the committees who speak on their purview and their responsibilities with regards to their departmental scrutiny roles. It is fair to say, it is true to say that this Northern Ireland Assembly will get more money than it has ever got, both in cash terms and real terms. But it's also fair to say that we're living in a tighter, constrained environment with regards to our finances. And there are a number of reasons for that. But I don't know how many budget cycles I've lived through now, and we seem to always talk about the same issue. We don't get enough money, we say. We don't get enough money. We have too many bids for the money we have, so we can't meet demand. We're a devolved region. We don't really want, some people might want fiscal powers. I certainly don't, because I don't think that the parties in this place would use those powers appropriately on our people. So I'm quite content with this Assembly not having fiscal powers. So what options are left for us? And the options left for us then is to make sure we're an effective government, an efficient government as possible. And I can say quite clearly through the evidence that I've gathered and what I've seen in my experiences here, is that we're not efficient and we're not effective. And we're definitely not efficient and effective enough. And there is much more that we can do to make sure that we are efficient and effective. We're wasteful. If the private sector is wasteful, they go bust. If the public sector is wasteful, they bid for more money. Yes, I will.
I know certainly on the ERA committee, one of the things we'll be looking at is project overruns in terms of time and cost. Would the member agree with me that there is a considerable amount of work that needs to be done to ensure that government projects actually have a more forensic lens and we get that value for money and delivery on time?
Absolutely agree with the member. Absolutely agree with the member. And that's the strategic thought processes that we should be encountering. Not because we're in a tight, constrained fiscal place. We should have been doing this years ago. We should have been making more of our efficiency and effectiveness way back when we had more money, so to speak. But there are issues, even, I'm not going to pick on the member for his intervention, but even look at agriculture. Look at the money that we spend every year on bovine TB. And we do not address bovine TB, we test it. All we ever do in this place is test for bovine TB. We do not eradicate. And the measures that we have in place does nothing to eradicate it. Nothing. We measure it. We measure the scale of bovine TB. That's all we do. So we keep doing this year in, year out. Do we expect another outcome? Of course we don't. It would be madness. But not only that, look at our health department. 50% of our budget spent in health. And we have hospitals that can't even be opened years after they have been built. Lying empty. Lying empty. How did we get to this place? And we have thousands languishing on waiting lists, in pain. And we have the built form, a hospital, state-of-the-art hospital that can't even be opened. But more so, and this is part of the problem with this process, how do we scrutinise that? How do we effectively scrutinise that? We have a report here from the Finance Committee, and it says more about what's missing than what's in it. Because, of no fault of their own, the Health Committee hasn't submitted to this report. Because their department couldn't get their act together to give them adequate information to supply this committee with. There is a breakdown in scrutiny. There is a breakdown in scrutiny. What type of breakdown is it? It's 50% worth our budget breakdown in scrutiny. 50%. And then we wonder why we have problems. We wonder why we're not effective or efficient. How can we be effective and efficient? How can we measure the effectiveness of government if we can't even get the information we require to scrutinise the departments appropriately? Thank you.
Thank you. I call Paula Bradshaw, Chair of the Executive Office Committee.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise on behalf of the Committee for the Executive Office, and I want to thank the Finance Committee for its work on this report, for helpfully sharing information on budgets and financial matters, and for bringing this motion to the House today. Mr Deputy Speaker, the Committee for the Executive Office considered written and oral briefings from the Executive Office on the 12th of March and the 26th of March 2025 respectively. We agreed a response to the Finance Committee at our meeting last week, and we appreciate the flexibility shown by the Finance Committee in accepting input after the initial response date. Members noted that the executive budget for 2025-26 is challenging. The committee noted during the briefing that the allocations for TEO agreed by the executive in the budget for 2025-26 are considerably lower than TEO's bids, and this means that many of TEO's pressures cannot be met. This is problematic, and it will be compounded if, as expected, there will not be the same opportunities in year to access additional funding through monitoring rounds and consequentials. In the past, TEO has been reliant on in-year allocations to fund and to continue key programmes. Members are concerned that the progress made in previous years can be lost if programmes are scaled back or delayed because of reduced funding. Members noted that allocations in RDEL when taken with the baseline will enable the current commitments to be taken forward in line with spending plans for the Ending Violence Against Women and Girls programme, and that funding for good relations will ensure delivery continues to be maintained at current levels. This is somewhat disappointing given the importance that these programmes to communities across Northern Ireland, the impact it will have, and it leaves no room for emerging needs or expanding provision. Members noted that the funding available to non-departmental public bodies only partially meets pay and inflationary pressures above and beyond the baselines that were brought forward. We were concerned that continued pressures of this type could impact those non-departmental public bodies' ability to discharge their functions fully, efficiently and effectively. In terms of earmarked RDEL, an allocation of £150 million has been provided in response to requirements of £168 million. This funding is mainly for victims' payments and for forecast costs for the Truth Recovery redress payments, and to establish and implement a statutory public inquiry. The committee will closely monitor these requirements during the year. Members also noted that capital allocations will allow inescapable pressures to be met, and the allocation of £2.3 million to meet the financial transaction capital net requirement. The committee is seeking further information on a number of areas, for example the North West Development Fund, costs of the overseas bureaus, and is exploring the good use of public money in relation to accommodation and establishment costs, particularly in relation to the new commissioners. We will monitor the impact of reduced opportunities for in-year allocations on delivery of key areas of the Department's work. And finally, we welcome the anticipated move to multi-year budgets and the certainty that this will bring to TEO and its delivery partners, the development of TEO's 5-year business plan and greater alignment between the budget and the programme for government. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Philip Brett, Chair of the Economy Committee.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I rise as Chairman of the Economy Committee to make some initial remarks. And can I thank the Committee for Finance, which I'm a member of, for bringing forward this debate today. The Committee for the Economy had previously received oral evidence on these matters in December from the then Minister. We heard from officials on the 5th of February 2025 and then noted further written departmental submissions on the 26th of February. The Committee looks forward to welcoming our new Minister to the Committee tomorrow to discuss the budget settlement for the Department for the Economy. The Department had produced a budget plan and had furnished the Committee with information on resource and capital builds, setting out which of those were met and which of those were not. Indeed, officials had also helpfully provided comparison with key budget lines contrasting the anticipated closing position for 24-25 with the opening position for 25-26. However, despite the Executive agreeing the budget last week, the Department has yet to provide the impact assessments for the draft allocations for 25-26 to the Committee. Without these, members found it impossible to determine what the draft budget might mean in respect of skills places, apprenticeship numbers, further education places, higher education places, as well as the impact of the baseline cuts to both Tourism Northern Ireland and to Northern Ireland Screen. Some information has lately been provided in respect of next pay pressures. This indicated that extra pressures of £3 million had materialised owing to the pay uplift being higher than expected. Additionally, employers' national insurance increases were estimated at £6 million for the Department and its arm's length bodies, plus a further £5 million for further education colleges. Sticking with pay pressures, if FE lecturers and FE non-teaching staff seek to match the teachers' pay deal of around 5.5%, that will be a further pressure on the Department of around £5 million. According to the Finance Minister's recent statement, the Department appears to have received an indicative general allocation of £3 million in the June monitoring round. So from the get-go, we may be looking at a position where the Department for the Economy has a deficit of around £11 million in relation to pay. The department previously advised that it expected that pressures associated with the anticipated demand for apprenticeships and skills for life and work traineeships would be met in the 25-26 budget. However, the department also identified a shortfall of £4.1 million of skills funding. According to the statement to the House yesterday, the department appears to have received a further £8 million from the Minister for Finance, which is very welcome news. Nevertheless, the committee remains unclear as to whether demand for the very large number of places supported by the Skill Fund will be met in 25-26. The department previously advised that it expected that pressures associated with higher education provision would largely be met by the 25-26 budget. However, in subsequent papers, the department appeared to advise of a baseline cut to the higher education student support budget line of £6.6 million. And the department also referred to an increase in Ardell spending at the McAl campus of the Ulster University of £7.4 million, covering GEMS and further student places increase. So the committee is unclear as to whether the cut at higher education places will be met by reducing the number of places at Queen's University, at Coleraine campus and at the Belfast campus in order for the Minister to meet their priority in relation to additional places at McAl. The programme for government included a significant commitment to promoting economic development. The Skills Barometer report showed that skills need in Northern Ireland is continuing to grow. But unfortunately, the committee cannot be absolutely sure at this time that the promises within the PFG can be kept by the department, given that we have not received the information in relation to that budget. Mr. Speaker, just briefly making some comments as a DUP economy spokesperson. We do look forward to interrogating the figures with the Minister for the Economy tomorrow. We recognise the pressure that is under her budget. However, there are important matters that need to be clarified. Cutting our funding to Queen's University to fund ministerial priorities at other campuses cannot and will not be accepted by this party. Cuts to our FE colleges, in particular the closure of the Castlereagh campus, will not be tolerated by this party. So tomorrow we look forward to receiving evidence from the Minister, but this party will continue to stand up for institutions right across Northern Ireland and not just one geographical location.
Thank you, members. Just to let you know, given that we're moving towards the time limit of the debate, and bearing in mind the number of speakers indicating the wines and the Minister's response, having taken all relevant factors into consideration, have decided to apply a grace period of up to 15 minutes to accommodate the number of members wishing to speak. And I now call Joanne Bunting, Chair of the Justice Committee.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I welcome the opportunity to speak as Chairman of the Committee for Justice and declare that I have an immediate family member who works in the legal profession. Towards the end of last year, the Committee received briefings from officials on the Department's planning for the 2025-26 draft budget, and we then heard evidence on the 6th of February on its draft 25-26 budget allocation. The budget provides the Department of Justice with a resource scale allocation for the 25-26 financial year of £1,406 million. This includes earmarked funding of £37.8 million of additional security funding and £16 million for the Executive Programme for tackling paramilitary activity and organised crime, of which £6.8 million is due to be allocated to departments other than Justice. The Department will receive a capital allocation of £100 million against a final bid of £135.3 million, which it has stated will be used to address inescapable capital bids. The non-ring-fenced resource scale allocation represents an increase of £132.3 million, or 10.9% on the previous year. And while the additional funding is welcome, it still leaves the Department facing stabilisation pressures amounting to some £33.9 million. In addition, the pressures faced have become even greater due to the anticipated additional costs from employer national insurance contributions of £15 million, revised pay award assumptions of £4.3 million, and an estimated £6.55 million required to implement the Burgess Report recommendations for an uplift on legal aid fees, which is seen as an urgent priority. As well as the stabilisation pressures, the Department still faces exceptional pressures of £227 million in relation to holiday pay, the McLeod injury to feelings remedy and the PSNI data breach, although it is not yet clear when these costs will crystallise. The Committee has, however, been repeatedly advised that these exceptional pressures cannot be managed within the Department's budget allocation. To help inform the Committee's consideration of the budget, we also invited the 8 non-departmental public bodies to outline the likely implications and pressures arising from their indicative allocations. The PSNI, while welcoming the increased allocation, expressed concerns that it will still not be sufficient to meet their pressures and expressed disappointment in general terms that this is yet another one-year budget. However, thankfully, it does appear from comments yesterday by the Finance Minister that that practice is coming to an end. They also expressed concern that insufficient funding will impact their ability to implement the recovery plan and to increase police officers. The PSNI also had concerns about meeting the costs associated with the increased employer national insurance contributions, a concern which was echoed across all of the Department's non-departmental public bodies. While the Committee heard that additional funding was expected to be provided towards the costs, the Department advised that it was unlikely to be sufficient to meet the additional pressures in full. Committee members have also voiced particular concerns about the impact the increase in employers' national insurance contributions will have on community and voluntary sector organisations who carry out vital work in justice on behalf of or in partnership with statutory agencies. The Committee welcomed the assurances from officials that individual business areas are alert to this issue and will engage directly with community and voluntary organisations to deal with pressures on a case-by-case basis. As members will know, and as I have previously outlined to the House, the Department's budget is predominantly demand-led, with the police service, courts and tribunals, prisons and legal aid accounting for the majority of the budget. It must also be recognised that there is an increasing demand for all of these services across the justice system. The Committee recognises that despite the increased allocation for 25-26, this remains a challenging budget for the Department of Justice. Officials have reported that there is minimal scope, if any, to reduce or divert resources from one area to another. The indications are that pressures are unlikely to be eased through in-year funding, and the Department has advised that difficult decisions on prioritisation and indeed service provision will be required across the Department and its NDPBs. Speaking in my personal capacity, there can be no question that the warnings raised by the Chief Constable over the limitations this budget will place on the PSNI and their ability to keep people safe are deeply alarming. I am concerned at the damage that may be inflicted to society in the interim 3 years until the PSNI is scheduled to reach 7,000 officers, given the Chief's warnings, particularly around child sexual abuse. However, it's also clear to me that awards to the PSNI would have a subsequent impact on the courts, the PPS, legal aid, the prisons and probation service, as the branches within the justice system are interdependent. It is imperative for the sake of society's safety that the Department is appropriately funded, but also that the Department prioritises its spending appropriately and prudently.
I now call Nick Matheson, Chair of the Education Committee.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I rise to speak to this motion firstly in my capacity as Chair of the Education Committee. The Committee has been provided with Fiscal Council and Finance Committee reports, and members have at this stage noted them. The Committee received a written briefing from the Department of Education on the 25-26 draft budget position in February of this year, and it set out for the Committee a very challenging picture further to its allocations of £3.219 billion resource DEL and £380 million capital DEL. Officials outlined a likely unavoidable resource DEL pressure of £260 million that would arise, and additionally further high priority pressures in the region of £64 million were highlighted, and further pressures of £29 million relating to strategy delivery plans. Concerns around the employer national insurance rise were also noted, and we are aware of the Finance Committee's report highlighting this specifically, and the Department have set out that even if, as suggested, 2/3 of this was to be met centrally, the Department still estimate pressures arising of £17 million in this regard. Capital budgets were similarly raised as falling short of likely requirements by £91 million, noting as well that, as highlighted by the Fiscal Council report, approximately 43% of this is already allocated. The Committee has noted all these pressures and sought further clarity from the Department, given the pressures indicated if an EQIA was being undertaken, which we have now been assured is being taken forward. In terms of the key themes from both of the reports, the need to move to a multi-year budget has been visited by the Committee on many occasions, most recently when being briefed by the Department on its 5-year SEND delivery plan. The challenge of delivering a 5-year plan of this complexity on a single-year budgetary cycle cannot be understated, and the Committee would welcome measures to allow the Department to plan more strategically on a multi-year cycle. The committee has identified early years and childcare as a key strategic priority and therefore welcomed the £50 million investment that was confirmed in the draft budget. However, the committee has regularly emphasised the need to see delivery of that long overdue strategy itself, as well as expressing the future investment in childcare being targeted to parents most in need of support. Finally, the committee has also identified SEND services and transformation as a key area of focus and received recent updates on the scale of the financial challenge in delivering the department's plan. I would note the Finance Committee report, therefore, which did highlight the need to align draft budget to PFG priorities, of which SEN and indeed childcare and early years are listed. The committee would encourage any resource which can be targeted at the area of SEN on that basis to be made available. In short, the committee is fully cognisant of the budgetary challenge ahead in this financial year and notes the reports highlighted in this motion which have been provided to it in that context. Mr Deputy Speaker, with your permission, I'll speak briefly as an Alliance member in relation to these matters. Clearly, the Education Department's budget is under pressure. That is accepted across this House. But Alliance has been consistently clear that we believe there needs to be real ambition to deliver transformation of how our education system is delivered if we really are going to address the financial challenge in education. Regrettably, the Education Minister does not seem to have significant appetite to look at how the structures of the system drive financial pressures. By way of example, we have no clarity on when, if indeed at all, an independent area planning commission will be established to ensure we have the right number of schools to deliver a truly sustainable school estate. We've seen no clear move to act on the independent review of education recommendations to look at models to address pairs of unsustainable schools located next to each other, often serving different communities. The Minister has been clear he sees no need to carry out an audit of the cost of division in his department. And then we have the huge capital cost of the Stroll campus, with no value for money case having been set out that I am aware of. So to conclude, I'm entirely content to note these reports and support that ask for the Finance Minister to take them into account. But I would add that if we really want to find ways to ease these budgetary pressures in the long term in education, we do need the Minister and the Department to take meaningful steps to look seriously at transformation and structural reform.
Call Deborah Erskine, Chair of the Infrastructure Committee.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I rise as Chair of the Infrastructure Committee. The committee has received oral evidence from the Department for Infrastructure, TransLink and Northern Ireland Water to consider their assessment of the funding requirements for 25-26. The committee has sought to understand how each organisation will manage and prioritise its capital and resource spend to ensure they will remain within their approved totals. Perhaps unsurprisingly, the assessments of requirements vary significantly when compared with the proposed allocations in the draft budget. The committee is well aware of the Department's requirement for significant capital investment. However, in the absence of a multi-year capital budget, we lack the certainty of funding for projects. And not only does that complicate delivery, it is undoubtedly a more expensive way to fund capital projects that can take a number of years to complete. The committee noted the Department's assessment that its opening draft resource allocation is 8% less than what it considers it requires. Increased national insurance contributions for the Department and its arm-length bodies will place a further strain on resource spending, and it's forecasted to increase by over 12 million. As we've seen recently, NI Water had forecasted it would be in an overspend position in 24-25, and this has resulted in the Minister's decision to engage forensic accountants to examine its spending, and we await the findings of this work. Having noted the draft budget 25-26 highlights RRI borrowing of £105.7 million that is earmarked for NI Water, the committee questioned both DFI officials and NI Water to understand whether this will provide additional capital or whether it will be used to offset a lower capital allocation. The Department's Equality Impact Assessment for the draft budget seems to suggest that Northern Ireland Water's capital allocation has been effectively reduced from £323.7 million to £244.3 million and then supplemented with RRI borrowing. Although the committee have been told no final decisions have been made, the net result seems to be that Northern Ireland Water will be just £26.3 million better off in terms of capital budget, despite the executive borrowing some £105.7 million. This falls far below the investment required to maintain and update our existing infrastructure, in line with the determination by the utility regulator to address the historic underfunding as determined under the PC21. It would be helpful if the Minister could indicate the basis of the RRI borrowing. For example, has the Executive approved this borrowing just as a means to access additional capital to provide the flexibility to DFI to effectively reduce the conventional capital allocation to NI Water? Turning to our roads, the committee continues to be concerned by road safety and the limited maintenance service for our road network that only prioritises upgrades based on the extent of their condition, often at the detriment to less significant but necessary works on roads. The committee will undoubtedly be keen to explore the specific improvements that will be delivered by the Transport and Road Asset Management from the proposed increased resource allocation of approximately £30 million compared with the 2024-25 opening position. Turning to TransLink, during its oral evidence, TransLink highlighted that the uncertainty of funding presents an ongoing significant challenge in planning for future years and is insufficient to meet the requirements under the public service contract, leading to a substantial loss and leaving its cash reserves at an unsustainable level. When questioning TransLink representatives in February of this year, the committee noted that the day-to-day cash reserves under its Treasury management policy should not be below £30 million. However, it is expected that by the end of the financial year, reserves will be at a level of approximately £23 million. The committee further noted that public transport spending in Northern Ireland is lowest at approximately 35% of the UK average. The committee recognises the legitimate concerns regarding the impact of reduced funding on services, particularly for those living with disabilities, and this is worsened obviously due to the fact of the number of wheelchair accessible taxis operating across Northern Ireland. So as I draw my remarks to a close, I want to say that on behalf of the Committee for Infrastructure, I'd like to express my thanks to the Committee for Finance for coordinating the responses to today's debate on the draft budget. It's clear from the responses that there are mounting challenges in how we deliver our finance and our public services, and I look forward to the remaining contributions.
Time's up, and I call Jerry Carroll.
And thanks for using the grace time. I think it's important to hear everybody's voice, and appreciate you for doing that today. An obvious question, Deputy Speaker, for people here to consider is how many more reports do we need to read about the failure of our budgets to meet people's needs? How many more reports need to be published to explain how our public services are at breaking point, and they certainly are. And despite a mounting pile of evidence, executive parties who complain about Westminster austerity insist on implementing Westminster's austerity budgets. The links between this budget and the executive's stated priorities in the programme for government are weak at best. The earmarked allocations for childcare, ending violence against women and social housing are all a drop in the ocean of what's actually needed. I obviously support the motion, but there's another report that the Finance Minister should take note of, and that's the NFR's Committee report on the North's public services. And to no one's surprise, the Committee found that our public services are crippled by inadequate funding, lack of reform and political instability. No news to my constituents and many others. The slow and dramatic collapse of health and social care and education is having a disastrous impact on people's quality of life. Ordinary people didn't, Deputy Speaker, need a report to tell them that our public services are at breaking point. They're experiencing it every single day. People who can't afford to go private are waiting months or years for a first appointment with a consultant. Mental health needs are 40% greater here than in Britain, and the North recently held the world record for prescribing the most antidepressants per head of population. There's at least a year of backlogs for major court cases, school classrooms are crumbling or infested with black mould, and up to 80% of schools are operating on a deficit. In face of this crisis, emergency one-off rescue packages simply won't cut it, and neither will single-year budgets. What's urgently needed is long-term, sustainable and predictable funding based on people's needs. The 124% uplift in funding from Westminster to the North clearly isn't enough to avert a catastrophe for our public services. We need to transform the way our public services are delivered so that they are sustainable, high quality and dependable for current and future generations. We need to make progress on transformation while maintaining day-to-day services. And I would emphasise transformation for who. It should be for people, not to satisfy the austerity wolves in Treasury or Number 10. This budget won't allow us to do both. 95 million of transformation funding from the restoration package has already been diverted into day-to-day spending. And as long as we're handed paltry budgets from Westminster, we'll never be able to invest in transformation. And despite much of what the media and political class, Deputy Speaker, tells us, the answers to our financial crisis are not water charges or rates increases. Ordinary people have already been punished enough. A 5% regional rate increase is being implemented as part of this budget with absolutely no improvement in the delivery of services to justify it. At least 35,000 people in the north impacted by the Labour government's cuts to PIP and universal credit. Last week, this House passed a motion calling for tax increases for the super wealthy. There was clear consensus that rather than punishing the poor, there are more progressive ways of raising revenue for our public services. One of those options is completing the devolution of corporation tax. And instead of arguing to cut it, the executive should fight to raise corporation tax on corporate giants who are raking in record profits. And given due regard to the findings of these reports, Deputy Speaker, it can't just mean business as usual, nor can it mean this executive forcing ordinary working class people to fit the bill for water charges. This executive needs to break from Westminster's economic rule, stand up to Keir Starmer's attempts to impose a new era of austerity and refuse to implement cuts that will devastate working class communities across the north. Otherwise, it will be another decade of misery, poverty and crises in public services. Thank you.
Thank you. Now call the Minister of Finance to respond to the motion. Minister, you have up to 15 minutes.
Thank you, Láscan Collier. I welcome the opportunity to participate in today's debate on the Finance Committee and ANI Fiscal Council's report on the 25-26 budget. I would firstly like to thank both the Committee and the Fiscal Council for the detailed work they have carried out in developing their reports and for the contributions from the various members today. As you are aware, I was here yesterday giving an oral statement on the final budget 25-26, which was agreed by all ministers and the Executive on the 3rd of April. It is my intention to return to the Assembly in mid-May for a full debate on the final budget. Turning firstly to the Finance Committee report, this provides a useful summary of the issues reflected in the draft budget. I am pleased it referenced the extensive engagement with my department, which I hope the Committee has found useful. I welcome the recognition from the Statutory Committee that there is considerable pressure on the public purse and that the difficult decisions will need to be made during the challenging fiscal environment. I hope that much of this has been reflected in today's debate. Despite the challenges, I think it's important that we recognise that the budget agreed last week provides some $19 billion for public services and infrastructure. The Finance Committee report identifies a number of common themes across all statutory committees, which we've heard from chairs and vice chairs today. As I outlined yesterday, this is the last year that I intend to bring forward a single-year budget. The second phase of the spending review will be announced in June and will set out the Executive's resource funding envelopes for 26-27 to 28-29 and capital envelopes for a further year to 29-30. I intend to bring recommendations to the Executive for a multi-year budget in line with the period of the spending review. I believe multi-year budgets will be a game changer and will enable departments to plan on a more long-term basis, bringing greater efficiency and effectiveness, but they will not solve all our financial problems. The 5-year department sustainability plans will be a step forward, putting the executive finances on a more stable footing. The budget I presented to the House yesterday was the first step, earmarking funding specifically for programme for government priorities. Of course, delivering our priorities is not just about additional allocations, it's also about how existing departmental budgets are spent. It is vital that existing funding is directed towards the agreed priorities. To help measure that work, work is underway to link departmental spending areas to PFG priorities, and this information will be published as soon as possible, following the receipt of all departmental information. We will use the final budget spending area financial data in this analysis. However, this is the first time we have linked baseline expenditure to the PFG. The information will be published will be subject to appropriate caveats. Turning to the Fiscal Council report on the draft budget for 25-26, which has been helpful in informing consideration of the draft budget. This report also highlights continuing difficult financial circumstances and challenging decisions for both this year and into the future years to maintain sustainable public finances and provide stable, high-quality public services. The Fiscal Council has suggested a number of interventions that could, in principle, mitigate budget pressures. All of these things have to be considered. Some have already been ruled out, both by myself and other ministers, and others are more feasible moving forward. In setting its regional rate, the Executive had to be conscious of the impact of households and businesses. We had to carefully strike the right balance between raising income while limiting increases as much as possible, recognising ongoing challenges for households and businesses. In my view, the uplift of the domestic properties, for domestic properties uplift and for non-domestic properties uplift, which was agreed for 25-26, achieved that balance. The Executive is committed to looking at options to deliver efficiencies, generate revenue, enhance borrowing powers and explore the potential for more fiscal powers. It will be for departmental ministers to make plans to live within their final 25-6 allocations and make savings through efficiencies in order to fund higher priorities. In addition, the outworking of the Executive's budget sustainability plan will help drive efficiencies in both the budget process as well as within departments. The Budget Improvement Plan is a significant pillar of our future work plan. My predecessor, Minister Archibald, had approved and published a high-level roadmap for the Budget Improvement Plan, putting in place a series of measures to improve the overall budget process. This roadmap sets out both short-term actions and areas to be developed over the longer term. The focus of the short-term actions has enabled some positive progress in relation to the Budget 25-26, including improved equality information and more user-friendly supporting documents, but I would welcome input on ways in which the process can be improved further or feedback on what has been completed to date. My department has also published a high-level roadmap setting out key elements in the development of a longer-term 5-year departmental plans. The roadmap covers both short-term actions and key actions over the medium term, which will facilitate departments in progressing the development of 5-year financial sustainability plans, with the intent that these will be in place this calendar year. Now that the 25-26 budget has been finalised, I intend to formally commission these plans in the coming weeks. The Executive's focus must be on wider budget sustainability. We must also look at how we can do things better, improving efficiency, focusing on desired outcomes. While income generation will be part of this decision, this must be based on the economic and social context and the need to deliver the public services for our citizens expect. The Budget Sustainability Plan committed the Executive to the completion of a strategic review of income generation measures. It will be for all ministers to consider the appropriate income generation measures for their departments, and obviously committees will play a vital role in this as well. Work on the strategic income review will commence shortly. This will allow ministers the time and opportunity to consider how their spending envelopes on income generation measures for the 25-26 financial year before contributing to the review. This will also allow time to consider new income generation measures and alternative funding sources, and assess how other funding sources can be maximised, with the review to be completed ideally in advance of the multi-year budget set later this year. In closing, I welcome the contributions from the various committees today. As I said in a debate yesterday, the work of the committees in this place is not properly recognised, and the value of it is not given the credit it deserves. As we continue with a very challenging budgetary outlook, I think the work of the committees will be vital in ensuring that we deliver the public services our public expect from us. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister, for that response. And I call Gemma Dolan to conclude and wind up the debate on the motion, and you have up to 10 minutes.
I'll wind on this committee's motion this afternoon. First, I would like to thank those who contributed to the debate today. The committee brought forward the motion to allow members, particularly chairs of statutory committees, an early opportunity to discuss and reflect on the 2025-26 budget, which was recently agreed by the Executive. The committee is also grateful to the Minister for agreeing to respond today. The committee would also like to thank the Fiscal Council for the assessment of the budget, which was published recently. the Council provides a vital function in supporting the Assembly's scrutiny of the budget, and I know the Finance Committee finds the assessment very useful and it raises issues that the Committee has previously identified. As the Committee had hoped, this has been a useful and constructive debate. Members are aware that the budget outlook for 2025-2026 fiscal year is challenging. The Committee has heard from officials on many occasions talk of the need for departments to live within their means and the fact that there are unlikely to be significant in-year transfers from the Treasury. I will now move to reflect on the main themes that members have raised in today's debate. All committees and the Minister agreed we have a difficult budget envelope. Employer national insurance contributions and wage pressures was also a common theme. Concerns on the issue of absence of multi-annual budgets was expressed, as was the need for greater alignment between budget and the programme for government. Lower in-year flows of funds from the British Government was an issue raised by a number of committees, and lack of detail was an issue raised by the Chair of the Health Committee. Lascan Corlia, I will close my comments on behalf of the Committee and say a few words on behalf of Sinn Féin. These reports on the draft budget reiterate the strain that our public finances currently face and highlight the limitations that exist for us as a devolved administration in trying to address these challenges. The Fiscal Council and Committee for Finance both highlight the desire for multi-year budgets that exists among the various stakeholders, and the direction of travel towards this as early as the next financial year is a positive development which will enable medium and long-term planning on a more sustainable financial basis and support transformation. The interim fiscal framework that was agreed last year was a significant step forward in establishing a better funding model, and also a recognition that the North has been underfunded for many years. This secured an extra £248 million for our public services for this year. However, the legacy of underinvestment is something which we continue to suffer from, and it is deeply disappointing that since last year's Westminster election, the Labour government has embarked on the same failed policies of austerity as their Tory predecessors. Through her autumn budget statement, the British Chancellor sought to put more pressure on our public services, the community and voluntary sector and businesses here by announcing a rise in employers' national insurance contributions. Despite covering this rise for Whitehall departments, locally we are facing a shortfall of £60 million for our public sector. I welcome the efforts of the Executive to mitigate against decisions by the British Government, such as ensuring that the agricultural sector remains an earmarked allocation in the budget after the British Treasury removed it from being ring-fenced, prioritising money for cutting health waiting lists and doubling the allocation for childcare. While raising the revenue required as part of the interim fiscal framework was achieved through an increase in the regional rates, there remains considerable rate relief available for households and businesses, and there was a recognition of the impact that the rise in employers' national insurance contributions would have on businesses by the Finance Minister, which led to a lower non-domestic rate rise. The suggestion that we should put further financial pressure on those who can least afford it because of a legacy of underinvestment in our public services by the British Government to address issues such as capacity in our water infrastructure is not the solution. Given the limited fiscal powers and resources at the Finance Minister's disposal, I recognise that it is impossible for him to compensate for spending decisions made in London which prioritise weapons of war and the interests of the few, not the many. However, we must continue to do all we can to stand up for the interests of our citizens here. That's why it's important that the Finance Minister continues to make the case for adequate funding for our public services with the British Treasury, and I know work is ongoing in that area with Professor Hultum's assessment on our level of need ahead of the spending review in June. Going forward, we also need to see more fiscal powers evolved, which will provide us with greater financial ability and capacity until constitutional change enables those elected here to have full control over our own affairs.
Thank you. Members, the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, if any, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Members are going to ask that anyone leaving the chamber does so quietly, because we've moved to item 6 on the order paper, the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn, and in conjunction with the Business Committee, the Speaker has given leave to Michelle Guy to raise the matter of lack of respite provision in the South Eastern Health and Social Care Trust. I call Michelle Guy, who has up to 15 minutes.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak on behalf of families in Lagan Valley and the South Eastern Trust who are desperate for respite services. Not only are these families being failed by our system, they are being left traumatised by it. I have been privileged to speak to many families impacted by this. They love their family members dearly. They are experts in caring for them, and they are simply asking for some support. When describing their experiences, families have expressed to me feeling threatened, manipulated and misled by their interactions with the South Eastern Trust. Others have spoken of a get-it-spent culture that creates wastage and focuses energy on quick-win style solutions aimed at making the numbers look good, rather than meaningful interventions that will make a real difference. A lack of strategic thinking and a failure by Trust to work collaboratively in a focused way to solve the acute and specific issues of overnight respite completes the picture. Families recognise that most staff are doing their best. In fact, many go above and beyond in really challenging circumstances. So they are very much looking up the chain for accountability, action and, importantly, leadership. And Minister, families recognise that you have personally met with them and organisations supporting them recently and made commitments in relation to pressing for a culture shift within the Trust. This is welcome, but the level of mistrust that exists will only be overcome by delivery, not warm words. Starting with my own constituency, Minister, I know you visited Lagan Valley in relation to adult services back in January at the invitation of my colleague David Honeyford. And preceding this, respite services were stood up again at the Hill Hall facility in November. The families benefiting from this are grateful. But what is amazing about this community of families is their deep empathy and willingness to support each other. Each of these carers has a unique understanding of the pressure other families are under, and they have been keen to speak to me as passionately about the needs of others as for themselves. One family told of their relief to now have respite on a monthly basis restored, but were quick to highlight very elderly carers, one in their 80s, who has gone for a year with no break. However, such is their lack of trust in the system, they express concern that the help they are now receiving could be withdrawn or reduced suddenly. Their specific concern being the boost in adult provision is only being sustained by slippage in restoring services for children with complex needs. How is this possible? Minister, I hope you can provide assurance today that a feared trade-off between adult and children's services will not materialise, and there will be no rollback of services restored in Lagan Valley or the South Eastern Trust. This concern is not without reasonable foundation, because it is the case that money allocated in the previous financial year for children's services did go unspent. The catalyst for this investment announcement was the BBC documentary I Am Not OK, that provided a shocking insight into the experience and daily challenges of 4 mums as they care for their much-loved autistic sons who have extremely complex and challenging behaviours. Your response to the public outcry was to announce a welcome commitment of $2 million in emergency funding for respite care, followed by a commitment of $13 million annually to expand services. The families featured in the programme and others in similar situations felt relieved that with this investment something was going to change. However, not all the $2 million was spent, and what was invested in increasing some therapeutic services and early intervention rather than addressing the current and acute needs. As one person explained, parental classes or early intervention measures are no use to a teenager with profound needs deemed to be on the edge of care. They need respite, and watching limited money that was meant to support them be spent on other things is exasperating and compounds their sense that their children, as one mother put it, are the forgotten children. Minister, when you made your announcement, you created an expectation of improvement in a matter of months. The latest position I have been given from the South Eastern Trust is that 83 children with disabilities that we know of are waiting on residential short break, and many who have been promised it have had short breaks cancelled at short notice. It remains the position that Lindsay House is unavailable for respite, Redwood not open until September, leaving families with the prospect of a summer without support. Families have also asked about capacity at Greenhill, and specifically about an additional chalet they were told that won't now go forward, but they were offered no explanation for this. But even if all of these facilities were opened and staffed tomorrow, it is doubtful that the capacity they offer will meet demand. The question many are asking is why the response to this crisis is not regional in nature. Such is the level of crisis, and most families honestly could care less about trust boundaries and are willing to travel to access support. The sense of families is that trusts continue to have a silo mentality, and direction needs to come firmly from the department that they must collaborate better, be solutions focused, with the interests of these children and their families at the centre of resource planning. In the meantime, families have told me of their fear of admitting how bad things have got in case it is weaponised. In conversations with families, they have told how raising concerns is met with the threat of their children being moved out of jurisdiction, and some have told how they have been accused of abandoning their child simply for asking for help. Others have told of being patronised or having their child placed on the Child Protection Register, which infers that they as a parent are a risk to their child, when in fact they have been hospitalised following an assault by their child. Some of these parents have expressed some cautious optimism that people are saying the right things now, but they have been let down so many times already and remain scarred as a result of this toxic culture. Indeed, one outworking of this culture is likely underrepresentation of the numbers of families on the edge of care. This is currently 81 in the South Eastern Trust, but some families are aware that they are not counted in the figure because their request has been categorised as a parental request rather than assessed need. If the orientation is child-centred, then it is in no one's best interest to underestimate the true level of need. Yes.
Thank you for giving way. And you make a very important point in relation to how children are assessed in terms of need. But one of the issues around the South Eastern Trust in particular is the number of families that are still waiting for contact with a social worker. And this is a very grave issue. The South Eastern Trust is completely out of kilter with other trusts in relation to that number of families. And would the member agree with me that this leads to exacerbate the problem where things can get out of hand quicker because help is not available or assessed?
I thank the member for her intervention and absolutely echo her words, and it has been expressed to me that exact concern that parents have raised, that same issue of getting access to a social worker and, if they do, even getting the help that they need. So thank you for that, I appreciate it. In your funding announcement in October, you quite rightly identified workforce as a key barrier to progress, and one that needs to be tackled head on with improved pay and terms and conditions to attract people to these roles. Connected also to workforce is the fact that increasingly our special schools are providing de facto respite for children with no other outlet available to give parents a break. Staff in these settings are doing all they can but are ill-equipped to deal with such complex needs. Indeed, some families have built up 10 to 12,000 in direct payments instead of respite, where there are no suitable services to spend it on. I also had one family reach out to say that they did find someone to accept direct payments for overnight support in the home, but the request for additional direct payments to cover this is yet to be assessed and was initially dismissed. Examples like this really jar, because having pushed the problem back to the families to source and employ resource to compensate for system failures, they are then presented with a computer says no response. Minister, I can say with certainty that you feel the same level of compassion and concern in your dealings with these families as I and other members do. The difference, however, between us is you have the power to act. I and other members here tonight have been afforded a platform to speak on behalf of these families, to tell their stories and to ask that you give clear direction and timelines to the South Eastern Trust and every trust for delivery for these families, that going forward all carers are treated with a level of respect, dignity and professionalism befitting of the pressures they are living with as they care for their cherished loved ones.
Thank you. Members, given the high number of speakers who have indicated, time will be limited to 4 minutes per speaker, with the exception of the other Lagan Valley representative, David Honeyford, who will have 5 minutes. I'll also caution in advance that interventions could also impact the number of speakers taken, as we are time limited in an adjournment debate. So I now call Colin Gildernew.
Just to reassure members, I haven't moved to the South Eastern Trust area, but I do retain my interest in carers and respite, and in fact I raised it this morning in members' statements as well. So I welcome the opportunity to take part in this debate today. Last year, the lack of adequate respite services in the South Eastern Trust and indeed across the North is a matter that deeply impacts countless families in my own constituency as well as those under the South Eastern Trust. Respite care services provide essential relief for adults and children with learning difficulties, complex needs, physical and otherwise, and is a key support for their carers. It isn't a luxury, it is indeed very much a lifeline for carers. It's essential for their physical and mental well-being and for the continued care for those who they look after. It offers a break from the relentless 24/7 care they often provide to loved ones, ensuring those loved ones receive the highest level of care. Respite often supports carers to manage some of their own day-to-day activities that all of us take for granted, who are not in a position of providing care. It can also provide a safety net for carers if they fall ill themselves, are hospitalised, or if either a carer or family member needs a break. Those who work in respite services absolutely deserve our respect and praise, working in very challenging circumstances. Respite facilities face issues with staff retention due to mounting pressure facing those providing respite care, and that's not their fault. That is a reality of the situation that they are working in. Many facilities can't cope with the increasing demand of planned respite and the pressing demand of unplanned and emergency respite which can arise. Sinn Féin believe that ongoing co-production with families, carers and frontline staff is essential to ensure that funding is targeted effectively and delivers meaningful improvements in respite care where it is most urgently needed. We also welcome the Department of Health's allocation of up to £2 million for the remainder of the financial year and an additional £13 million annually aimed at expanding and improving respite care services. However, families affected by the crisis have reported little evidence of tangible improvement on the ground as a result of this funding. Families are all too familiar, unfortunately, with the last-minute notice that their respite has been cancelled. And just to say, Minister, I have had this situation in Woodlawn House once again in Dungannon in the past week. Families, some of them in their 80s, looking after very complex cases with only a matter of a week, have had respite that they were so badly looking forward to taken away. And as someone tweeted, if any of us were told the leave that you have been looking forward to has just been scrapped, it will be devastating. So carers are doing their utmost, but the late cancellation in particular and the lack of regular and sufficient respite does leave them feeling hopeless and abandoned at times. Last October, Sinn Féin successfully passed a motion calling on the Health Minister to urgently bring forward a plan to improve respite services across the North. I look forward to hearing an update on those plans and how they will target support for carers in the future. We do need assurances that respite services which were previously closed have reopened and will not be repurposed for residential care, which is itself very valuable and a much needed service. So I believe we need clear planning mechanisms to ensure local healthcare trusts can develop and implement the services necessary to significantly increase respite provision to provide support for families and carers.
Thank you. Call Harry Harvey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I thank the member for Lagan Valley for securing this adjournment debate this afternoon on what is a very emotive subject, particularly for the families being impacted by the continued lack of respite provision in the South Eastern Health and Social Care Trust. Anyone who has watched Tara Mill's Spotlight documentary, I Am Not OK, or has heard evidence from some of the women at the Health Committee will have been deeply moved by their lived experiences of life with a child with severe autism and behavioural problems. My own constituency office team have been navigating this system on behalf of families in Strangford who are crying out for respite. Sadly, these challenges are being faced by growing numbers of families. In 2020, the number of children with autism or learning disabilities was 4,500. Today, that figure is more than 5,600, despite the ever-growing need for services in this area. It appears that in some trust areas, provision has stood still. In others, it appears to have diminished. The Spotlight programme highlighted a societal shame that cannot be allowed to continue. This travesty has been particularly acute in the South Eastern Trust, where 499 children are currently on a waiting list for disability services. Of that number, 118 await family support services and 71 are awaiting gateway services, whilst others are being made across all trusts to tackle this crisis. and provision, it is unclear as yet what level of impact will be felt among the families desperately in need of respite support. There is an onus particularly on the South Eastern Trust to ensure that complex needs cases are given the attention that they deserve and that these families receive appropriate care. Funding has been allocated, and it is critical that such is directed at these frontline services, to the provision of actual respite beds and to the provision of fully trained and professional social services for the families of children with complex needs. Regular overnight respite is paramount to the ability of a family to properly function whilst caring for a child. I found the comments of the late Geraldine O'Hagan particularly harrowing as I watched the Spotlight programme. For the provision of children's disability respite care services not to look much different in 30 years of social work should be deeply troubling to us all. One thing is abundantly clear: the system has failed these children and their families. I applaud those who have had the courage to tell their story and bring this travesty to light. It should not have been required. It now falls on the Department and individual trusts to make good on their promises and to ensure that other families will not have to endure the pain that has been evident in the lives of these families. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. And I call Alan Chambers.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm sure we all agree that adequate short break service, whether it be daycare or respite, is particularly essential for the well-being of families and carers. Respite offers young people and children with learning disabilities and complex health needs a new setting to be supported in, and importantly, they also provide families of a disabled child a break from their dedicated caring responsibilities. From sitting on the Health Committee, I'm aware that there has been significantly increased demand for family support and short breaks across a wide range of services for children with disability. And I am aware that in the South Eastern Trust in particular, there are a significant number of families on the waiting list for overnight respite. Lindsay House in the Trust was previously a lifeline for many families when it served as a short stay facility, and I know that the Trust are making progress with its remobilisation. But just as demand continues to rise, so too do challenges in relation to the provision of such residential respite. Their workforce pressures and the availability of beds has been greatly impacted in responding to the needs of children and young people entering medium to longer term care. But these are challenges that I'm sure the Trust, the Department and the Minister are alert to. I'd like to applaud every family member and loved one currently involved in the care of a person with additional needs, and I'd like to applaud the bravery of each of the families that welcomed the BBC into their home during the recent BBC Spotlight programme. That programme very effectively and powerfully highlighted the real-life implications of insufficient availability of short breaks and residential provision within Belfast and South Eastern Trust. Through our television screens, we got what was only a momentary glimpse of the challenges, but none of us could have been left untouched by it, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The Minister, I'm sure, had the same reaction as he watched the programme and listened to the families it included. As such, I welcome the Minister's swift response to the issue with a commitment of additional funding both for this new financial year and also a proportional allocation for the last. I recall at the time the Minister said it would be a challenge to deliver, but it was a challenge he was prepared to take. The Spotlight families and the countless others that weren't broadcast but which are likely facing the exact same challenges deserve no less. So I look forward to the Minister's response on the provision within the South Eastern Trust, but I do so in the knowledge that there is no immediate solution that will fix this issue overnight. It will take commitment, but the Minister has already shown very clearly that he wants the system to do better. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Call Conor McGrath.
Speaker, I welcome the adjournment debate today and thank the member for bringing it. It is an incredibly important matter, and it's an issue that we have covered at great length in the Health Committee, and it is incredibly close to all of our hearts, because it's concerned with some of the most vulnerable in our society and also for those who carry the mantle of caring for them. There are a few issues across this place which galvanise the political view as this matter has done so, and I want to pay particular tribute to those families who spoke out so eloquently in the BBC Spotlight documentary and in the times that they have spoken to us both in this place and in the Health Committee. That Spotlight documentary was a remarkable piece of filmmaking on the challenges that they are facing, and also about the absolute importance that there is on having respite care. In regard to the South Eastern Trust, we know that there are very specific issues in terms of staffing, and we understand, having heard from the department at the Health Committee, that from April on we will see an expansion of existing facilities and the recovery of those beds that have been lost as a result of COVID and other pressures over the year. But we also have to be absolutely clear. At one point, there's 499 children across the southeastern area waiting for disability services, and that includes those that are looking for respite care. Belfast was 34. In the Western Trust, it was 140. In the Southern Trust, it was 180. In the Southeastern, it was 500. Now, that, even in its own right, should speak to the fact that there's some sort of intervention that is required to be able to try and address the imbalance, or at least to assess why is there such extra need. The issue of service provision for those with a learning disability is very much close to my heart. I've done a lot of work on it over the past number of months and years, and I've been asking many questions of the Minister on the Learning Disability Service Model, which is going to be published and consulted on. And it has been co-designed by trusts. It will have a costed action plan, and I think that it will be a bit of a game changer and that it will be beneficial in helping to embed and have respite care on a more level footing right across the north. So I do commend those within the department that are getting that document ready for publication. I have met with them, and I know that their passion is to make sure that the service that is there in the community meets the needs that the families have. And I think for all of us across this House, that is what we want to see, the need being addressed. It hasn't up to now. There should be an apology to those families that have been let down, an apology to those children that have been let down, but a promise that from this point going forward we will get it right. Thank you.
Thank you. Call Peter Martin.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Lagan Valley for bringing this debate. And like her, I'm not on the Health Committee, but I, like many others, watched the incredible and very moving Spotlight debate, or Spotlight documentary, I Am Not OK, which explored obviously the experiences of 4 families caring with children with autism and detailing some of the crisis in Northern Ireland's health and care services. And in conducting some research for this debate, I came across a petition from the National Autistic Society which states, and I'm just going to quote it directly, short break support is woefully inadequate across Northern Ireland, and it is those requiring the highest level of support who cannot access appropriate services. Many short breaks have been repurposed as full-time residential homes as families have hit crisis. But even so, there are currently no available residential placements in Northern Ireland. Mr Speaker, it appears to me that there are 3 distinct areas that require improvement, and there may well be others, and many others in this chamber probably are across this issue more than I am. But I want to highlight 3. One, in terms of capacity, and we know that pre-COVID-19 this was far from ideal in terms of provision and support, but now, post-pandemic, it is really, really poor, and very legitimate questions need answers around this area. Staffing, again, there are differentials between pre-pandemic and post-pandemic levels. And finally, consistency of service provision. It would appear to me that each health and social care trust operate different resource panels, and this leads to different trusts dealing with these cases in slightly different ways. And again, Mr Deputy Speaker, it would appear that family support services are quite limited for children with very complex needs. And I would imagine that the lack of respite care, which is what we're talking about today, must have a very significant impact on the parents of these children. And I'm sure that that would in turn lead to burnout for some of them. I would also imagine it would lead to significant pressure in terms of their relationships. I know that in October last year the Minister allocated a very welcome additional £13 million of funding for this specific area. I think today we need to know how that money is going to be spent and what direct impact it's going to have and when. And my two requests, Mr Deputy Speaker, for the Health Minister today come from people who know this challenge firsthand, and that is to provide immediate access to short breaks and residential care for those families who are currently in crisis in Northern Ireland, and to provide the resources needed for the commissioning of services to support autistic people with high support needs and the families such as short breaks and residential placements. I don't think anyone in this debating chamber will even get close to representing the true feelings of families who are affected by this lack of service provision. And I think the reason for that is that we cannot empathise, because none of us are actually walking in their shoes. But we can ask questions, and we can scrutinise, and we can demand answers. Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Call David Honeyford.
Deputy Speaker, my first proper job before I was self-employed was actually working in the LIRC Outreach Centre and Seymour Hill Garden Centre, which provide job opportunities for adults with learning difficulties, and days that I remember really fondly. Roll on to 2022, and after the election I sat in Hilden Bowling Club listening to stories of local parents, some getting older and really concerned for their loved ones, and some with the most vulnerable residents of Lagan Valley. I went away from that meeting at that time. I know a couple other reps were there at the time, and councillors as well, really affected by the stories that I heard, and I've enjoyed working with those parents since, and we're really blessed in Lagan Valley, and thankfully we have them, because there's a real powerhouse of energy from a lot of those parents who fight the cause, and I've been really blessed to give some small assistance to help them get started, and I'll give a shout out to Vivian and Karen and when they started Sensibility, and also to Philip and Live Life Wellbeing Centre when it started. But for Sensibility, and I want to thank and put on record thanking the Minister for his engagement in early January as he came and visited to listen to parents and the concerns around not just respite but transport and the needs of the area and the building needs and the wider issues, just simply to make life better and easier for people. And prior to this debate I was chatting to some of these carers, and these are the type of people that when my electric was out during this recent storm, they contacted me to make sure I was okay. Do you know, we're talking about people that go above and beyond their own family and look out. They're just that type of people that look out for society as a whole. But I want to quote, because the quote when I was talking was, David, I can't stress how important respite is. This is not a luxury. And the resumption of respite in Hill Hall has thankfully started to ease pressure on some families after a period of 18 months without any respite. But unfortunately Hill Hall has been on and off, or closed and open, for the last 5 years. And the real concern within the community is yet again an emergency placement which effectively closes the centre to everybody else. And that period of blocking, we heard the same kind of tired excuses from the department that there was nowhere else to place people. But I don't want to get into discussing the last individual that was there, or their situation. But there was always another alternative solution. And the fact that they're not blocking that facility today is evidence of that. But the system to allocate respite is also raised as an issue, and the social worker needing to sign that off. And Diane has mentioned that rightly within the area, because I'm aware of quite a few families who can't access respite care simply because they can't get to their social worker. But Minister, you met Beth, who looks after her sister Jenny, and you'll remember her. Beth's 81 and her concerns are around Jenny. She articulated those passionately to yourself and to me a couple of times before that. And her concern is what happens to Jenny as Beth gets older. She's ultimately 81 and not going to be around for forever. And her concern is what happens there. And when when you met, she was so appreciative of that. But today, Jenny still waits for a care package that she's waited since Christmas. And I only heard about this recently. But Beth doesn't have and hasn't had access to any respite care, and unfortunately, very recently has had a fall. With a care package in place, with respite care, the question has to be asked, would they be as exhausted, and would the events that have turned out the way they are? Because, I don't know, but Jenny's life, and this is when, I suppose this is when decisions meet reality, but the department is actually placing more cost on itself. By the inefficiencies and not dealing with one issue, you're creating a cost to the other. So I just want to wrap, and I suppose we want a definite. I suppose the Minister, and I thank the Minister again for coming, but we need an assurance around the access to respite in Hill Hall and continuing in the long term, that it can't be an option to be used for anything else other than for respite care. So I appreciate if the Minister can confirm without any ifs or buts, but we need a firm guarantee for the families that that facility will remain open and used solely for respite as we move forward. Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, and I call Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and thank you for allowing me in here. I thank the member from Lagan Valley for bringing such an important adjournment debate. And like the members from Lagan Valley who have so eloquently made the case, I've also represented constituents from right across Lagan Valley who have found challenges, not just since COVID, but probably from longer ago. I'm not going to cover too much ground that's already been covered, other than to maybe offer out a challenge to all of us in regard to this. As you will know and often talk about, I chair the Disability APJ. I'm also the Vice Chair and have been for quite a while a member of the All-Party Group on Learning Disability. And it strikes me, in having met officials, professionals and politicians, that all of us kind of want the same thing. But I think there's something quite wrong in the system that we've developed over the years in terms of our approach to how we share the ambition for people with disabilities and learning disability, work with their families across every statutory agency. And we know only a couple of years ago, when we were facing down the challenges where families were written lengthy times for statementing or reports on their children to access adequate education in our schools. And it's very sad to see that played out in other spheres, including health. And to be fair to the Minister, he has already stepped up to the mark in that regard. And that is what we can do in the intervention phase, guys. I think that's absolutely appropriate. And some of the comments I absolutely agree with. We need to ensure the families have that respite and get that respite. But I do think that we need to achieve a massive culture shift when it comes to all things pertaining to learning disability and disability. And what I mean by that, well, in this sense, I'm going to set the tone, if you like, by problems we're also facing for respite care and homes for children who are looked after. Because it's not just in learning disability and disability where there is a backlog. There are almost 5,000 children in care. There is a shortage of foster carers and respite homes for all of our children. And I think as a society we've got desperately busy. Maybe arguably chasing the wrong things at times, and we aren't prioritising what's going to impact on us in the future right across Northern Ireland. The other thing that strikes me is we have an ageing population too. And the difficulties that we may face in the future with the workforce pressures, with an ageing population, and we have, as has already been mentioned by Mr Honeyford in particular, we have parents who are quite elderly, perhaps looking after their own children who are perhaps elderly, and there are challenges there that need to be faced. But I think we need a major shift in how we approach everything to do with disability and learning disability. And I think with the future debates on the UNCR PD in particular, they could be very useful in helping us shape what we do in terms of legislative intent and ambition. And I hope that even after this debate tonight, that we'll be focused on bringing immediate respite to those that need it desperately. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Call Andy McMurray.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank the Minister for being here too, and also thank my colleague and member for securing this very important debate. Adequate short break provision is absolutely essential, and I think actually it's part of the testimony of some of the interactions we've all probably had here which has sort of added to this debate and the poignancy of it. In February, there were 85 young people on the waiting list for short breaks in the South East Trust, and only 13 young people are receiving regular short breaks. 72 families are in crisis every single day and every single night, yet cannot get the relief and rest that they need. When the additional funding was announced last October, parents absolutely did expect that there would be new respite beds. My own constituent, who has a young child with complex need, was told that respite beds would become available at Redwood. She was even given a tour of the building and was promised that it definitely wouldn't be turned into a residential home. She heard on the radio that Redwood would be residential after all. I can begin to imagine how crushing it was, because on speaking to her, it was incredibly crushing. The Trust hoped to recover respite beds at Lindsay House and provide additional nights at Green Hill, but my understanding is they don't intend to create any new additional respite beds. Even these very limited plans or hopes are exceedingly fragile. I learned today in a response to an oral question that only 6% of the £1.3 million that was spent last year to improve respite services actually went into overnight short breaks. This is alarming. In order to make up for this glaring lack of services, the Trust will often offer direct payments in lieu of short breaks. Parents then need to make their own arrangements. This is more work for parents that are already at breaking point. My constituent doesn't currently receive these payments as she finds it too difficult to manage recruitment and all the admin that comes with being an employer. I've been told by organisations working in this sector that direct payments are often returned unspent because parents can't find care providers either. I asked a priority question about the exact numbers, but we haven't had an answer back in time for today's debate. In any case, this shows to me that direct payments don't work for parents. They need respite services rather than cash. There's so many things that are wrong with the way children's disability services are being delivered at the moment. I could speak on, but I want to say one more thing. In reading through committee evidence, there's been an acknowledgement there have been times when compassion and empathy have been lacking interactions between the Trust and service users. My constituent has felt let down in this regard also. Parents do not deserve to be spoken to in a way that is lacking compassion just because they ask for the help they need to care for their child whom they love so much. I believe the Trust has committed to looking at this cultural aspect of disability services, but change cannot come soon enough. Thank you.
McAllister.
I thank the member, my colleague in Lagan Valley, for bringing forward this adjournment debate today. It's a very welcome opportunity to be on the floor of the Assembly and actually highlight the issues again. As a member of the Health Committee, I have been focusing a lot of my attention on the issue of respite services, and for the purposes of this debate, I will focus primarily on children's respite services. At the very first Health Committee meeting last year, I did raise the issue of the entirety of the Children's Social Care Review and the implementation of Ray Jones, and within that as well, the issue of respite. We didn't secure an inquiry then, but it has become a priority for the committee, something of which we have been engaging on over the past year. I do want to highlight the Minister's commitment to this issue, given he has appeared before the committee answering questions, but also in this chamber a number of times. However, what I would say is the leadership on this issue doesn't just come from the department, but actually across all of the trusts, and therein lies some of the issues. I know that we are engaging on the South Eastern Trust tonight, but this issue is similar across all trusts in Northern Ireland where families are waiting. There are many families that have been in touch with all of us on the Health Committee and all of their local MLAs too. Every time I do a social media post or in the media speaking about this issue, a new family comes to me again for their assistance. It was the same last night, in which a number of new families reached out for support, many of which the numbers that my colleague on the Health Committee mentioned, still waiting for a disability social worker to actually approach them and assess their need of what they need with regards to respite. I heard from families who said that because their child has been deemed to need 5-to-1, another 3-to-1 care in terms of staff ratio to child, but yet they are abandoned to look after their child on their own. Why is a parent, in most circumstances a mother, left to deal with all of the issues around their child with complex needs, their child that they so care about every single day on a one-to-one basis, but yet they can't get respite because their needs are so complex that they require a 5-to-1 or a 3-to-1 staff ratio. Something simply isn't adding up there. There are also a few more specifics that we need to point to. Greenhill. It was said that Greenhill would be taking on a new cabin that had 4 beds, a 4-bed unit, which would have brought it up to a 6-bed unit, except they're actually closing the other 2-bed unit. Why? Why is that happening? And whenever we asked at committee a number of weeks ago, it was confirmed after much deliberation that would be a 4-bed unit, but I have a recent AQW here that says it will actually be a 2-bed unit 7 nights a week. What on earth is the answer? What will Greenhill actually offer parents? We need that answer. We also need the answer as to Redwood. The Minister committed about the 50,000, and I know, Minister, you said the last time I questioned you on it, to actually look at that issue over the fire safety, that if we get that open, we can enable Lindsay House to then open as well, transferring the long-term placement from one to another. But what are we going to do when those parents who also need long-term placement come to the door of social services and say, I cannot cope anymore? Are we going to shut down all of the other respites yet again? We do not have an answer for that. We also haven't got an answer as with regards to the registration when it comes to RQIA and whether we can change those rules. Allowing short-term and long-term to actually coexist together. If someone moves into a long-term placement, it's supposed to be for short-term. The other beds are shut down in its entirety, and that is not acceptable. We cannot allow bureaucracy to actually stop children accessing the care that they deserve. Families are in crisis. They have been in crisis for years, and we need answer and deliverables that will actually achieve more respite in the now. It can be done. We have seen that we can recruit staff. We can see the parents are acceptable. Are expected to cope, and we should ensure that the trust will cope too.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague Michelle Guy for bringing this really important issue to the floor of the Assembly. And I think my party colleagues, and indeed every contributor here today, has set out the issues very clearly. So I'm going to do my very best to be brief. I don't want to rehash the numbers and the statistics that we've all been through. I think that has been set out really clearly. I just want to speak from my own personal perspective, and as a local MLA, the pressures on the South Eastern Trust Respite Service are ones that I am very conscious of, and they are issues that come through my constituency office regularly, and I have submitted many questions to the Minister on this matter, as I'm sure other members have as well. And I think, as has been set out, there is a sense among members that we're just not clear about some of the timelines on this and when that investment that was announced in October is going to deliver real impacts. The Spotlight documentary has been referenced, and I think anyone who watched it couldn't have failed to have been moved by what was depicted in terms of the pressure that some of these families are under. And it's clear that the Minister was moved. The Minister acted very quickly, and I think that should be acknowledged and welcomed. But I think the issue that we now face is that the initial announcement of investment, which raised hopes and raised expectations that things were going to change, notwithstanding the Minister's caveats that the challenge was significant. I think we're now in a situation where there is a risk that trust will be eroded, that this is going to be delivered. So I have had the privilege of being able to support one of the mums from the Spotlight documentary through my office. In some small way. I have obviously not been able to deliver everything that family needs because the pressures are so great. But it has been just so striking to me in my engagements with that individual, that sense of living in crisis every day. It's not a sense of things are getting bad, struggling to cope. It's crisis every day. And my sense is that the services don't engage with these families on the basis of these are people in crisis. It feels that there is a sense of gatekeeping, of pushing people back from access to service. And sometimes even, and I've found this very concerning, and I'm not trying to be critical of trust staff, but it has been shared with me a sense of, we can give you this, but that'll take something away from another family, and are you sure you're comfortable with that? That sort of approach is not appropriate for a family who is in desperate need of support, but are also aware of all the other families in their community who desperately need that support as well, and will not want to be seen to be taking that away. So, and I think we must be conscious there is so much guilt tied up in all of this for the families anyway, because nobody wants to admit when they're struggling to cope and that their life feels like a crisis every day. But the social services support is there to meet families it should do anyway, at their point of need as they're presenting, and that does not seem to be happening at the moment. We know that resources are under serious pressure. So really, for me, my questions to the Minister are, and they've been echoed by other members in this chamber today, is with that investment that's been announced, when are we going to see the direct outworkings of it? We know in the South Eastern Trust that Greenhill and Lindsay House seem to be being suggested as part of the solution. So I would be really keen to hear, when will those beds be available, and what assurances can we get? And I think, as my colleague Nuala McAllister has raised, that there won't then be slippage the minute another family presents who needs longer term care. When will the services be in place, and when will they be there on a sustainable basis that all the families who need it can access reliably?
Thank you. And thanks also to all the members who have spoken in the adjournment debate. I now call on the Minister of Health to respond, and Minister, you have up to 10 minutes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. In the 10 months or so I've been in post, I think this issue is unique in that money is not the primary issue. I have been able to find some money, we haven't been able to spend it all, and I think that is indicative of the fact that the issues are primarily buildings, beds, and workforce. And then immediately addressing the point from Mr McGrath about the numbers. The South Eastern Trust has the worst vacancy rates for social workers within children's disability teams, and I think that speaks to what you addressed there. So some of these issues are particular to the South Eastern Trust, but others just reflect a broader systemic set of issues which are impacting families right across Northern Ireland. So it's not confined to one trust, it's not confined to one area, and it's a regional challenge that I want to see responded to with a regional response. So across all the geographic trusts, overnight short breaks for children with disabilities have been significantly reduced due to the limited availability of residential provision. And much of that provision is now being used for medium to long-term care placements. Now, the stark impact was laid bare in last year's Spotlight programme, which so many members have referred to, which had featured the lived experience of 5 families. We also had input, of course, from the Children's Law Centre and the National Autistic Society. And the accounts were powerful, they were touching, impossible to ignore, and as a former broadcast journalist, I once again repeat my admiration for Tara Mills with that very powerful piece of journalism. I would say that it acted as an accelerant rather than a wake-up call from my department. And in October, as members have referenced, I committed an additional £13.1 million recurrent funding to help address these challenges, and that has allowed for us to complete that acceleration, or start the acceleration work within the department and across trusts, expanding capacity and trying to reform our delivery models. So I'll take the opportunity to provide an update on the South Eastern Trust, also to outline our regional response and share how we're working with the families highlighted in that programme. And I'll also briefly touch on adult respite services, which remain a key part of the overall strategy. So the current position of the South Eastern Trust is deeply concerning. There are just 2 operational respite beds at Greenhill, and they're only available 3 nights a week. It's not enough. As of now, 85 children are on the waiting list for short breaks, and families, I understand, are under immense and sustained pressure. Much of the reduction in provision stems from the repurposing of Lindsay House, a dedicated 7-day short break facility, which has been redirected to care for children entering the care system. Now, this was a decision made out of necessity, but it does impact on children with disabilities and their families in a very profound way. To address this, £2.4 million in annual recurrent funding has been allocated specifically to the South Eastern Trust to restore and to expand respite services for children with disabilities. Several important actions are already underway. Firstly, remobilising Lindsay House by relocating children currently in care to Redwood Children's Home. and this will free up much needed short break capacity. The target date for this is September, though it depends on successful completion of key interdependent actions. Minor capital works are in progress at Redwood to ensure it can safely and appropriately accommodate children, and I'm encouraged that all posts at Redwood were filled in one day at a recruitment event in March, and I think that reflects a strong commitment from staff. And plans are in place to expand Greenhill's operation from 3 nights to 5 nights a week. That will require further recruitment, and that's scheduled to take place next month. Now, Mr Honeyford asked for a guarantee on the Woodlawn facility. I can't give a guarantee. This system is so fragile. One new child presenting, and the plans need to be redrawn. And I know Ms McAllister talked about bureaucracy, but it's about safety. It's about safety. So alongside residential provision, the Trust is scaling up the Lindsay Outreach Service, and that provides community-based support during evenings and weekends. Once fully implemented, this service will provide day breaks for 80 to 85 children currently on the waiting list. Learning disability nurses will also be key to support the complex healthcare needs of these children during outreach. A brief.
Here, thank you. Appreciate the Minister giving way. I think the issue isn't actually, we're talking about the Hill Hall. It's like the issue was an adult in that location that was there and blocking the thing. So that was quick. Well, once one's there, nobody else can access it. So nobody else could get access to that facility because there was one person in that place that closed the whole place. That's the issue. That shouldn't happen.
That is the issue, but I take exception to your use of the term blocking. I mean, this is a service user who needs help. So last week I met again with the families featured in that Spotlight programme, and at the meeting we also had senior officials from both the Belfast and the South Eastern Trusts. And I think these families have shown immense courage and persistence in advocating for change, not just for themselves, but for other families. In a way, although I've met them on several occasions, I'm meeting them too often, because it would be better if we didn't need to meet, because their needs had been met. I've got to say it was an honest and a constructive discussion, because it was about culture and it was about communication. Mr Matheson and Mr McMurray have raised issues about what some people have said, the content and the tone with which they have addressed some of these families. And that was discussed, it was named, and it was discussed, and it was acknowledged by very senior figures in the Trust. So I expect to see significant positive change in future engagements. Further work, though, is still needed, particularly on the pace of change. And I'm pleased to say that there's now going to be an oversight panel, and they will be tasked with supporting, monitoring and challenging, and the challenge factor is going to be important here, the remobilisation of short break services. As I said, the issues aren't unique to the South Eastern Trust. Right across the country, families are feeling the strain and the pain of inadequate provision. And that's why we're progressing a new regional framework for children with disabilities. It aligns with the findings of the Ray Jones Review. It reflects the evolving and increasingly complex needs of children with autism, with learning disabilities, and with additional needs. The aims of the framework: improve the current offer of early help and community-based support, develop additional effective residential short breaks and short break fostering, rethink our approach to residential provision and out-of-home placements, and improve transition pathways into adulthood. The 13.1 million in additional funding is helping stabilise services by creating new beds, restoring lost provision, and expanding community supports. However, without closing the gap in residential care placements, short break services will continue to be diverted during periods of crisis. That, I'm afraid, is inevitable. To deliver sustainable, meaningful change, we must invest in modern, fit-for-purpose buildings, a well-trained, supported and motivated workforce, and long-term funding solutions that give trusts the stability they need to plan and deliver services effectively. And those are not things that can be done quickly. Briefly, I'd like to speak about adults with learning difficulties. While I'm assured that most services are functioning as intended, We know there's room for improvement. Many families continue to rely on this support to manage the demands of caring for adult relatives who have complex needs. So progress on a refreshed service model for adult learning disability has been slower than anticipated, and that's due to the impact of other priorities. However, officials have now commissioned additional support from the HSC Leadership Centre. This will accelerate the work. Our goal is to move towards public consultation as quickly as possible, with a view to implementing a service model that better meets the needs of adults and their families. So, in conclusion, there's no doubt progress has been made, both within trusts and regionally, but I want to be the first to acknowledge the pace of change isn't fast enough. We're constrained, though, by workforce availability, by infrastructure limitations and funding pressures. It's not an excuse, but it is the situation that we are in, and I would just repeat my determination to this House and to the families to do all I can to make things better going forward.
Minister, thank you for that response. Members, with your permission and patience, I'm going to ask you to help me to end the day the way the day began in plenary. The official, Alex McAl, sitting on my right, is having her last day. Unfortunately, I couldn't be in the chamber this morning when a fitting tribute was paid to her. So, likewise, I cannot let the day end without putting on record my sincere gratitude to Alex, and probably put on record as well that I've needed that advice and steer from her more times in the past year in this post than I've needed in the previous 6 years put together. So, Alex, thank you from me also. Members, the Assembly is adjourned.